this end-to-end Azure Data Engineering project with Azure DevOps will help you land a job in 2025 because of these three reasons. Reason number one, you will gain strong hands-on with Azure DevOps and will understand all the concepts of CI/CD for Azure Data Engineering. Reason number two, you will build dynamic parameterized pipelines in Azure Data Factory along with amazing data validation steps that will cover most of your interview real-time scenarios. Reason number three, you will learn PySpark big data transformation functions to build enriched entities and build Databricks workflows to dynamically transform your data. Another bonus reason, we're gonna use Delta Live tables to build our gold layer, which is the most in-demand framework right now and the favorite topic of the interviewers. Why I have covered so much in this project? Because the level of competition is really high right now and you need a real world project to crack the interviews in 2025. I have spent a lot of time and a lot of efforts to actually create this project so that you do not need to pay to anyone. So if you want to support my hard work, just hit that subscribe button and comment down your feedbacks, and let's get started with this amazing end-to-end data engineering project. So what's up, my fam? First of all, happy Sunday. I know your Sunday is already going very good. And let me just give you one more reason, and your Sunday will be much better after hearing to this. What's that? So first of all, let me just tell you that I'm back with another amazing video, and it's called Azure End-to-End Data Engineering Project. But wait, this video is really different. And this video, I can say that is really unique. Why? Because we gonna build end-to-end Azure Data Engineering project covering like amazing real-time scenarios. Plus, this is the special thing in this project. It's called CI/CD with Azure DevOps. I know a lot of you requested that you want to understand CI/CD, you want to understand Azure DevOps. A lot of you just said, hey, Azure DevOps is really in demand. So being a data engineer, what should be the priorities to use Azure DevOps? Because obviously Azure DevOps is not just a CI/CD tool, it's much more than that. But being a data engineer, what are those things that you need to understand? So that's why I just created this project, okay? And I put more efforts to add this player. It's called CI/CD with Azure DevOps. So we gonna build, first of all, data set is like really amazing. It's like Olympics, Paris Olympics 2024 data set. It's an amazing data set. You will feel really happy while building this project, because obviously you would like feel much more aligned with the sports, right? It's an amazing data set. So obviously, like my other videos, this project is also unique in terms of real-time scenarios, in terms of challenges, in terms of the level of this project, because you know the thing, bro. I know Azure is in demand. I know that. Everyone knows that. But there's one more thing which is growing rapidly. It's called competition. Earlier, the dynamics were really different. When Azure was new, when cloud data engineering was new, like during that time, companies were hiring people who knew a little bit about, let's say, Azure or Data Lake or just cloud data engineering. Why? Because they knew that cloud is not mature enough and there are like so many changes going on, so we can hire those people even with like little bit of knowledge. But now cloud platforms are mature and there are like amazing people, amazing talented people in the pool. So it's high time to upskill yourself, bro. Now you cannot like just imagine that, hey, we just know the basic things, now we have just built some basic projects and now everything will be fine. No, competition is really high right now and it's growing rapidly. It's growing rapidly. So that's why I have created this project which will cover really real world scenarios and with some amazing challenges throughout this project. We already know that we're gonna learn PySpark functions, Databricks, Azure Data Factory, data modeling, everything. And this as well, CI/CD as well. Why did I cover this? Obviously because you were requesting. Obviously it is in demand, but there's one more thing. See, Azure DevOps, I know the name says DevOps. It doesn't mean that it's just for CI/CD. No. Azure DevOps, it's such a wide tool that covers so many areas. It covers your project management. It covers your sprints, agile, blah blah methodologies followed by project managers. It follows your test artifacts, everything. But being a data engineer, you need to understand a very specific part of CI/CD of your Azure DevOps, and I'm gonna cover that part today. Don't worry, because there are like so many myths going around. Everyone says, hey, you need to master Azure DevOps. No, bro. If you want to master Azure DevOps, what will like DevOps engineer will be doing? Okay, you are not an like Azure DevOps engineer or a DevOps engineer. No. But being a data engineer, you need to understand a lot of stuff in Azure DevOps that you will understand today. Okay. So there are some myths that will be busted today, and there will be like so many new knowledge that you will gain today through this project. So this is a kind of real end-to-end project, obviously with CI/CD. Okay, and obviously just a disclaimer: this is not like entire Azure DevOps course. No, this is just a kind of understanding that you will have after building this project. Okay, just a touch of DevOps, just a touch of CI/CD, just a touch of like how you can just create branches, how you can just merge it into master branch to the main branch. Don't worry, these terms are like, I know, new to you, but you will understand everything. So this is like end to an amazing Azure data engineering project based on Paris Olympics 2024 dataset, and you wanna love it. Because once you complete this project, your skill set will really skyrocket, and you can actually flex those things in your areas, either in your interviews or anywhere. Okay. So now you will be saying, hey, this is a real world project. So what should be the prerequisite? What should be the things that we should understand first? So let me just give you a long list of prerequisites, and it's just three things. First of all, laptop or PC. Okay. Second thing is Azure account, and even if you do not have an Azure account, we will just help you to create one. Do not need to worry. Third thing, which is non-negotiable, excitement to learn Azure, excitement to learn Azure with CI/CD. That's the most important thing. So Ansh, Lamba, you are saying that this will be a real world project. Yes. So how we can just build a real world project with zero experience? This is the speciality of this video. This video will start from scratch, from zero, and gradually level up the difficulty level, like gradually growing the difficulty level. Because I don't want to just, hey, just build the DLT pipelines directly. No, hold on. We're gonna understand everything, and we're gonna just face so many challenges in this project, and then we will just complete this project. Okay, are you ready for the challenges? And first of all, are you ready to upskill yourself, or you just want to watch those basic tutorials and that's it? It's up to you. It's up to you. Okay, so if you want to upskill yourself, so let's get started, and let me just share an amazing data architecture that I have built for this project. Amazing. So let me just walk you through the architecture first, because that is the backbone of this project, and then we will actually create our resources and all the things. Okay, let me just show you. So now it's time to actually talk about the architecture of this project. And as you all know that, like my other videos, architecture is looking really nice. So I have tried my best to actually explain you the backbone of this project, because once you understand the architecture, it it will be so easy for you to actually build the project, because you would understand each and everything. So without delaying, without spending much time, let me just walk you through the architecture. So first of all, let's say this is my data in the form of files, because obviously as we are just dealing with more and more big data, we deal with files instead of like your structured data. So we deal with like semi-structured textual files more and more. So in this particular project as well, we'll be using CSV files as our source data. Okay, as our source. Simple. And obviously there'll be like multiple sources: Data Lake, GitHub, and some repositories. But the file font will be CSV, but there'll be like multiple sources. Okay. Then, as you know that we're gonna cover Azure DevOps. So what we gonna do? Obviously, we're gonna use Azure Data Factory as our ETL/ELT tool, because this is one of the most in-demand technology right now. for data ingestion in cloud, especially in Azure. So what we'll be doing, we will connect our Azure Data Factory with Azure DevOps, and I will just tell you each and everything how you need to just create repositories, main branch, master branch, feature branch, pull request, everything, everything. And we will be just considering deployment like CI/CD in ADF in Azure Data Factory, and you will learn each and everything how we can just ingest the data with CI/CD. And obviously our data will land here in the bronze layer, bronze, or you can say raw layer. So this will be the as is form. Okay, we will not make any transformations, we will just perform the ingestion into our bronze layer. That's it. Okay, and obviously we'll be just doing some file transformations, like not data transformation, but yeah, file transformation, like from CSV to Parquet, so that you can understand while ingesting the data, it is very important to transform the file. Why? Because let's say you are ingesting the data. Okay, let's take an example of SQL database. So if you are ingesting, let's say 100 GB of structured data, here, listen to me carefully. If you are processing 100 GB of SQL structured data, and if you ingest that data in your data lake, okay, and if you apply some, let's say, file transformation, such as if you use Parquet file, because Parquet file enables your data encoding, which compresses your data. Your 100 GB of data will be hardly of, let's say, 5 or 6 GB. So this is really important when you are working in the real world, because you need to save a lot of cost of the storage cost, right? So that is why we'll be using Parquet files. And then once the data lands in bronze layer, then we're gonna use this PySpark, which is the most in demand data transformation framework, big data framework, and we'll be using PySpark, and we will be just making cool transformations. Trust me, I have tried my best to include all those PySpark functions which are necessary for you to perform day-to-day activities. All those functions, sorting, filtering, select statement, and group by, window functions, hashing, everything, everything, so that you can actually understand how we can just play with the functions. You're gonna learn a lot about PySpark functions, trust me. Plus, what's the bonus thing that we're gonna include in this? So we will be including something called as dynamic notebooks. Okay, and we're gonna use something called as workflows. So you will actually build dynamic notebooks, so that you would know how we can dynamically build notebooks and how we can dynamically apply the transformations using PySpark. Yes. Then after this, once our data is residing in silver layer, and once our entities are enriched, and we call them as like enriched entities, so we will take those enriched entities and we will just take that data to the gold layer, and we will make curated entities on top of it. And do you know what framework we're gonna use to create curated entities or gold layer? It's none other than Delta Live Tables. So if you are unaware of Delta Live Tables, bro, Delta Live Table is the hottest topic right now. Why? Because it is a declarative ETL framework which has revolutionized your curated zone. Trust me. And what is the tool for that? Obviously, one and only Databricks, the most popular tool to perform data transformation, to run Spark and everything. And we gonna use Delta Live Tables for that. And we will be building gold layer, and which can be served, let's say, to data warehousing team, to Azure Synapse Analytics, or let's say if anyone wants to build reports directly on the curated data, they can build that. So we will be just building each and everything from scratch, and there'll be like so much of learning involved in this project. DevOps, your dynamic notebooks, PySpark functions, and Delta Live Tables, everything. So this is like real world project, real, and obviously end-to-end project. So I hope now you have understood the architecture, and I know you are really excited for this one. Hold your excitement, because I have already mentioned that we're gonna do a lot of stuff in this, and I don't want to give you the spoilers. So you will learn everything along with this project. And trust me, I have covered everything from scratch. So I'm not expecting any prior knowledge in CI/CD. Trust me, because I am gonna tell you the whole process of CI/CD aligned with Azure Data Engineering, because CI/CD is a very wide concept in its own, because it's not just like related to data engineering. It is more aligned towards like software engineering, code development, everything. But how we can just understand the concept of CI/CD with respect to Azure Data Engineering, I have explained that concept from zero. So just hold your emotions, hold your excitement, and this was the architecture, and I hope you liked it. So let's see what we have next. Now, let me just take you to the data that we are using, and it will be a quick data understanding for you for the project. So now we gonna pick Paris 2024 Olympic Summer Games, another amazing data set that we need to pick. And obviously, you will feel aligned because I know you all are really, really obsessed with sports, and it will be a great project, and you will feel really, really, really amazing while building this project. Okay, this will not be a boring data set, weather data set, weather API data set. No, Paris 2024 Olympics dataset, and this will be an amazing, amazing dataset. And by the way, credit goes to this particular Kaggle link that you can obviously use, and you can just download the datasets from this website. And this is the guy, Petro. So thank you so much, bro, for uploading this amazing dataset. So by the way, there are like so many CSV files, and we will be picking like 4 CSV files which are aligned with our project. So what 4 files that I have just picked? So first of all, the athletes file, that is the main one that you can say a kind of master data that we will be just using in this project. And then we have 3 more files, coaches, events, and I think one more, yeah, Knox. These 3. Okay, sorted. So you can just download these CSV files from here, or you can simply go to my GitHub repository. I have just created GitHub repository for this project. It's called Azure Project with CI/CD. So you can definitely go to this repository and you can just download these files, and you can see like these are the 4 CSV files you can download. You can just upload this. By the way, we do not need to worry because we'll be using Azure Data Factory to pull these files directly from the API. So we actually do not need to worry. But in Azure Data Factory as well, I'll be creating some real-time scenarios, so you will feel much, much, much more confident with Azure Data Factory. So I will just recommend you to just download these files, because we'll be just uploading these files in the data lake, and we'll be creating the real-time scenarios on top of it. Okay, so it's good for you. So this is all about your data, and let me just show you the data, don't worry. So first of all, we have the athletes.csv. Basically, athletes file is the master data that we are using, and as the name suggests, athletes, and we are just building a project on top of Paris Olympics dataset. Okay. So what you can expect from this particular table, or let's say this particular file? Obviously, there will be like list of athletes, okay, in which their characteristics will be written, such as like their country, their age, their gender, and like so many stuff. And as you can see, we have 36 columns, and this will be an amazing data set to apply transformations using PySpark. And in this project, we will be just using so many PySpark functions, so that you will gain strong hands-on with PySpark functions as well. So that's why I have just picked this particular data set, and this will be an amazing data set. So our most of the transformations will be applied on this particular data set alone, because this data set is like amazing to apply transformations. You will get to know when we'll be just jumping onto the Databricks. Okay. So this is the main file. Okay. And if you just scroll down, you can see like there are like so many columns, and columns contains like your country, athlete, alternate athlete. So like there will be so many characteristics, and there are like 36 columns. And obviously you can just pick more columns, height, weight, disciplines. I told you like all the characteristics, birth date, birthplace, country, residence place, nickname. Oh, we have nicknames as well. Nice. Okay. So next thing is coaches. So obviously, whenever any athlete takes part in the Olympics or any sports, any game, you can say competition, they have coaches, right? So obviously, this file will tell us like who was the coach of which athlete, and this will just give us some really amazing insights on top of the data, because we can just filter down the coaches who were like best coaches. I know like you do not need to hire them, but yeah, still you will understand that. Okay. Then we have third file is events, because obviously we need to get the event characteristics as well. Let's say event details as well. So this file will just provide that information. I know there are like just 5 columns in it, but I would say good for us. And you can say like what was the type of event, men's individual, women's individual. So obviously then tag, either it was athletics, swimming, and so many other things. So as you can see, like there are like at least 200 plus tags. So this is an amazing file. Less columns, but very valuable. Okay. Then we have another file. It's called Nox. Nox are basically for your country and geographic details, or let's say demographic details. Again, we have just 5 columns, but very useful. And these are the 4 files that are perfect for our project to just build the data model, to just apply the mappings, joins, and everything. Okay, so this is the data that we're gonna use in our project. And now, now you have a great understanding of everything. Now let's jump onto our Azure portal. I know, you do not have an Azure account and you want to create a new Azure account if previous account is expired, or let's say 30 days are over. So now it's time to just create an Azure account and just try to create some resources, because obviously we're going to use so many resources, right? But obviously we will go step by step. Like in each layer, we'll be creating new resources, right? So let's try to create resources. And obviously, I know your excitement part, DevOps. Hold on, bro. I will just tell you everything. So we'll just integrate everything step by step. So let's get started. So in order to create your free Azure account, okay, the steps are really simple. And by the way, you will get $200 that you can just spend anywhere. No. So first of all, just write Azure free account. Okay, search and just click on any first link that comes to your web page. So then you just need to click on this try Azure for free. Do not click on this one. By the way, this is not a disaster button. Okay, if you just click on it, this is just like a paid version of Azure account, which will not restrict you to just create any resources, or even after 30 days you can just use your resources, because the free account is just valid for 30 days. What will happen after 30 days, we'll tell you, don't worry. Just click on this try Azure for free. It will just take you to a sign up page. Yeah, perfect. So here you just need to put your Microsoft email account, not your Gmail account. I know your Gmail account can be treated as your Microsoft account as well. In my case as well, like I'm just using Gmail account. And for that, you just need to click on create one if you do not have your Microsoft account. So the moment you click on this create one, then it will just ask you now. Here you can just put your Gmail account. So what it will do, it will convert, or let's say it will just create a Microsoft account using that Gmail account. Simple, because Gmail is owned by Google, not owned by Microsoft. And if you just want to create, let's say, a new Microsoft account, you do not want to use your Gmail account, you can simply click on get a new email address, and it will just help you to just create your email account using @outlook.com. It is also a good domain and people use this. By the way, I will prefer to create Outlook account using your mobile phone, because if you just use your laptop, it will just, I think, ask you to solve, I think, 100 puzzles, and you will just feel frustrated. So just create your Outlook account from mobile phone. Once it is created, you can simply go back and then just put your account here. That's it. Then the moment you put your account here, it will just show a form, a kind of web form that you need to fill your details, your address, your mobile phone, everything. Then you just need to click on the sign up button like this at the bottom. The moment you click on the sign up button, done. It will just ask you to provide your card details. Don't worry, it will not charge you anything. The like why it is asking for you to just provide those details. So the thing is, the trial is just valid for 30 days, and for these 30 days, Azure will provide you 200 US dollars, okay, that you can spend to use the services, and these are enough to complete this project. And they need to verify that you will be using this particular credit, okay. And what will happen after 30 days? So they will just nullify your services. Okay, they will ask you, hey, you want to upgrade your account, and even if you do not reply, they're not going to charge you, and they will just nullify your services, and that's it. By the way, some services are like always free, yes, and some services are free for 12 months. And the major services like Databricks, Data Factory, Synapse, Analytics, these services are just valid for 30 days, because obviously these are expensive, right? These are expensive. Okay, so you can just continue with that. And once your account is ready, then you can just go to your Azure portal account. And now let me show you how you can just go there. So simply search here portal.azure.com. Simple, that's it. Then hit enter. Then you just need to put your email address that you have just created for your Azure account. Okay, just put it here. That's it. You will land on the Azure portal account. And let me just show you my Azure portal account. So this is my personal Azure portal account, or you can say Azure portal. Okay. So obviously this area can be different because this just shows the recent Azure services. Okay. So you do not need to worry. Let me just give you a quick overview. I know you are pro in Azure. I know like you are the best Azure developer, but still for those who are new, let me just give you a quick walkthrough of this portal so that you can actually feel familiar, because once you feel familiar, you can actually start building things. And this is a scenario with me, so I assume like this is a scenario with you as well. So first of all, you do not need to do anything. Okay, so just click on these three bars. This is just the menu button. Okay, just click on it. This is the area that will provide almost everything that you need to use, or for your admin stuff as well. So as you can see, first we have home, then we have dashboard, then we have all services. These are like self-explanatory services. Obviously in the home, this is the home. Okay, then dashboard. What is this dashboard? Like, is it similar to your Power BI dashboard or Tableau dashboard? No, this is just a dashboard in which you can arrange your services, just to like visually representing the services that you're using for any project. So project wise, you can just build dashboard. I do not personally like this. You can build if you want to arrange those services. Okay, then again we have all services or all resources. So what is a resource? Because after that we have resource group as well. So basically it is nothing. It is something, but yeah, it is nothing. So the thing is, anything that you use in Azure, anything, for example, Azure Data Factory, for example, Azure Databricks, Azure Data Lake, Azure Synapse Analytics, any resource, any resource. See, all these are resources, resource. So all these services are just called as resources. That's it. So now what is resource group? So basically in Azure, we need to store these resources somewhere. We cannot directly say, hey, just create a resource. No, it should be created under a resource group. A resource group is just like your folder. You cannot create resources without any resource group. So this is a kind of hierarchy that I can just share with you, or I can just search on Google for better, you can say, image. So I can simply go on Google and I can simply type Azure hierarchy. Yeah, it will just give you a cool image so that you can actually understand better. Yeah, so this is the thing. So first of all, it gives you management groups. Management groups is just like your tenant. Your tenant is, in this case, is your personal email account, and you can just treat it as your organization. Sorted. Within that we have subscriptions. So in your scenario, obviously you just have one subscription. But in the real world, organizations do have multiple subscriptions. Why? Because in the organization, we have different departments. So we just need to create services under the dedicated subscription. Why? Because at the end of the month, we can just provide the dedicated bill to those departments. So say, hey, this is your bill, just pay it. Because you do not want to just merge or mix the things. That's why we have like multiple subscriptions. Okay. Then this is the resource group that we have just discussed, and within the resource group we have the resources. This is the kind of hierarchy we just follow in Azure. I know this is similar to the other cloud services. That's why we just say when you just master one cloud, you can easily learn other cloud services as well. It's almost the same. It's almost the same. Okay, so this is a kind of overview. Okay, then we have some of the cool services that we use on a daily basis. Do not need to worry, okay, about these services, because we will just create services from scratch. Then this area is really important when you just need to perform some admin stuff such as monitoring. Then what is this advisor? So Azure just has created a cool, you can say, service in which it advises you based on your query performances, based on your resource performances, that you can just upscale some resources. So it will just provide some advices. Then you have Defender for Cloud, obviously for security. Then if you just want to manage the billing and you just need to see, hey, which resource is just spinning up the bills. Okay, so this is just for that purpose. And then obviously helpless support. If you are just facing any issues, you can just raise a ticket with Microsoft and just irritate them. Okay, so this is just the overview of your Azure, and these are the services, resources, and this is the search bar. That is really, really important because we always use this search bar if we want to create anything. Okay, then these are like settings, and this is like your Cloud Shell, where you can just write your PowerShell command. So we will not be using this much, so do not need to worry. That's all. That's all. Nothing much in detail, because obviously Azure is such a wide tool. Because if I will be just providing you the tutorial on Azure, it will be a video in itself. By the way, I have created one Azure Fundamentals video in which I have covered everything from scratch. So it will be very helpful if you can just watch it. Okay. So now let's quickly create a resource group. Okay, because we know that if in order to create the resources, we should have a resource group. So simply go to your search bar and simply search resource group. Perfect. Then obviously I will be having so many resource groups. So simply click on create in order to create a new one. Okay. Then I will simply pick a resource group, and I can simply pick, let's say, uh, Azure DevOps, Azure project, then DevOps. Okay. Yeah. So simply click on create. You can just pick any region. Okay. Simply click review plus create, and then simply click on create. Okay, perfect. So it is created. You can either search here. I can simply click on go to resource group as well. So I know that this is empty because we have not created anything. So first of all, what are the resources that we need to actually start with the development? There are like two major resources. One is obviously Azure Data Factory, which is our data ingestion tool. And second is obviously Data Lake, because there will be just storing the data. So let's quickly create those two resources. Click on create and simply click on this marketplace. Basically, this is the area where you can just actually search the services and search the resources basically. And this marketplace is not just restricted to Azure. You can just use third-party tools as well, such as provided by Canonical and Red Hat. So there are like so many service providers. You can also sell your services if they allow you. Okay, I will simply write storage account, because in Azure we have storage account. We do not call it as data lake. Okay, then simply click on storage account by Microsoft, this green one. Click on create. Then this is the important part. As you can see, your resource group box is already filled. Why? Because you clicked on create button after going inside the resource group. Otherwise you have to pick one. And even if you do not have any resource group, you can directly create the resource and you will have the option to create a new one. Make sense? Very good. Then we need to just pick the storage account name. In this case, you can just pick any name, but it should be unique. Okay, so I can simply pick let me just pick what should be, okay, Olympics project data lake, DL, Olympics proj DL. Oh, it is available. Wow. So I can just pick this one. Then you just need to pick standard, and then redundancy should be LRS. It is the cheapest one. Then click on next. Then this is important. You just need to enable this box, because the moment you enable this, then only you can create data lake. Otherwise it will create the blob storage for you. Okay, then click on review plus create directly, and it will just take few seconds and your data lake will be ready. Ready. Okay, perfect. Simply click on create, because our validation is done and it is now deploying our data lake. Deployment is in progress. So bro, by the way, I have very important thing to tell, that I'm thinking, okay, I will just mention this later in the video. Okay, it's related to project. So this is done. go to resource. Now your data lake is deployed. Okay, now in order to find your data lake, because obviously you need to just see it, right? Steps are very simple. You can either click on go to resource or click on home. Okay, then click on resource groups and then just find the resource group, and then you will see your data lake is ready. Very good. Now let's prepare this data lake. What? It's already prepared, bro. No. Prepared means let's set up the environment, because we need to create containers within this, right? We need to create the containers for our source as well, right? For destination as well, right? Very good. So let's click on this and just click on, oh, by the way, let me just give you a quick overview of data lake as well. Okay. So this is the data lake. Really, this is just the configuration page, bro. So the thing is, just by the way, this is important. Just click on this. So by the way, by default, it will just look like this. Okay. Do not panic. Just click on this drop down. You will see all these four things. So these are the four things that we have in the storage account. The first one is containers, which is called as data lake. The rest of the three things are not actually the data lake, but yeah, these are the services that we get along with the storage account, because this is a storage solution. Okay. What is file shares? File shares is a kind of, you can say, single repository where your managers, your team members can just drop the files, and it will be acted as like one solution for your all the files and all the data, and they can just using their PC as well. Yes, using PC as well, because you can connect this file share and can treat it as your local disk. Okay, similar to SharePoint. Similar to SharePoint, but obviously SharePoint is on cloud, directly on cloud. You cannot connect it with your PC. You can connect file shares with your PC. Then queues is similar to Kafka. Yes, you can just store your messages and it will just store those messages in queue, and you can just use it as a source to process real-time data. Then you have tables. Tables is similar to your Cosmos DB. If you're familiar to Cosmos DB, or let's say MongoDB, you can just store your semi-structured data in this using JSON. And in this, we have something called as partition key, column key, and row key basically. So they just store the data in the JSON format, in which we have two main things: row key and column key. Column key is just like your unique key for each partition, and row key is just the primary key within the partition. And some of why you are explaining these things in detail. I don't know. Okay, let's ignore it, because obviously we are not using these things, but it's good to have knowledge around this as well. Okay. So simply click on containers, and then this is our data lake. So within this, we will create containers. So we will create three containers, bronze, silver, and gold, obviously, and one container as a source, because we are just using data lake as our source as well for this project. So we will just create four containers. Okay. Click on container, simply create first of all source, click on create, then another container, I will call it as bronze. Perfect. Another one silver. Okay. Another one gold. Perfect. So our environment is ready for data lake. Okay. So now I want to upload some data in the source. Okay. So in order to upload the data in the source, you simply need to click on upload button, and then you will be having the option to upload the files, or if you want to just create a directory. Okay, so let me just upload the data, and you already know that we are just uploading data from GitHub, but we have total 4 files. So we will be just pulling 3 files from GitHub and 1 file from your data lake with data validation and your some monitoring steps. Okay, just to make you aware of the real-time scenarios, how we need to just pull the data using real-time scenarios. Got it? Simple. Let me just upload it. So let's not directly upload the file, because it's not a good practice. Let's create a directory first. Okay, so let me just call it as, let's say, raw data. Okay, and then within this folder we will just upload the files. Then I can simply click on upload, and then just click on a browse for files, and you can just upload the file from your PC. Okay, so I have just uploaded Knox file, knox.csv. So you can simply click on upload, and as you can see, this is there. That's it. Our data lake is ready. Yes, it is ready. Now we need to just create the resource called Azure Data Factory. So let's quickly create that. Simply go to your resource group. How? Click on this, and obviously just click on your resource group, and then just click on create. And here we will just again go back to the marketplace and just search Data Factory, and perfect. Just click on this, just click on create, and perfect. Same thing, you just need to name it, and I will simply say Olympics DF Ansh, because it should be unique. Olympics DF Ansh, or let's give a good name. What's that? So I will simply say dev, then Olympics, and then ADF. This is a kind of standard naming convention we use on in the real world. Okay, dev is for just your environment, and Olympics, and then hyphen ADF. Okay, and then you just need to click on git configuration, and you can simply say configure git later, because we usually create workspace first and then we configure git. Okay, then simply click on review plus create. That's it, because that's all you need to do. Click on create. That's all. That's all. That's all. It will just take few more seconds to deploy your, yeah, it's done. See, simply go to resource, and this is your resource. Where it is, simply refresh it, bro, few times, 2 to 3 times. What? Where is our ADF? It will take, I think, few seconds, then it will just pop up here. Bro, where's our ADF? Yeah, here it is. Okay, perfect. So now it's time to actually create your Azure DevOps account, because whenever we want to perform Git, or let's say version control, we have two options, popular ones, using GitHub, okay, which is very popular version control application. Second one is Azure DevOps, which is very popular nowadays, and which is like, popularity is growing rapidly. Why? Because it is like end-to-end tool for everything, for project management, for DevOps, for CI/CD, for test artifacts, everything. So now, before creating your Azure DevOps, let me just give you a quick overview of the CI/CD first, so that you can actually understand it, and then I will just give you an overview of Azure DevOps, like what is it, and then we will just create a Azure DevOps account, and that's it. Okay, let me just tell you. Now, let me just try my best to make you understand the concept of CI/CD. So the thing is, CI/CD is a very broad concept that like revolves around almost all the things in the world of SDLC, that is software development lifecycle. So if you just try to understand CI/CD from that perspective, you may get confused. Trust me, because they will be just talking about code, and you will feel like, hey, where is the code, where is the code file, where is, like, you will definitely get confused. So that is why I will just make you understand the CI/CD that is strongly aligned with your Azure resources and the CI/CD lifecycle with Azure. Okay, because I know CI/CD is a very broad concept, and I know that's why a lot of people are struggling like to actually understand it, because CI/CD is nothing but the combination of two things. First is CI, that is continuous integration, which is this one, and this is just called continuous integration. So what is that? Let's start with this. Continuous integration. Forget about CD, that is continuous delivery. Just forget about that. So continuous integration, what's that? So basically, CI/CD is obviously the step, or let's say is obviously a process in itself. Okay, but obviously there are like so many steps involved in this whole process. Okay, and I know you are already aware of the whole process, that hey, if we just want to deploy the stuff, we use CI/CD. If we just want to integrate, we use CI/CD. I know that you have like some basic understanding, but let's try to align all your knowledge, if you have some, to Azure. Let's try to do that. So let's say, because obviously we do not have like code here. Okay, so let's say you are using Azure Data Factory. Okay, let's start from very scratch. Let's say you are using Azure Data Factory, and you have configured your Azure Data Factory resource with Git. Git is nothing but your version control framework that we use, and what is the which is the most famous one application, which is your GitHub. And obviously Azure DevOps nowadays is just like amazing, and really, I think it's crossing GitHub in the world of Azure Data Engineering. Okay, or let's say in the world of data engineering. So Azure DevOps, or let's say GitHub, it is connected to your any version control application. let's say Azure DevOps. Okay, okay, got it. So our Azure Data Factory, this one is connected to our Azure DevOps. Okay, very good. So this is connected. What's the advantage of it, and which one will be connected, and which one we will be connecting, and what will happen after that? Okay, first of all, according to the industry solutions as well, or let's say the standards that we have in the industry, we always configure our development environment resource, which is our ADF. That's why I just picked name DEV. So we always configure development environment with Git. Okay, sorted. So let's say in your organization, if you are the only developer, okay, then obviously it's not a big deal to just work directly on the Azure Data Factory. But let's say there are 5 to 10 developers, okay, and everyone is developing on the same resource. Will there be any conflict? Obviously yes. Obviously yes. Let's say one developer is just developing one pipeline and you are also developing the same pipeline, there will be a conflict, right? And in order to just eliminate this, we have this your CI/CD thing. Okay, so let's say you have just configured your ADF with GitHub, or let's say with Azure DevOps. So what happens when you just connect your resource to DevOps? It will create a branch, and it's called master branch. Okay, master slash main branch. Okay, it will create master branch or main branch. The concept is same, just the name is different. Okay, it will create this one. Makes sense? And this branch is connected to your main resource, which is your Azure Data Factory. Makes sense? And this will be your, let's say, source of truth. Okay, or it is also called as collaboration branch. Okay, and everyone uses this branch to develop anything. Okay, so let's say this is our master branch or main branch. Now let's say you are a developer. Okay, you want to create something, you want to create one pipeline. So what you will do, you will create one feature branch. Yes, you will just create one free feature branch which will be based on this branch, and I will just name it as, let's say, feature 1. Okay, this will be my feature branch for you as a developer. Let's say this is your feature branch. Okay, this is your branch, you are just working on this. Let's elongate it. Okay, till here, let's say. Okay, this is your branch, and you created this branch, you developed something, then you committed this. Committed means just saving the progress. Okay, okay, makes sense. Then you committed this thing. Okay, here. Okay, then you developed another pipeline. Okay, within this. Okay, makes sense. Let's elongate it. Okay, then you made obviously so many commits while developing these pipelines, because whenever you do something, it's up to you if you want to commit it. Okay, these are commits. Commits are just like the saving the progress. Save, save, save. So now you know, let's say you have 4 commits. Okay, makes sense. Now you know that all these changes, all these development are only in your branch, but not in main branch, not in main branch. Okay, got it? So now what you will do, in order to just make these changes available in this main branch, you will simply merge this. Okay, you will simply merge this. You will simply merge this feature branch into the main branch. That's it. The moment you merge it, it will be available here in this master branch. Okay, now let's say there is another developer, okay, who wants to now further develop more pipelines. So what he will do, or let's say what she will do, the person will simply create another branch from this master branch. Okay, and the person can perform same things. Okay, all the developments, and can just merge their changes. See, by this way, every individual is making the changes to this particular branch, and at the same time it is isolated from one another. They are not conflicting. No. And one thing to note, the moment this person creates branch, this person will get all the changes because this branch was created after this particular merge. So just remember this thing. Okay. And if this person would have created branch from here, obviously this branch had nothing. So always we use this master branch as our source branch, or let's say the reference branch. Whatever thing will be available in this branch, we will just create a feature branch on top of it. We'll make some changes, tuck, and just merge it. And how we can merge it? Here we have the concept called pull request. We just raise the pull request. This is the concept of pull request. Whenever you want to merge our changes, we just create the pull request. That's it. That's it. Now, okay, everything is done. Everything is done. Now, what is this live? What is this live? So the moment we connect our ADF with our, let's say, version control or any GitHub or Azure DevOps, so that particular ADF is separate entity from our live mode. So this ADF has nothing. This ADF, the resource is one. The resource is one, but this is the live mode. Live mode means the real ADF that we want to use. And this ADF is nothing but just a subset of that ADF which everyone is using as a source to perform their version control. Okay, so now how we can just publish the changes to this live mode so that it will be available, because so far nothing is there. So here we have something called as publish. So let's say you are satisfied with your development, or let's say you are satisfied with your sprint 1 of the project. Now you want to make the changes available in the live mode. You will simply click on the publish button available in ADF. The moment you click on the publish button, all the changes will go to your ADF live mode, and this is the life cycle of continuous integration. And being a data engineer, you cannot skip this whole life cycle, because in the real world, in the real organizations, we do not work on the live mode directly. We work on this thing. Okay, these are the non-negotiables for you. You cannot skip these things. Okay, sorted. So now comes the part of CD. CD is your like continuous delivery, or let's say continuous deployment. So here comes the thing. Here I am gonna just burst some myths. So basically, let me just explain you how we just deploy the things, then I will just talk something about that. Okay, so the moment you click on the publish button, what will happen? Obviously all the changes will be available in this live mode, but along with that there will be another branch. Okay, there will be another branch. It's called ADF publish. Yes, its name is fixed. Okay, it's called ADF underscore publish, which will carry your ARM templates. Okay, which will carry your ARM templates. Now, what are these ARM templates? So basically, whatever you are building in Azure Data Factory is actually a code, right? I know that you cannot see the code, but actually this is the JSON code that is being written behind the scenes for you. So this ARM template will just hold all the JSON code for your whole ADF development. And now we use this JSON code to deploy these changes to your QA environment and then to prod environment. This is the life cycle. So far, now you as a data engineer, what you need to do? You need to make this JSON code available. For sure. For sure. Okay, data engineer. Now, once this JSON code is available, now the next thing is delivery, or let's say deployment of this code to QA and prod. Here comes the role of a DevOps engineer. Now, DevOps engineer, what he or she will do? DevOps engineer will create release pipelines. It's called, let me just write it here. It's called release pipelines in your Azure DevOps. Now, in some organization, they do not have dedicated DevOps engineers. That's why some of the senior data engineers who have already deployed a lot of stuff, they just perform the roles of DevOps engineer. But ideally, you as a data engineer need to make this code available. That's it. Then those release pipelines will be built by a DevOps engineer slash senior data engineer of your organization, who will have the admin capabilities, admin roles available, and obviously the permissions to actually perform those things. But if you are a beginner, if you are, let's say, an intermediate data engineer, you will not perform these things. Okay, there will be senior data engineer slash DevOps engineer who will be performing this deployment phase. But being an Azure data engineer, being a data engineer, you need to perform every step involved till continuous integration and till this publish step. You need to make this code available in the repository. Obviously, with the course of time, when you perform more and more stuff in your organization, you learn the deployment steps as well, because every organization follows a different standard. Deployment phase is not standard. Deployment phase is not just like generic. It is too subjective. You would not know how your organization is just overriding the parameters to just create the release pipelines. Okay, so you need to actually be used to that particular thing when you will be working in the organization. Okay, it's not like you can say something that you cannot understand. It's very easy, just like the normal pipeline. You just build release pipeline, you just provide your JSON code, you just provide your pre-trigger, post-trigger scripts, because in Azure they just like there's so many stuff in deployment phase. So actually you need to just learn till integration first. Just master this thing, just understand everything, just perform these things, then gradually learn deployment things, right? Okay, so now in this project, we will just perform the integration thing. And that's what all the data engineers should do. And obviously, the moment you just grow and just learn more and more things, and with more experience, you just learn deployment. In order to create your Azure DevOps account, you may have like many options available, such as just going directly to the Azure DevOps website, and there you can just find the start link. But they just keep on changing their website, so I do not rely on that particular thing. So the best area to actually create your Azure DevOps and actually use your Azure DevOps after creating it, so simply go to search bar and simply search Azure DevOps. That's it. Simply click on Azure DevOps organizations, and then perfect. This is the best thing that I like about Azure DevOps. So once you land on this page, simply click on my Azure DevOps organizations. Then it will just take you to this page, and do not change anything. Just simply keep it as it is. Simply click on continue and be careful about the steps, because do not directly click on continue or anything just coming on the screen. Just be with me, because this is really critical. Click on continue, and perfect. Now you need to stop. Okay, why? Let me just tell you. So currently, Azure DevOps is asking us to create our Azure DevOps organization, or let's say Azure DevOps account, based on the Microsoft account. And that's what we do not want. Why? Because the thing is, we need to create our DevOps account based on the account that is being used to create Azure services. Now you would say, hey, this is the account that is being used, right? Yes, you are right, but you need to pick the directory as well. So by default, it picks Microsoft account as directory, but click on this drop down, and then you need to pick default directory. Why? Because when you click on default directory, you can actually see that your Azure account is linked to the default directory, not with your Microsoft account. So you need to just pick this particular default directory. So simply click on it, and now just click on continue. So now, as you can see, that this is default directory, and I know a lot of you would have clicked on this directly. Do not need to worry. If you have by mistakenly clicked on this, do not need to worry. I will just tell you what's the solution for that. And for now, just click on create new organization with default directory as selected. Okay, click on this, and now again it is saying that hey, this is the directory. So you can simply click on switch directory and just make sure that is default directory. Just make sure. Okay, then click on continue. Then perfect. So it will just create your organization name with this particular, obviously in your case it will be different, but obviously it will just pick your default email ID account, or let's say the username that is being used. Okay, so let me just quickly type what is written here. uh, okay, click on continue. I think it will take just few seconds, and yeah, it's done. So perfect. So now congratulations, you have officially created your Azure DevOps account. And first of all, let me just give you a quick overview. And this is just the home page, nothing special. And I know it is asking for the project name, but hold on, I will just tell you everything. So simply click on this organizational settings first of all, which is at the bottom left corner. Simply click on it, and it will just show all these settings, default settings. Okay, first of all, I want to help you guys who just clicked on the continue without selecting default directory. Click on this Microsoft Entra. Okay, and if your directory is not default directory, just disconnect it and then again connect it, and this time just pick default directory. Okay, because I know when I was also learning all these things few years back, so I also clicked the directory based on Microsoft account, so do not need to worry. Okay, so this is everything. Just click on overview, and this is just the overview of your organization. Now you would say, hey, what is our organization? So you remember when we were just configuring our account, we actually didn't put anything, and this was the default account that Azure DevOps picked automatically. So this is our organization account, or let's say organization name. Okay, you can obviously change it if you want, but I would recommend do not change anything, because otherwise we'll just create a new URL. And by the way, what's wrong with your organization name, bro? So just keep it. Okay, so nothing special here. Then I would just like to show you something which is very important. Simply go to projects, and here you do not even have any projects. Okay, so you can simply create a new project from here as well, and by going to the home page. So you have both the options. Then you have users. So perfect. So by default you will be the only user, right? But make sure whenever you are using the free account, you can only add up to 5 users. And if you want to add more, then you need to pay $6 every time you will be adding a new member. So obviously I suppose that you will not be adding anyone. Okay, and 5 users are enough. So I am here into my commercial Azure accounts ADO, because I use my paid account to just show you the demonstrations and all. So I will quickly just, by the way, you can also come to the home page by clicking on the Azure DevOps. Okay, and then let's try to create a new project. Okay, so I can simply say Azure project YT ADO. Make sense? Okay, then just keep it private and simply click on advanced, and then you can simply click on create project, and it will just create a kind of project for you in the ADO, and you will see all the things that we have within ADO. So perfect. So this is your project which is called Azure project YT ADO. Okay, now we have these 5 things available. First of all, if you cannot see all these 5 things, because sometimes it is possible that you are not able to see all these 5 things, simply go to project settings. Okay, and then scroll down and just make sure that all the toggle buttons are on, on. Okay, because sometimes they do not provide you all the things, so you can simply click on these toggle buttons. Plus there's one more thing. If you just go back to your project and if you just click on pipelines, you will see in my case there are like so many things, but in your case it will be like just 2 to 3. So what's the solution for that as well? Simply go to your Azure DevOps and just go to your organization settings, and simply scroll down and search for settings, and then make sure these two toggle buttons are turned off instead of on, because in your scenario it will be turned on, because by default it just disable those creation pipelines. So simply turn them off. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. So now let's talk about the stuff that we have in ADO. So first of all, this is boards. This is used by your project managers. Okay, this is not the thing that we use. So this is used by project managers. This is a thing that we use as a developer. Repositories. And obviously this is the pipeline that will be used by senior data engineers or Azure DevOps engineers. Test plans, again, we do not have any test plans. Microsoft has given us some .NET scripts which we can use to just build your test plans, but trust me, it's not widely used in the industry right now, and it's all up to you if you want to build. And then again, artifacts, and we have 2 GB of space available for artifacts, as we know. So we will simply go to repos and let's create a repository. Okay, so now you will see there's already a repo created for us, and you will automatically get your repo created with your project name, but we do not use it because in the real world we keep the repo name same as our ADF name, so that it is really easy to find that particular repository. Okay, so simply click on this drop down and click on new repository, and obviously we want to use git, and repository name should be exactly same as your ADF name. So our ADF name is, let me just go to home and recent. So this is my not this one, this is my resource group. So this is the name. I can copy and I can just paste it here. Perfect. And add a readme file. Yes. And now here's the thing, if you just create your repository from Azure DevOps, you will get main branch. But if you create repository from Azure Data Factory, it will be called as master branch. The concept is same, but it's just like if you just using ADF to create the repository, it will called as master branch. Now you will say, hey, what should be the ideal scenario? Like what tool we should use to create the repository? You can use any tool because it's just a repository, not a big deal. Okay, I will simply create a repository from here. Click on create, and you will see this is your repository that has nothing this time. See, it is empty, and you can just click on files and you will see nothing here because there's nothing, and this is the master branch. Okay, then obviously there are no commits because we haven't done anything. Then just go to branches and you will see only one branch. If you remember the architecture that I have shown, you will see initially we just had the main branch called master branch, then we will just create the feature branch on top of it. Okay, so this is that particular main branch. Very good. Obviously pull request, we do not have any kind of pull request, but now you know why do we use pull request. Okay, very good. Now that's all. Now let's actually get started with ADF. Now let me just set up the ADF environment as well for GitHub. Simply go to your Azure, click on this ADF that we created and click on launch studio. Then it will just launch the Azure Data Factory studio for us. Okay, so now okay, welcome. By the way, do not click on setup code repository. Obviously you can click on it, but I will just show you the better place to do it. Okay, so this is your Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory. Okay, so just a quick overview. This is the tab that is our favorite tab because this is the develop tab in which we just do all the development. Okay, and this tab doesn't need any introduction because we'll be directly jumping into this. Then this is important. It is called monitor. We can just monitor our pipelines, all the alerts, everything within this tab. Okay, let me just click on it and you will see all the things: pipeline runs, triggers, everything, integration runtimes, data flow, alerts and metrics, everything under monitor tab. Good. Then manage. This is important. This, as the name suggests, this is a kind of manager for our ADF. Okay, so this tab will take care of everything: linked services, data assets. I know you are like much familiar with these terms, but this time we will also talk about git configuration from manage tab. So simply click on it, and obviously there is no GitHub repository. Click on configure. Then it is asking repository type. So repository type is Azure DevOps because we are using Azure DevOps. We are not using GitHub. Okay. Then it is saying Microsoft Enter ID. Obviously default directory. Obviously click on continue. Then it is saying Azure DevOps organization name. In my case, I have two. I will simply pick 0047. And then it is saying, hey, what is the project name? Project name is the one that we have just created. Simply pick that. Now it is saying repository name. This is the step that I was talking about. If you do not have repository, you can just create a repository. Even if you if you even if you have a repository, you can just create a repository by typing it, but we already have. I will simply pick repository, and repository is this one, dev olympics adf. And as you can see, collaboration branch is main branch. But if you just create, let's say, new one, let me just type it here. See, let me just type it here, bro. Yeah, let me just type it here. Then you will see, okay, now they have just called it as like main branch, but sometimes it just appears as master branch, so it's good if it just appearing as main branch. So simply pick dev olympics adf. Oh, okay, got it, because we were just talking about collaboration branch. So okay, now publish branch is adf. I just told you that this is a branch that gets created when we hit the publish button. So this is the main branch after that particular publish button. And root folder, we do not have any kind of root folder, so we'll just keep it as it is. Simply click on apply. And you will see some things cooking, and it will just apply all these changes, and our repository is successfully connected to our Azure Data Factory. And now you will see something magical. Simply go to your develop or author tab. Then if you would have clicked here before, you would not see main branch here, you would see live mode. But now we have configured it. So let me just click on this drop down. Now you will see main branch and new branch. What is this new branch? This is new branch for your feature branches that you'll be creating on top of your main branch. Good, very good. Then obviously we have pull request. Once we have like branch, we just create pull request. Don't worry, I'll just show you. Okay. Then this is the switch to live mode. So when we click on publish button, see, this is the publish button. When we click on this publish button, all our changes go to switch to live mode, that is live mode. So I will just show you whatever changes we'll be making this main branch, we will not see anything in the live mode until and unless we hit the publish button, because you know the architecture now, right? Okay, so now let me show you one more thing. You can click on this publish button from here, right? Let me just create a new branch, because okay, this is a rule of thumb. You never make changes in the main branch. Hear to me again. You never make changes in the main branch. Never. You always create feature branches and then you merge those changes into the main branch. Okay. Never make any change in the main branch. Okay. Very good. So now I want to develop my pipelines. I will simply click on new branch, and now I will simply give a branch name to my data factory. Okay. Or let's say whatever feature branch I want to create. So I will simply say feature Ansh. Okay. Because this is a feature branch and I am a developer, so I will just give my name, and based on main branch, click on create. So it will just create a feature branch for me. See, now this is a branch. This is independent and isolated from the main branch. So any developer can do anything now. It is like not my responsibility, because now I'm working on my independent environment. And publish button is also disabled. Why? Because we do not make changes from, like, we do not publish the changes directly from feature branch. We create something called as pull request. Again, fundamentals are important. I have explained everything in the architecture. Okay, so it's up to you if you have watched that part carefully. So we create features, then we merge it. How we merge it? Using pull request. And I know my data fam has already watched that part carefully, so they are good. If you do not have watched, just watch it like for one more time. Okay, so now we will be just working on the feature branch. So this was all about your Git. Now we will just do our all the development, and at the end I will just show you how you can just create the pull request, make the changes and make it available to the live mode, and at the same time how that ADF publish branch will contain your ARM template, everything. But before that we need to develop. Okay, let me just develop something. Okay, very good. Let me just develop the pipelines to pull the data, and let me just actually show you how you can just pull the data. Okay, let me just do that. So let's create something. So first of all, obviously, in order to work with the Azure Data Factory, so obviously you would know that we will be building pipelines. Okay, if you do not know, let me just tell you, we will be building pipelines. Okay, so first of all, let me just show you this pipeline feature. We do not have anything. Okay, so let me just click on these three dots. and let me just click on the new pipeline first of all. Okay, so this is the page that will just pop up after you click on the pipeline button, and these are all the activities, these are all the, you can say, categories of activities, because when you just click on any category, let's say move and transform, you will see some activities. You click on synapse, you will see some activities. Similarly, if you just click on iteration and conditional, because this is the favorite area, then you will see so many activities. Okay, so this is a kind of area where we have all the categories listed. Okay, first thing first, we just need to rename our pipeline, because I will simply say get, oops, let me just click on this, get to bronze. What's that? As the name suggests. So now our first task in ADF is, as we know about the data architecture, we are just pulling data from two sources. One is GitHub and second one is Data Lake. Let's try to pull data from GitHub first, and this will be a very straightforward approach, but with some cool parameterizations and dynamic data pipelines. And let me just tell you what's that. So basically, let me just go to the GitHub first of all. Okay, let me just go to the GitHub. Ta-da-da. Okay, so this is my GitHub. Okay, these are the resources, basically these are the files, and we gonna read these three files from the GitHub dynamically. Okay, very good. So first of all, just tell me one thing. Forget about dynamic pipelines, forget about like parameterized pipelines. Just tell me one thing. If you want to just pull data from a source, how you can just pull that data? You would say, hey, we can just use any ETL tool, okay, and we will just build the connection with that source and build the connection with the destination, and we will just pull the data. Exactly. So what we'll be doing, let's say this is your ADF. Okay, this is your ADF. You will build the connection with GitHub. Okay, GitHub, and then you will build the connection with the data lake. You will first pull this data using that connection. It's called linked service in Azure Data Factory. If you do not know, it's called linked service. Linked service is nothing but just the connection, just a fancy name for connection, that's it. Okay, then you will just build the connection with the data lake as well. Okay, because you want to push that data to the data lake, that's it. But we gonna follow parameterized approach. How we can do that? So first of all, just tell me one thing. Let me just open one file called athletes.csv. By the way, a lot of you just like complain, hey, how to just get the URL? Let me just show you again how you can just get the URL. Click on this, and then obviously we cannot see the data because the file size is big. It's, I think, about 7.5 MB, and we can just only upload 5 MB up to 5 MB. So do not need to worry. Simply click on raw. Okay, then you will see the actual data. This is the actual CSV file that we gonna import. Okay, so this is the URL. A lot of you will be just copying the URL of the previous step of this step, and you could just copy this. No, no, just click on raw, then just copy this URL. Okay, so now let me just copy this URL, and let me just go back to my data factory, and we have a copy activity to migrate the data. I will simply search copy and just drag it here. Simple. Okay, so let me just click on this. So this is the configuration for our copy activity, and first of all, we'll just name it. I will simply say get to bronze copy. Perfect. Then source. Now it is asking us to provide the data set, but before even providing data set, we need to create the connections. We need to have the link services. So let's quickly create the link services with both the sources and destination, GitHub and Data Lake. Perfect. Let me just do that. So let me just go to manage tab and just click on the linked services. Perfect. Click on plus, and here's the thing. How you can just create the link service? You should know the source, right? In this particular scenario, it is HTTP connection. HTTP connection. Simply write HTTP and you will see this. Click on continue. Okay, now you just need to name your link service. I will simply say get ls, that is get link service, and it is asking to me to provide the base URL. Why? Because let me just set my here first. Okay, so base URL. What is base URL? So bro, just tell me one thing. You want to establish a connection with HTTP. There are so many things in the world of HTTP protocols. You need to specify that this particular base URL I want to connect to. And where's the base URL? Simply paste this URL that you copied, okay? But you do not need to copy the whole thing. You just need to copy till .com and remove the rest of the stuff. This is your base URL, okay? And rest of the URL is called relative URL, but this is the base URL. Simply copy and paste this, okay? And then authentication type is anonymous, okay? And then just click on test connection just to test it before just loading it. Okay, perfect. Then click on create. Perfect. So your one link service, one connection is ready. Let me just do it for one more thing, that is our data lake. And this time it is called Azure Data Lake. So simply search Azure, and instead of picking blob storage, just pick Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. I don't know why Azure didn't use a different image. So they could have used different image to just eliminate the confusion. So simply pick this one. Click on continue, and I will simply say data lake ls, or let's say data lake ls. It would look good. Perfect. And here it is asking me to just pick the subscription. I just have one subscription. Storage account name. What did I give to my storage account? What name did I give? Let me just check. So I pick Olympics something. Okay, so I will just search it here, and yeah, this one. So this is my data lake. Let me just test the connection for this as well. Perfect. Simply create it. Link service will be published immediately. Okay, yeah, this is fine, because this will be published immediately. We know that, because link services will be directly published, because this is just a connection. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do, so we will now, as you can see, let me just go back to the author tab. Now you have the button save all. So this is a kind of commit that I was talking about. So I can commit just click save all or click save. What is the difference between save all and save? Let's say you have like so many changes. So obviously you can click save to just save the current screen or current tab that you have opened. Save all will just save everything. So I will simply say save all and click OK. Perfect. So you can see successfully saved in the Git repository. Let me just take you to the Git repository. So you will see here, where's that Git repository? Yeah, here. So let me show you the branches first, because we have one branch. So click on branches and you will see three branches: ADF publish, feature branch, and main branch. Why ADF publish? Because obviously we just publish the link service and it directly gets published. So that is the different story. Just forget about this thing for now. For now, just consider these two branches. Okay. So in the main, obviously we do not have anything. Let me just confirm. Simply see main, and we have this one. Because of that publish, just forget about this as well, because obviously we didn't like manually click the publish button. So that's why we just have in the main. Okay. So just go to branches and just see this particular feature Ansh, and this feature Ansh is your main feature branch that we are using. And this is the pipeline, and this is the pipeline config. Okay, and here is the all the thing that you, this is the pipeline name. Click on this. This is all the code that is written. Let me just zoom. This is all the code that we have built so far using drag and drop, but obviously there's a code running behind it. So this is the real code. This is a real JSON code which will be deployed further in the further environment. Okay, this is the pipeline. This is the link service. So this is the link service for our data lake. Okay, this is the link service for our GitHub. So everything is coded. Then what is this in the ADF published? So in this, when you just click on it, you will see for now nothing, because we didn't click on publish button yet. But it stays there. Because it is the main branch that every time creates new and new things. So it is empty. Do not need to worry at all. And then in branches, this main branch will just have your publish configuration. That's it. Nothing else. Did you see any pipeline here? No. Why? Because it is not available. Let me just show you. See, this is factory. Click on this and then you will just see this one, and this is just the information for your data factory resource. But there is no information for pipeline. That means, let me just go back to data factory. So this pipeline has this pipeline called get to bronze. Okay, but let me just go to the main branch. My main branch will be empty. See, There's no pipeline. There's no pipeline. Why? Because I have not created the pull request yet. This only resides in my feature branch. Main branch is empty. And you can also validate this by going here, because in this particular main branch, this one, we just have data factory configuration, data factory name, that's it. No pipeline, no link service, nothing. Nothing. Okay. And obviously in the third branch, which is ADF publish, it is empty for now, but it will be full very soon. Okay. So I just wanted to feel you the vibe of CI/CD. Now this main branch is not actually making changes. So let's go back to our main feature branch, not main branch, like feature branch. Okay, click on pipelines. Here we have get to bronze. So what we need to do now? We need to just pull this data dynamically. So for this, we will be running a for loop. If you are coming from a programming background, so you would know about the for loop. If you are not coming from a programming background, let me just give you a quick overview. So what we need to do, just understand what is written. Publish is only allowed. Bro, I know, I didn't click on it. So what we are trying to achieve, let me just talk about HLD, which is called high level design or system design. Okay, because bro, in the interviews they will ask you to just build the high level designs as well. So just open your thoughts, creativity to develop the solutions. Okay, so for now, what are we gonna do? What are you gonna do? Just tell me one thing. You are a developer and you are given a scenario where you need to manually just load the data, like manually copy data one by one. Tuck, 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 tuck. It will be so easy, right? But in the real world, they do not want to do that. They want to dynamically do it. So here you have a criteria that this file has a URL. Okay. Similarly, other two files has their personal URLs. Okay. Sorted. So now you want to create such a pipeline which will pull all the data for different URLs, but instead of doing it manually, you need to perform it dynamically. So here we have a concept called for loop. And in Azure Data Factory, we have for loop with the name of for each activity. Okay, sorted so far. Just tell me one thing. In order to run a loop, what is that particular thing which is non-negotiable? What's that? It's called array. It's called array, or a kind of list, so that it can be iterated. So what we gonna do now? We will create an array, and in that particular array, we will just provide all the URLs. That's it. Simple. Okay, and for that we first need to create a parameterized data set, and it's very easy. Let me show you how you can just do that. So simply click on copy data, click on source, and here it is asking to create a source data set. Click on plus new, and what is a source? What is a source? It's called HTTP. Click HTTP. Perfect. Continue. And what's the type of data? CSV. Click continue. Then what's the name you want to give? I will simply say raw data get. Okay. Link service we have already created, so simply pick get ls, and then first row as header. Obviously now it is asking to provide the relative URL. So if you will just provide the relative URL here, it will become a dynamic data set, because it will be dedicated to that particular URL, but you will create a variable for it. Simply click on advanced, click on open this data set. So this will just open a different window for you, in which you will be having all the data sets, configuration, settings, everything. So simply here go to parameters, click a new parameter, and simply type here p files, or let's say p relative URL. It will be much more relevant. P relative URL. Perfect. Give the type as array. Okay, because we will be just creating an array. Perfect. Just go to connection, and now what you need to do, in case of relative URL, just click on it. You will see add dynamic content. Click on it, then just pick this parameter, then click OK. That's it. That's it. So here just click on this, and it is saying it is not matching the type exactly. Just go to your parameters for one more time and pick relative URL as array, and this is a default value. And here instead of picking array, you just need to pick string. Why? I will just tell you. Just click on connection, and that's it. Why? Because we are running a loop. Just tell me one thing. If you are running a loop, okay, if you are running a loop, let's say this is your array 1 2 3 4 5, or let's say AA, BB, or let's say CC. So these are all the items within your array, right? Within your array. So this array will go to the for loop. Okay, makes sense. Oh, this is yellow. Let me just use green color or red color. This will go to the for loop. And if you are familiar with for loop, we just use a kind of variable or parameter in case of ADF. And in that particular I, let's say I run a loop called for I in array. Okay, just a basic syntax for loop. Okay, so if I just want to use I, just tell me one thing, will I be an array or just an item? Obviously just an item. So instead of giving it an array, we will simply provide it string. Common sense? Very good. I just wanted to make it clear. Okay, so this is our data set ready in the parameterized form. Okay, now if you just go back to your pipeline, you will see something. It's called, hey, you want to pull the data, but at least provide me the relative URL. And we will simply say, hey, we'll provide you the relative URL. Do not need to worry at all. Okay, so how we can just now deal with this? So obviously we will create an array, but that's not the only thing we need to feed it an array. Why? Because in the sync side as well, I want to store this data into the multiple folders. Getting a point? In the multiple folders, or let's say at least in the multiple files. Okay, so let's go to the data lake first. Let me just show you. So in this data lake, we know that we have the containers. Okay, and we are just trying to load this data to the bronze container. Okay, very good. So in this bronze container, let me just first, let's say, create a directory. Or even if I do not want to create a directory, I want to dynamically create the directories as well. Let's make it more complex. I want to make dynamic directories in my ADF. How I can just do that? So in that particular scenario, we need to feed that information in our array as well. So in total, we will feed three things. First is relative URL for our source. Second thing will be our folder. And third thing will be the file name. Exactly. So now how to just feed these arrays and how to create these arrays? There are like multiple options. Let me just tell you and just pick the best one. So now, first of all, let me just create the dataset first because it is asking me to provide the dataset. Click on new, and this time we will pick Azure Data Lake storage. Click on continue. And what will be the format of data you want? I want this to be maybe in Parquet format. I want to store data in Parquet format because I love Parquet format, and Parquet format is any day better than your CSV. And just load that data to the Parquet format. That's it. So simply click on continue. Okay, and then what you can do, you can simply name it. And what name you want to give now? I will simply say this is a data set, right? Yeah, I will simply say bronze data lake. Okay, and link service we already have data lake ls. Now here's the thing where we will be creating the parameters. So simply we know that we have a container, dedicated container. So at least pick that container first. Click on browse button, click on bronze. That's it. Click on OK. That's it. So now these two things, directory and file name, we will be feeding dynamically. Again, you know the steps this time. Click on advanced, click on open this dataset. Okay, and then simply provide the parameters for these two things. So I will simply create two parameters. It's called p folder and another one p file, and there will be no default values. I do not like default values. Okay, that's it. Go to connections and just provide directory with this parameter p folder, because obviously we need to fill that, right? We are saying, hey, we are just providing you the values, but this is the value. What's the value? Parameter itself. Okay, we will simply say p file. That's it. It will say, okay, my dataset is completed. But the moment we will click on the get to bronze, it will simply say, hey, there in the dataset you said that you will provide the values for these parameters. Now just provide me the values. Only then I will run. So obviously now you know the things. We need to provide the array to feed this value, and this value. Perfect. Now will come the actual working. Okay, so now I will just show you two approaches that you can follow. First approach, we can use a JSON file. Okay, yeah, JSON file. And in that particular JSON file, we will just provide that array, and we can just pull the details from that file and we can actually feed it. I personally like this approach. Why? Because let's say in future I want to pull more data from GitHub. Okay, I can simply change the file. That's it. And I do not even need to make any change to my pipelines, to my triggers, anything, because that is file. This is the best approach. And this approach should be, you can say, adapted by the developers, even if you want to just, because it will help you to deploy the things as well, right? Very good. What is the second approach? And still just tell us. We are really interested to know that. Okay. The second approach is you can create a pipeline level parameter. Let's say I will say P files. Okay. And I will simply pick the array and I can provide the value here. But I do not personally like this. Why? Because let's say in future you have 10 more files. You will again make changes here in default value. Okay. Or let's say in your trigger. Okay. Let's say tomorrow, like after a week, another 10 more files will be coming. Again, you'll be making the changes, again pushing the changes to prod. But when you're using file, nothing you need to do. Why? Because you just need to make the changes in file itself, and you do not need any kind of promotion or promoting that file to prod. You can directly make changes in the prod file. Okay, but obviously do it carefully, but you can do it. Okay, so that is why it is always recommended to create a JSON file. So how you can just create a JSON file? It is very, very easy. You can simply create JSON file using Notepad as well. You simply need to save it as .json, or I can just create it for you and I can just upload that JSON file into my GitHub repository. Just download it and just enjoy and just complete this part. Okay, so let me just complete that JSON file quickly. So bro, I have created a parameterized JSON file for you and uploaded it in my GitHub repository. You can freely download it and let me just show you how does it look like. Click on it and this is the array. See, this is the array opening, this is the array closing, and within every, like within the array we have the items, which is itself a kind of dictionary. So every dictionary is an item. See, and what do we have in that particular thing? Let me just zoom it. So we have relative URL, and you already know how to get the relative URL. The rest of the URL after .com. After .com. Very good. And then folder name is athletes and P file name is athletes.parquet. Athletes.parquet. You can obviously download it. You do not need to worry at all about this file. And we will just upload it in our data lake in our source system. And it is very, very, very easy to just grab it. So do not need to worry at all. Okay. So just for you, you can also create your own JSON file, okay, own parameters file, because I know my data fam, they are really, really curious to just build their own stuff. Okay, so simple, nothing special, just 3 dictionaries. That's it, because we just have 3 items. In future, if we have more files, we can create more dictionaries. That's it. That's it. Now, in order to use it, we will simply go to our containers, and I would like to upload it in my bronze container. Yeah, in this bronze container, I will just simply click on upload, and I will simply click upload the file. That's it. And I can simply click on upload. So this is the file here. Okay. So now I will simply go back to my data factory, and now I will just use some activities to grab the information from these files. And now it's time to actually look at some amazing activities within IDF, which will be definitely asked in your interviews. Trust me, definitely. Okay. So first of all, we need to use an activity called lookup. Lookup activity will give you the result of the file. So basically, it will just give you the result that you get whenever you just run the select statement. That's it. So you can just run lookup activity on file, on any table, anything, and you will get the select content. That's it. So let me just use lookup activity, and I will just name it as lookup JSON. Okay, and go to settings. It is saying, hey, what's the source data set? You need to create a new data set. Click on new, and this time it is Azure Data Lake. Okay, because we have uploaded our JSON file in the data lake. Click on continue, click on JSON this time, and the name will be, let's say, JSON dataset, and we already have a link service. Link service is just a connection, it will not be changed, right? So now you can just pick this here, it is in bronze, it is this one, click on OK, then click on OK. That's it. So what we need to do now, when we will be just running this activity, it will just give me the content of this JSON. Really? Yes. And then I will just use that content to feed my for loop. Oh, okay. Yeah. So first of all, I will just show you how does it look like. Let me just disable this activity. Click on this, go to general, click on deactivated. Now just run this pipeline. It will just run this activity and it is saying, hey, what is the value of P files? By the way, we are not using this approach, so go away. So we are using file now, JSON file. Click on debug. Just make sure you are just removing that particular pipeline parameter, because that is the second approach that we are not using and that is not ideal. We are using JSON file. So it will just simply run this activity now, and this is disabled, so it is inactive. And let me just refresh it. Yeah, perfect. Now let me show you the output. Click on this small window. Okay, and then you will see this is the output. This is the output, and here it has returned all the content of this particular JSON file, and we can just use this information. Now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, we have 3 items. It has just returned 1 item. Where are the 2 other? Very good. So for that, we need to configure it. We need to simply click on it, and we need to just uncheck this box, which by default returns only the first row. Okay, click on this, and now just again debug it. Now you will see all the things. Perfect. Simply click on output. See, now you have all the things. So we can use this value. Let me just expand it. You can use this value array. This is your array. See, this is the key, value key, and this is the array. And we can just use this to feed our loop. Got it? Very good. Ansh, Lamba, why you tell everything from scratch and from like everything in deep? I want you to learn everything. I want you to know everything. Okay? Now, let's create our for each activity, for loop. Okay, click on this and just search for each. Do not use space. Simply use for each. Drag it here. Okay. Now, this for each is exactly same as your for loop. We need to feed an array. Let's feed an array. Click on this general. Let me just rename it for each CSV file. Okay, go to settings. Here's the thing, you need to run this in sequence. Obviously no, bro, because there's no dependency in the file, so just leave it as it is. Now items, click on it, add dynamic content, and here we will just provide the output of this activity to this activity. Can we do it? Yes, in ADF we can do it. Okay, I will simply connect this activity to this one first, then we can do it. Click on this, add dynamic content. Perfect. Now how we can just use the output of this activity as the input to our for each? Simply scroll down and you will see lookup JSON activity. Okay? Click on it. Then this is the output. Okay, this is just the output. But why did I show you the output before? Why? So that you can answer my question now. Just tell me one thing. If I use this thing, output, will it work? The answer is no. Why? Because in the output we have something called a key called value. We need to use that key. That's why I showed you, bro. Okay, just write dot value. Now it is good. Now you can just use it. Click OK. Perfect. Now it can use that particular array, and now we know that we just need to feed our copy activity based on this array. So we will simply click on it click Control X, that is the shortcut key for cut. Okay, click on this pencil. So now you are entered in the for each. Just paste it here. Okay, so this is your copy activity. Perfect. Now you can activate it. Very good. Now you have source information. Yes. How? Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, everything is almost clear. Now just tell me one thing, how we will just feed the value of the loop to our copy activity. It is very simple. Simply click on this box, click on add dynamic content. Now you need to pick current item. Item means the value of I if you are from programming background. If not, it is just the item, the first dictionary. Okay, pick this. You can either click here or there is a command for it. It's called item. Perfect. Now just tell me, will it work? Will it work? No. Why? Because item contains the whole dictionary, the all the three keys, but here we need to pick only one key. It's called item.p relative URL. Very good. And you know already I'm talking about this key. Okay, very good. Click on OK. Same thing to sync. Go here, item.p folder. Very good. Then go to p file, go to item.p file. Very good. Now you're good. You are good. Now you just need to run this pipeline, and this will bring all the files without any manual intervention, without anything, and you will be really, really good. Okay, okay, okay. So now let me just click on debug and let's see how it performs. Bro, I'm really hungry. So now you should know the flow, how it will work. Okay, you do not need to worry at all. Our first pipeline is ready. Oh, I can see one failure. Why? Oh, one failed, but one passed. I think error is something else. Let me just see. What does it say? CSV format source. Okay, with row number 3 found more columns than expected. Wow, column count 36. Yeah. Okay. Found when processing CSV TSV format source. Okay. So what we can do here, I think we have some kinds of bugs in the file because open data sets, you know the problem. They do not have like good data sets and they have like corrupted files. So by the way, one file processed, and by the way, two files processed and one failed. Okay, not a big deal. So what we can do, first of all, let me see what was the file which actually failed. I think athletes file failed. I think so. Yeah, athletes file failed because they had, I think, 36 columns. So what we can do, it is saying found more columns than expected, count 36. They have like more columns. Wow, man, slow claps. First of all, now Ansh Lamba, just tell us what we can do. So basically what you can do, you can simply go to your copy activity. Okay, click on it 2 times, or you can simply click on pencil and then click on it. Then you have something called as settings. Okay, click on it. Now here you have something called as fault owner. By the way, it was good that we saw this error. Why? Because this is one of the real-time scenarios that can be asked from you. Hey, if we have like corrupted records, how we can just deal with it? It can be a scenario in the real time as well, bro. Okay, simply click on fault tolerance, and then you can simply say skip incompatible rows. Simply click on this. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, come here. Yeah. You will say, hey, what if if we do not want to lose that data? If we want to store that data, did I say that it's done? No. Okay, so it's not done. So when we say enable logging, we can actually store all the corrupted records to a dedication location. That is why it is saying storage connection name. You can just simply click on this and you can just save this data to this link service, and you can just pick any kind of, you can say, folder or container. Okay, but obviously we do not need to keep the rows, but that is the answer to your question. Simply uncheck this box, otherwise it will just ask you to, hey, provide this, that. So click on git bronze and just rerun it for one more time. Let's see if it solves the problem. But if you see these kinds of things, this can be solved If this is the issue, because I'm assuming that this is the issue because I didn't actually read the whole error, but I wanted to just show you that particular thing that can be asked in your interviews as well. So was just trying to help you. Okay, and if there's another error, we can just tackle it, bro. No need to worry, no need to worry at all. So now one thing I will just ask you after this. What's that? What's that? I can see one green. Bro, two more greens. Bro! Why are you celebrating, Ansh? Because I know this was the activity which failed. Really? Really? You celebrated too early, Ansh. Let's see. Bro! Boom! Okay. One more question. This is really important. I just reran my pipeline and two files were already processed. Will it create the problem of data duplication? Just tell me one thing. These questions are not planned. That's why I always say in the beginning of the project that, bro, you will face challenges in my projects. Why? Because these projects are actually the real world projects. And just ask any developer, just talk to any developer, any data engineer, and just ask, hey, when you just develop pipelines in the real world, in the industry, do you see errors? He or she will laugh at you because 90% of the times you will see errors. Okay, because you are just dealing with the things that are unexpected. If you do not see the errors in anyone's project, trust me, that project is planned and that project was already completed before. And when you just do or learn from those projects, you cannot just learn the problems, the errors, the debugging thing. This is the most important stuff. Because all these errors, if I have already solved before, how would you know about this? How? Then in the interviews, they ask you about the real-time scenarios, and then those blah blah XYZ companies got the opportunity to charge thousands of bucks from you, and they say, hey, we teach blah blah blah, we teach real-time scenarios. Bro, this is the channel for you. Do not pay to anyone like thousands of bucks. Okay, there is a I don't want to comment on anyone like they are charging this much, they are charging that much. I think you are smart enough. You are becoming a data engineer, right? You are becoming a data engineer. You should be smart enough. Okay, so answer to that question: will it create data duplication? Answer is no. Why? Tell me why. If yes, the answer is wrong. If you said no, tell me the reason as well. Tell me the reason. So the thing is, whenever we just copy the data, okay, let me just expand it. Okay, let me just expand it and let me just click on it 2 times. So whenever we just copy the data, if we are just providing the file name, so every time if new file comes with the same name, it will totally override the data. Let me just explain this point with the help of Data Lake. Okay, simply go to Data Lake and here you will see, let me refresh it. Obviously 3 folders: events, coaches, athletes. Obviously if I just click on athletes, there would be one file because it failed before. Okay, and if you just click on it, you can actually cannot preview it because you cannot preview the Parquet format. Why? Because it is encoded in the snappy format. If you just click on edit, you will see some suspicious number. See, so this is Parquet format, do not worry. Okay, if I just click on any other folder which actually ran 2 times, let's say coaches, there will be only one file because earlier this file came, but on the second run this file with the same name came again, so it just replaced the file. So this is a practice that we follow when we just want to load the data in the bronze layer, so that every time new file will just replace the file if you are not persisting the records. So there are basically 2 layers in bronze: transient and persistence. Transient layer is like your temporary layer. Okay, persistence layer is like your permanent layer. Okay, but this is a transient layer, so we are just replacing the data. Got it? Very well done. So now this pipeline is done. Okay, now let me just quickly create another pipeline, and this pipeline will be really amazing. Why? Let me show you. Let me just go to my ADF. Okay, now first of all I will save it. Okay, let me just click on save and click on OK, and you will see GitHub repository will also be saved. Let me show you. So simply go to branches and simply go to a feature Ansh. We have 4 features. Okay, click on it. And then you can simply see these are all the things: factory, link, service, pipeline, and everything. Okay, everything. And then I just want to also show you some, you can say, basically this is the code that we have. Okay, and obviously we have not created any pull request yet, so you cannot actually compare, but you get the chance to compare the things as well. I will just show you how you can just compare, not a big deal. Okay, so this is the history, and you can see all the commits as well. See, these are all the commits that I have made so far in this particular branch, and in the file section I have everything. But if you just go to main branch, there will be nothing, because we have not created anything, like we have not created any pull request. Okay, so now let's create a new pipeline, and I will simply call it as uh, data lake ingestion. And this is really interesting. Why? Let me first explain you the scenario that we are going to build here. So the scenario is this is your data lake. Okay, let me just go to the source. Container source. Yeah, perfect. Here we have this data, right? Raw data. Perfect. In this raw data, this nox.csv file will be uploaded by a manager, or let's say any stakeholder. Okay, now obviously you need to just make your pipelines efficient enough that they can actually pull the right data. What do I mean by that? So let's say this is nox.csv. Okay, let's say by default, okay, not by default, like let's say, because by mistake, not by default. So let's say by mistake your stakeholder, your manager uploaded a wrong file. It's called, let's say, medals.csv instead of nox.csv. And if you just ingested that data, and if you just pulled that data and just replace the file with the other one, it will just create a mess, right? It will just create a mess. So now you need to build a pipeline in such a way that will pull only nox.csv file. Not only this, just hear to me. Not only this, you need to also make sure that if I just click on edit, I know that I have 1 2 3 4 5 columns. You need to make sure that the file has like just 5 columns. Okay, because obviously let's say manager or stakeholder uploaded the file with the same name, but the file name was right, but the content inside the file was not right. Okay, so you do not even need to pull the data. You will say, hey, we can just apply mapping settings and mapping conditions. No, I do not even need to reach to that step. I need to just stop my pipeline before that. It's called, you can say, system design that we need to build, or HLD, high level design. Okay, so you need to think that way. There are so many stuff that you can do, but you can just need to do with the most efficient way. Got it? Makes sense? So let's try to do that. So let me just tell you the approach first, like high level design. Okay, and I don't know, like who are these people who just ask high level design? Just tell any design. Just tell any design. Because obviously whoever is taking your interview, most probably that person will be a manager. Okay, or let's say, oh, okay, let's imagine that person is like the core developer, the senior developer. Okay, but still that person is not the best developer in the world. Okay, so if anyone asks you the question, hey, what will the high level design of this? First of all, I will encourage you to just give a right design now. And obviously if you are just watching my videos, you will 99% of the time will give them the best approach. I know this. But even if you feel stuck in 1%, just say anything, bro. Just say anything. Just say, I will build that. They are not asking you to build, right? They are not asking you to build. Okay, just say, I will just do that. And the person will think, hey, how we can just do that? Simply say, like, hire me, I will do that. Bro, you do not need to just, or you cannot afford to lose your confidence. If even if you do not know that, just say anything. Just say, like, I will build that. I know how to build that. What? What's the big deal? But I know if you are my dev fam, if you are my loyal data fam, you know a lot of stuff. And I know you know much more than the interviewers. Trust me, if you are watching my videos. And if you are my loyal data fam. Okay, so just be confident, and it is just a job interview, bro. Okay, just a job interview, nothing more than that. Okay, so let's try to create this solution. So let me just give you the high level design of this, how we're gonna do it. So first of all, I will create an activity called get metadata. So get metadata activity just provides us all the files, all the metadata of the folder. Okay, and from that I will simply fetch the file. Okay, fetch the file which is equivalent to nox.csv. Now there are like multiple ways to do it. One way to do it is we can use filter command, or let's say filter activity. The second way to do is we can just run a loop. Okay, and then we can just compare each activity, and I will just go with the for loop because you are already familiar with for loop. Okay, so there's another way of do it. So once we have the file name, okay, then we will apply get metadata activity on top of it again to grab the metadata of the columns of the file, because before we grabbed the metadata of the folder, but this time we will be grabbing the metadata of the file. Okay, okay, let me just build, bro. Let me build. Okay, just go to Data Factory and just grab the activity called get metadata. Simply search get metadata. Okay, and simply type get metadata folder, because this is just for the folder. Okay, then settings, obviously. Then obviously we do not have the dataset, but we have the dataset if you remember. Really? Yeah, we can just reuse that data folder or like dataset. But I would just recommend to just create a new one. Okay, so simply click on new and simply create Azure Data Lake storage Gen 2, and our data is in the form of CSV. Obviously, click on continue, and the name will be, let's say, Data Lake DS. Okay, then link service will be Data Lake DS. Oh wow, LS. Wow, nice name, bro. So then simply click on container and pick the container for the source. That's it. That's it. And pick the folder. That's it. Do not pick the file name. No, do not, because we do not know your manager or stakeholder will upload this file or not. Or let's make it more complex. Let's say we have like so many files. Let's say your manager didn't by mistake upload those files. No, that was intentional. They want to store other files as well within this same folder. Now just do it. Now just do it. So they want you to just pull the right file, because they are using that folder for so many other files as well. So in that particular scenario, just check my mind. So in that particular scenario, you need to just do that. Okay, simply click OK, and that's it. So now let me just run this pipeline. Okay, okay, obviously not, because that's what I wanted to show. You are saying like get metadata. You need to pick what type of metadata you want. What type of metadata you want? I will simply say plus field list and child items. What is that? Child items. So child items means whatever items are there in that folder, it will bring that. It will bring all the names, everything. Okay, sorted. Very good, very good, very good. So now, now what I will do, I'll simply run it. Simply run it. So now it will just run it, and you will just see what it will return. Simply click on output, expand it, and see it has returned child items in the form of array. Every time it returns the output in the form of array or JSON. That's it. Okay. So this is the file name nox.csv and type is file. Wow, this is the data that we want. This is the data that we want. And I just had an idea in my mind. Let's make it more complex, because your manager is challenging your skills. Okay, and you are watching my video, so you do not need to worry at all. Okay, so now what you will do, your manager will say, hey, XYZ, whatever your name is, Mr., Miss, Mrs. Okay, so your manager is saying, I will upload multiple files. Okay, and within those files, I will upload nox.csv. Okay, now you as a data engineer, we have hired you and we are just paying you so much of money. I am expecting this. Okay, okay, just say like you are also cutting my tax. So they are saying that we are just paying you so much of money, we want you to just deliver something else as well. What? So he or she will say, This file will be processed. This is fine, but we want something else as well. What's that? So let's say in this folder you have 3 more files. Okay, 3 more files, and your manager wants to know what are the files, what are the other files other than this nox.csv, what are those files and what's the number of those files. Are you getting my question? So let's say you have nox.csv, one file, sorted, this is sorted, you need to migrate it to other location in the Parquet format. That is fine, but your manager is saying, hey, you need to just give me the names of other files, okay, that your stakeholder has uploaded, and I also want to know the number of files. Oh, okay, let's build that as well. Okay, we will just build that, don't worry. So for that I first need to upload some random files. Okay, so for that I can simply upload some. So what I have done, I have uploaded the other csv files, okay, because obviously that is available for your in your github as in my github as well. So you can just simply download this, and now you know the scenario. Okay, now you know that we was just need to copy this data, convert it into Parquet, that's it, and we need to find how many files were there and what are the names of those files. And this will really be challenging. And just test your HLD skills, high level design, just design something in your legendary mind, legendary brain. Okay, and let me just help you as well, bro. I'm your bro. So what are we gonna do? First of all, we know that we have get metadata. Let me just rerun it so that you can see like how the dynamics will be changed now. You will see much more than that. Okay, okay. There's no water, there's no food. Okay, let me just complete this, then I can just eat. Okay, so bro, okay, this succeeded. Let me just show you the output. Okay, let me just show you the output. So this output this time will contain obviously all the things. See, all the child items. Perfect. So now what are we gonna do? So let me just tell you. Now you have, trust me, a lot of options to do. So let me just show you first of all like how we can just do this. So we will just use for each activity here for one more time, because we need to run a loop over this. Okay, and we will simply connect this. As you know, we will rename it. We will simply say for each file. Okay, and then simply enhance it, and then we will simply run get metadata activity for one more time. Yes, we will simply say get metadata. Okay, or get metadata. We can directly run if condition on. Should I run get metadata? Not. We can simply run if condition. You are right. So now we will use if condition. Why? Because we need to compare the name. So simply expand it, and now in this if condition we need to just pass the condition that you may have passed, let's say in Excel and any programming language, like simple condition, if condition, simple. So simply click on, obviously rename it, if condition, let's say file match, if condition file match. And activities, it is simply saying that expression, first of all just give me the expression that I want to decide, hey, is it true or false. So what will be the expression? So the expression will be, simply click on add dynamic content. Okay, then we need to use a function called equals. Okay, now what will be the equals? So equals will be item dot name should be equivalent to nox.csv. Click on OK, and we can simply validate this information as well. So if you just click on the run that we ran it, okay, so it says child items, and obviously child items is our array. Let me just expand it. So child item is our array. Within that we have this particular item. Each item is each dictionary. So of each dictionary we want name. And we will do one more validation, which is of file. We want to make sure that type is file. Can we just perform multiple conditions? Yes, I will just tell you how you can just do that. Okay, so let me simply go to my if condition and go to settings, and if condition is inside the for loop. So let me just say it. So now we want to perform one more activity, like one more condition within this if condition. Okay, so how you can just do that? You will simply say and. Okay. Now and is saying one activity is this and another equal condition equals and simply just provide the item dot type and then it should be equivalent to file. I think F was capital in file if I'm not wrong. Why it is saying, why it is showing an error in front of ampersand? Let me just remove it and let me just put and here. Yeah, then let me just put and here. Okay. I don't think so. We should put and here because this pipeline expression builder is such a good thing. Okay, so I think this is fine. There was like one brace is missing. Yeah. So now, are you getting this condition? So it is saying first condition is this, second condition is this, and it is saying and means if it is true for both. If both the conditions are true, only then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Simply click on OK. And now if the condition is true, we will perform our copy activity here. Simply click on pencil and now you are inside the if condition. See, this is the hierarchy. You are inside the pipeline. Within the pipeline, you are inside this ForEach. Within the ForEach, you are inside this if condition. Within the if condition, you are inside this copy activity. This is the real-time scenario, bro. Just feel good. You're building this. Simply bring copy data activity. Okay. So now if the condition is true, only then just move the file. Only then. Otherwise, no. Okay. So we'll simply create one, you can say, data set that will be used to move the data. Okay, move the file. So here you will just again create the parameterized data set. Why? Because there can be like multiple files and you need to just bring the file based on the item. Okay, makes sense. So what you will be doing, you will simply say plus new and you can simply say data lake storage, Ansh, not blob storage. So this is the source is CSV. Very good. Source is CSV and then you will simply name it as parads. Okay, link service will be this one and this is the file path. Okay, so this is the file path and for this we can simply pick this one, source, like simple source, and then just raw data, and that's it. Because in this we have so many things, so here we will just create a parameter for this particular file name. Okay, because we do not want to hard code it. We do not, like we can, but because it will simply drag the file only and only if that condition is true, and if that condition is true, we know that this is nox.csv, so we can simply pick nox.csv directly and this should be done. Yeah, this should be done. Perfect. So simply click on OK. And the reason that I was saying that create a parameterized dataset, because it can be reused. So let me just create the parameterized. Why? I will just tell you. So the advantage of creating parameterized dataset, I can reuse that dataset in the sync side as well. You will get to know. Wait, let me just create parameter and I'll simply say p container. Okay, then I'll simply say p folder and then I'll simply say p file. So now I can even choose a different container, which is your silver, bronze, gold, anything. Okay, simply go to connection and then just fill p container, raw data, p folder and nox.csv with p file. Now this can be reused. That's the power of parameterized datasets. Okay, so we are inside this. Okay, so now this is parameterized. Okay, p container. Now we can just fill the values here. We know that container name will be source, folder name will be I think raw. Let me just check. Raw data. Yeah, raw data. And file can be parameterized. Like file can come from the loop value as well if you have understood the concept. So you will simply pick. Now the good thing is if you just choose the parameters, you will actually not see the output of the loop, but you can actually use the loop value. It's called item dot file, or let's say item.name. Perfect. Simply say okay. But you will not see this particular value here because you are not directly inside the for loop, but you are inside the for loops if conditions activity. This is really complex, I know, but I have to tell you, bro, that's how you grow and that's how you learn. And I'm not expecting you to understand everything by watching this for the first time. Just rewatch this part, just face some errors. I don't know if I will be facing some errors. I can, because I'm just focusing in multiple directions, right? I can, but I will just debug it. That's how we build the real projects, bro. Because in the real world, you will not be dedicatedly sitting in the dark room with dark lights and you will be just performing your project. No, there'll be like so many emails, there'll be like so many DMs, there'll be like so many questions. You need to just focus on so many areas and then you are just building project, right? Okay, so sync dataset, you have already created parameterized dataset. So I will simply pick parads and container will be bronze and folder name will be, do we have folder name? Yeah. No, but we can create. Okay. And folder name will be Nox. Okay. And file name will be, yeah, just pick item.name. And this one will be CSV format. It's fine so that you can also understand how to read the CSV files as well in PySpark. So this is fine. At the rate item dot name. Item.name. Yeah. Because in the name we have .csv as well. Let me just confirm. Yeah, we have .csv as well. So now I'm really excited to run this. By the way, this is not completed. This is just the one side this is completed, but I want to run this to show you what will happen. So let me show you the whole flow. So this is our activity, which will just provide us the files, all the files. And this data will go to the for each activity. And inside this for each activity, we have if condition. And within this if condition, we are saying, hey, if the file name is nox.csv and the type is file, then only copy this data. Okay. And what it will do if the condition is false, and for that we haven't given anything, but we will just give something to just grab the file names and file size. Don't worry, I remember that. Okay, so let me just simply debug it. File name items is required. Which one? Okay, item is the output of this one. Get metadata. Get metadata folder dot output dot child items. Perfect. So I have just provided the for each activity with this particular items. Activity.output.child items. Okay, and you know like what will the child items. I have already explained many times. So let's see if we face any errors. We are open for that. If we do not face any errors, still good, not a big deal. Take a chill pill. So if condition is, oh nice, it's so quick. So let's see. So now it is just copying the data because if condition is fine. Oh, okay. Oh, all green. Oh man, Ansh Lamba. Love you, bro, yaar. So all green in one go. Shot, headshot. So all green. You want to see the output? Let me just take you to the data lake. Okay, simply go to source. Here we have raw data. Here we have Nox file, and you will see only this data will be copied to bronze. See Nox folder, and within this Nox.csv. Boom, boom. No other file is copied. Okay. Now just to complete that part. So now what we need to do? We need to store the information of all the other files. How we can just do this? High level design. Okay. Simply drag these areas. Oh, click on pencil. Okay. Simply drag these areas. So what we need to do now? First of all, we will create two variables. Two variables? Yeah. You need to just create, actually not two, three variables. Okay. Yeah. Just create it. I will just tell you. One variable will be used to store every file of the loop which is not equals to nox.csv. Sorted? Very well done. Create that. I will simply say v file array. Okay, and data type of this will be array. This will be used to append the variable. Append, just store data in the array. Perfect. Second array, like second variable will be used to find the size of this array. Size of this array. Like what's the size? How many files? So I will simply say v files number, and this will be integer. Perfect. Now another variable. What's that? Another variable is like I want to store the array into string. Okay, I want to store the array into string, or it's fine because yeah, I want to store that information in the string because I want to see like how many files were there, because every time we just perform append, it will just append all the things. Okay, I will simply say v file names. So it will do, it will simply convert this array into string. That's it. So that I can just reuse that particular variable to just, let's say, send an email to my manager. Hey, just see this. These are the files which are not like nox.csv. No, don't talk like this. Just say, hey manager, this is the file and these are the other files which were not processed because these were not related to that one, which is called nox.csv. Okay, very good. So these are the variables. That's it. Now the question is how we can provide the values to these variables. We have an activity called set variable. Okay, but before setting the variable, we need to append the variable, which is this one. So we have another activity called append variable. Let's use both the activities. So append variable will be used inside for loop. Set variable activities will be used outside the for loop, and you will understand this design in just few seconds. Okay, let me just go inside this for loop, and let me just go inside this pencil, just go inside this if condition, and just go inside the false condition pencil. Now just drag it here, append variable, simply name it append variable files. Okay, now what's the setting is simply we need to first of all pick the variable is v file array, and what is the value? Click on add dynamic content. The value is @item dot name. Why? Because these are all the names which are not present in the true condition. These are all the item names which are present in the false condition. Simply click on OK. That's it. That's it. Okay, so this is the output of this. This is the output of this. So now I want to run this. Okay, let's run this. Now I want to run this, because only then you will understand how we need to grab the values, because we need to see the output of that append variable. How does it look like? I know it will be like value, but I want to show you. Click on debug, and now you will see something crazy here. So here you will see multiple times append variable activity will be running. So what will happen? Every time my for loop is running and my if condition is throwing false condition, like false output, it will run that append variable. And in our case, it will run 3 times if everything is fine. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So this time input is this one. And then input is this one. It is called value. See, the next time the value is this one. See, so every time it is appending that variable. Now you will see, now you will say, hey Ansh, everything is fine. How we can just grab the end result of this variables? If you observe, it just returns the input, that it took this as input, it took this as input, it took this as input. But in the output, we do not see anything. That's why we created another variable called v file names, because that can actually store the end result. Because these are the system variables. These variables will just release the data after running the pipeline. So we can actually store that information in our variable. That's why I did it. So now let's create 2 more variables. Okay, like set variable activity 1 and 2. Okay, and we already know the variable names. It's called v files number and v file names. Okay, I know these are not very good ideal name for variables, but yeah, it's fine. So simply click on completion, and this will be on completion, I would say, after this, or I can just run it parallelly as well. Not a big deal, bro. So I will simply say this variable as set file names. Okay, go to settings, and I'll simply say pipeline variable item is file names. And what will be the value? The value will be, go to system variables, and system variables, or just go to variables. Now go to v file array, go to dot value. That's it. Value or output? Let me just see in the output what we have here. I think it's value. Let's try it. It's value, I guess. 99% sure it's value, but let's see. Go to variables, v file names dot value. Okay, now it is saying, hey, this is string and you are referring an array. Just tell him, hey bro, I know. And we will just use function called string, and then we can simply encode it under this. And we can simply use, I think, toString if string is not available. Expression contains self-referencing variable. A variable cannot reference itself. Are we referencing the same variable? Are you sure? Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, we were just picking v variable name. So just pick this one and just say dot value. Okay, and now we need to just convert this value into string, because our value, our this view like v file names is of the string type, and this v file array is of the array type. Okay, I know this is tricky, but you need to do this. And how we can just convert the, like, perform the typecasting? It's very easy. You can simply write toString, or you can simply go to functions and you will see conversion functions and you will see string. So you can simply write string, and that's it. See, simply write string and it will just convert the value to string. That's it. I think it will be output as well, but yeah, let's test it. Not a big deal. So now in the set variable 2, we will just set the number of files. Okay, set file numbers, like how many files were there which didn't actually got processed. So settings, view file number, and it will be, we have a function called size, if I'm not wrong. Or I think, let me just check. In the functions, you can obviously explore the functions that we have, and I will simply grab the collection functions and I will simply say, okay, we have skip, we have length. Yeah, we have length instead of size. So we have length. We can actually find the length of the array, and what will be the variable? This one. That's it. In this, we do not need to actually talk about, hey, this dot your value or anything, because this will just give me the size of the array. That's it, length of the array. Click on OK, and let's try to run it. I can expect 1 to 2 errors. I'm not sure, but yeah, let's see, because I'm confused with that particular thing, how we can just map it. But yeah, that's how we learn, bro. That's how we learn. So let's see if we have any errors. By the way, you should feel happy if you see errors, because if you are not seeing any errors, you are not learning, bro. You're not actually learning. So are you throwing me some errors? So it is currently copying the data. So once the copy data is done, then it will perform the set variable, and then it will throw some errors if we have any. See, I knew it, bro. I knew it. I was expecting error on this one, set file names, but I was not expecting to this. So I can just show you the output value. It's 3. This is fine. Okay, this is fine. Okay, that's a good news. And what's the error of this one? What's the error? It is saying cannot be evaluated because value cannot be selected. Array elements can only be selected using an integer index. Okay, I think I know what it is saying. So it is saying that if you just go here in the output of this one, where's that? Okay, append variable files. So you know that we have this particular value, dot value, and it is saying that you cannot save it, and in the output we do not have actually anything, but I want to save the file names of all these things. So how we can just do that? So what I will do right now, just click on this and I will simply remove the value button. The reason is because I didn't see any value in the output, so I will just try to do it without that. So let me just click on debug and let's see, because I think that can be the only thing, because in the set file numbers we are getting 3. That means it is storing that value, and it's just like a kind of test we can quickly do, and I hope it will work. I'm not sure. Bro, I'm hungry. Don't throw me error this time. Enough for learning. By the way, just kidding. This should work. I think so. Let's see. Boom. Let me just show you the output list. Wow. Just moment. So Simply see the output, and this time you will see all the three files. Let me just expand it. See, value athletes.csv, events.csv, coaches.csv. Okay, you will see all the files. Very good, very good, very good. Wow, man. Wow. And let me just confirm, we do not have any duplicates. Yeah, no, just one file. And you know the reason, because we are just hard coding the file name using parameterized pipeline. So this is also done. Now what I will like to do, I will simply save the changes, click on save all. Okay, and then I will just show you something special. Now it's time to deploy the pipeline. Okay, like continuous integration, deploying to the main branch. So I know that everything is here in my feature branch. Okay, and I'm satisfied with my development for my sprint. And let me just show you that in the main branch we have nothing. See, nothing means nothing. See, nothing. And in the live mode, obviously there can be nothing, because main branch has nothing. That means live mode also has nothing. So what I will do, I will simply go to my feature branch, and now I want to merge all these changes to my main branch. Simply click on this and click on create pull request. So it will actually land me here, and it will simply say, hey, you can just perform your pull request, and you can simply say title, any title can work. So you can simply say, hey, let's say feature one. Okay, and then I will simply say create, and here you can simply say approve and complete. So now here's the thing, in the real world, in dev environment, maybe you and there'll be a senior engineer who will be involved to approve this change. So what the person will be doing, simply coming here, simply click on files, and here he will be seeing all these changes. See, all are green. What does it mean like all are green? Because all these are new changes. I will just show you the changes after this as well, so you can actually see the comparison. But all this is the code that the senior data engineer can actually see, actually look at that. Okay, see, all these are the codes. Click on overview, and we can also see the commits, we can also see the updates, everything. And once we feel satisfied, we will simply click on approve. The moment it is approved, then it will simply say complete. If you click on this drop down, it will simply say complete. So same thing, either you can just click on complete, or you can simply click on approve. So basically the thing is, before merging this change, merging this feature to my main branch, we need an approval, right? So simply click on complete, because you are the only approver in your case. Click on complete merge. So now it is merging your feature branch into my main branch, or let's say into my master branch. See, it says no merge conflicts. That means merge is done. See, merge PR one feature one branch is done. Now what is this cherry pick and what is this revert? Basically cherry pick is useful for deployment, but revert, let's say you made some changes, but now you are saying, hey, I want to go back to the previous version, I don't want to make that change. You can simply click on revert, and all the changes will be reverted like this. Okay, now you'll be saying, Ansh, Lamba, just show us the main branch. I know your excitement. So simply click on files. Okay, and simply pick main. See, now your main branch has everything. Simply go to your ADF, and let me just click on refresh. By the way, the moment you click on refresh, you will see an error. Why? Because if you observed, when I just click on complete merge, I checked the box which says delete the feature branch. Why do we need to delete the feature branch? Bro, your development is done, right? Now you do not need this feature branch, because all these changes are in the main branch. So the moment you want to make more changes, you will create a new feature branch from that main branch. Okay, these are some of the things that you need to consider. So simply click on refresh. Okay, and then you will see, hey, you are working on the main branch. Do you want to create a new one? Not now. So simply say save. So now you are in the main branch, and you should see both the pipelines. Perfect, 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 perfect. Very good, very good, very good, very good. And this is your main branch, which actually didn't have anything, but now has everything. So simply click on this drop down, and now you will see there is no feature branch because it is deleted. Okay, now let's say if you want to create one more change, you want to create one more activity, or let's say one more pipeline, how you can just do that? Simply click on new branch, and this time you will simply say feature 2. Okay, and then simply say create. And now this feature branch will adapt everything. See, will have all those pipelines. Why? Architecture that I just told you in the beginning, the thing architecture of CI/CD. Okay, that it will just take everything which will be available in the main branch. Very good. So now let's say I want to create one more pipeline, new pipeline, and I will simply create one activity called wait, because wait activity is just the dumbest activity that we have. It just waits. Okay, and now let me just click on save. Okay, click on OK. So now just go back to your DevOps, because this is really important. Go back to branches, and obviously we have feature to branch. Okay, click on it, and now you will see that you have all these changes, obviously, like all these things that were there in the main branch, but now you have something else as well. What's that? So if you just go down and you can actually compare it, and let me just see. Okay, so this is this one, files, dataset, data factory. Yeah. So let's say you want to just create the, want to compare the pipeline. Simply click on this, and this is the pipeline one that you have just created. Click on it, and you will see the code here, and click on compare. Then you will see this is the change that you are seeing, and it is new. So that is why there's no change. Let's say if you just create any change, let's say in the wait time, then you will see the change in the wait time as well. Yes, let me just show you. First I need to just create the pull request again. So let's say I want to merge this change. So this time I'll simply say create pull request from here. So I have both the option. I can create pull request from here or from here as well. So I will simply say create pull request, and again steps are same. And before pulling the before creating the pull request, I will simply click on files, and this is the change that I'm going to make. That's it. This is the change that I'm going to make. Simply click on this one, and it says plus sign. Plus signs mean plus sign means like there's a new pipeline there. Okay, so this is the change, and I will simply say okay, let me just approve it. Simply say create and approve, and then complete and delete feature 2. Okay, complete merge. Perfect, perfect. It will just merge this change as well. Now you will see this change will be highlighted in your main branch. Yes, it is done. Simply go back to your ADF, simply refresh it the same way that you did right now. So simply click save, and now this time you will see pipeline 1 as well. Okay, so now I want to create one more feature branch, because I just want to show you the difference. Okay, simply create one more feature branch. Let's say you want to create a feature 3, and this time you do not want to create a new pipeline, no, but you want to change the current or existing pipeline. Let's say I want to change the wait time from 1 second to 5 seconds, let's say, and I want to save it. Okay, so now if you just go back to your DevOps, okay, this time if you go back to your DevOps, simply click on branches, pick your feature 3 branch, and this time this is the files area, right? Now you will see pipelines, and this time you will see compare. This is the comparison. It says here you have 1, but here you have 5. This is a comparison that you can actually see, because you know that in your current branch you have this pipeline, like this is the content. Okay, this is the pipeline that you have 3 pipelines. Okay, and this is the thing that you can actually compare. Simply click on it and click on compare, and then it will just compare this thing with your main branch. Sorted. So now you can also confirm so many other things. Let's say you want to confirm, hey, is there any change that I have made with dataset? Simply pick any dataset, let's say JSON DS. It will show there's no change. See, no previous changes. But in case of pipelines, in case of this, it shows that, hey, previous was this one, and now it is this one. And now it is saying one change that I can see. I can just change the configuration like from side by side to parallel as well, no need to worry. So now I want to create a pull request for this as well. Obviously, same step, go to your DevOps, click create and approve, and simply click on complete, and here delete feature 3 after merging, complete merge. Perfect. I want to show you something. Let's wait for a few seconds till the time it is completed. Okay, it is completed. Okay, let's say I want to first of all refresh. So I want to see the ADF, which is the live mode, which is the main one. So simply in the main branch I have everything, right? Now just click on switch to live mode, you will see nothing. Nothing. Why? Because this is live mode. The moment you click on, let's say, first of all, again, click on Git, because live mode has nothing. So in order to make it available, you need to click on the publish button, and you know what publish button will do. It will simply create the ARM template in our ADF publish branch, and it will make the changes in the live mode. Let's click on the publish branch finally. Okay, after our complete development in ADF, it's time to complete the publish step as well. So it is just deploying our 10 of 10 resources. It is done. Now you will see another notification that it is generating ARM template. Yeah, see, generating ARM templates. So it is generating ARM templates in our repository. I hope everything is fine. Okay, succeeded. Everything nice. Okay, so now just go to repos, just go to files, and this time just go to branches. Obviously, we have two branches. Okay, and this branch, just click on it. Okay, and this branch had nothing before. Okay, but now just click on it, and then for this particular data factory, okay, this has ARM template that is currently like just now generated, just now. See, just now it wasn't there. So this ARM template JSON is your code for your whole Azure data factory. Just click on it. See, this is the like whole code that you have just built so far in the Azure data factory, the whole code. And this is the JSON for the parameters that you are using. Obviously, we are not using much parameters, so that's why we do not have anything much, but yeah, we still have a lot of stuff. So these are the obviously the templates that we have, basically this particular folder and these files. So basically this particular branch ADF publish will have all this information, and all this information will be used to deploy the changes to QA and prod environment, but you as a data engineer have just handed over the templates to them. Boom. So now if you want to just deploy, obviously you can just follow the practices done by a DevOps engineer. Obviously in the senior data engineer of your organization, you can just look at the release pipelines, like how they have configured. There are some standards, but those are not fixed. Okay, those are not fixed, and obviously DevOps engineer will be deploying the stuff. You just need to focus on continuous integration. Okay, and now I hope that you have understood a lot in the world of Azure DevOps, which is relevant for you as a data engineer. I tried my best to explain this. Now our bronze layer is ready with deployment, and now it's time to actually take our project further using Azure Databricks. Okay, and we will be just covering our silver layer and gold layer, and trust me bro, this particular part, like the further part of this video, gonna really amazing, because we're gonna do PySpark transformations, we're gonna do data analysis, and in the gold layer we're gonna build delta live tables. So are you excited? Because I'm really excited. Let's see. So I am back to my Azure resource group. So now it's time to actually create the Azure Databricks workspace, because we will be just performing some transformations now, and we will be building enriched entities based on our bronze slash bronze, yeah, or raw layer, whatever you want to say. So in order to just create your Azure Databricks, simply click on create, and then you can just search, let's say Azure Databricks. Simply search it and just pick the first one. Do not pick this one, this is just a connector. Don't worry, we'll be just building connector as well, so that is also important. Okay, simply create this and simply click on create. Then this is important, you need to just pick the workspace name. So I can simply provide the workspace name such as Azure Olympics, simple, or ADB Olympics. ADB stands for Azure Databricks. Oops, perfect. Okay, then we have three things. Pricing tier is like premium and standard. I wouldn't recommend you to just use standard, because you will not be able to use so many features that are available in premium. But we have one more feature which is called trial. Trial is just your premium version, but available just for 14 days. And obviously, it will be done in just 14 days. So I will simply recommend you to just pick trial because it is free. I know you are using free account, you have 200 US dollars, but why to waste it, right? Then it is saying managed resource group. What is that? So basically, managed resource group is your um, compute plane, if you know a little bit about Databricks, where it just puts your all the virtual machines that are used to create cluster. And on top of it, if you are, let's say, um, creating any kind of managed table, so obviously you will be using Unity Catalog for that. But this particular resource group will be used solely for your VMs and virtual machines that will be used to create your cluster. That's it. Because in Unity Catalog, we do not put our managed table data here in the managed resource group. We used to do it, but now we have Unity Catalog. So yeah, another update. We'll be using Unity Catalog in this project, and Unity Catalog is the modern day solution working with Databricks. Simple. We do not work with SaaS tokens. We do not work with service principles. No, Unity Catalog is the best way to work with Databricks now. Okay, simply go to next. We do not have much to do here. Simply click on review plus create, and it will just validate it, and just click on create. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. So by the way, meanwhile this Azure Databricks is deploying, we need to create one thing. And what's that? Let me just go back to my resource group, and let me just go back to my data lake. Data lake, yeah. So as I just mentioned that we'll be using Unity Catalog. And what is Unity Catalog? So basically, under Unity Catalog, we have the main thing which is called Unity Metastore. And you can also call it as Unity Catalog Metastore, but Unity Catalog Metastore is a big name. Just call it as Unity Metastore. That's it. So let's say you are creating your Databricks workspace, right? So whenever you are creating Databricks workspace, it is attached to a managed metastore, or let's say the legacy metastore, which is Hive metastore, where it keeps your all the data definitions, table definitions, schema definitions, everything. And even that particular location is being used to store your managed table data as well. But now we have something called as Unity metastore, which says, hey, because let's say you have 10 Databricks workspaces, you will be managing 10 different locations to deal with your metadata plus manage table data. Unity metastore says, hey, just create only one metastore. Okay, just create only one metastore, and just put all the metadata, all the table manage table data, everything into one Azure data lake. That's it. And it gives us cool feature called Unity Catalog, so that we can actually identify, hey, these are the tables, these are the schema registered under XYZ catalog, and these are the schema, these are the tables registered under ABC catalog. That is called Unity Catalog. Okay, so it is really cool feature, and we'll be using our existing data lake to just store all the metadata and all the managed table data. Okay, and in order to do that, we will simply create a container, and we'll simply say Unity Metastore, because this will be dedicated to that only. Okay, Unity Metastore. So this is our Unity Metastore. Now just tell me one thing. This is Azure Data Lake. Okay, this is our Databricks. How this Databricks will actually access this particular container? How? Because Databricks is totally a different entity that resides outside of your Azure world. Obviously, it is like an Azure resource, but it is not like your native Azure tool, which can just use your managed identities and all. No. Then here we have something called DB connector. Okay. As the name suggests, what it will do, we will simply create this resource called DB connector. It's called Databricks connector. So we will allow this Databricks connector as, you can say, storage contributor role, which can contribute to this particular container. And once it is done, once it is given, we can import this DB connector into our Databricks. So we will indirectly access the data lake. That is the best way to access external data lakes or external locations. Sorted. These are like very simple steps. This looks very complex, but this is really simple. Plus, You need to know all these things, and these are something you can say senior level things that you need to know, because obviously in the interviews you can expect questions related to this, and you can only answer these questions when you will be actually building it. And when you can, or where you can just build it, obviously when you're just building real time, real world project. Okay, so that's why I have picked this particular challenge in my project, and I will just show you each and everything that you need to master in terms of Unity Catalog, because this is the hottest topic that revolves around Databricks. Okay, very good. So let me just go back to my resource group. Let me refresh it because I should see my Databricks. Perfect. Now I will simply create Databricks connector, go to marketplace and search db connector, db or Databricks connector. uh, Simply search it. Yeah, access connector for Azure Databricks. Simply click on create, then perfect. Then we just need to name it, and I can simply name it as Olympics DB connector. Okay, click on review plus create and click on create. That's it. By the way, by the way, we will be using this connector. So first we need to allow this connector to access the data lake. So how we can just do this? You can simply go to your home, go to your resource group, refresh it. So here we have this particular resource. Okay, now simply go to your data lake. Okay, and simply click on access control. Okay, then click on add role assignment, and now simply search storage blob data. I think that's enough. Just search and you will see storage blob data contributor. Just allow this and click next. Then select the manage identities, click select members, and then manage identities, pick access connector, and then just search your access connector, which is called Olympics dbcon. Oh, I have so many access connectors. I will delete some. Okay, click on review plus sign. That's it. So now your access connector, or let's say DB connector, has the permission. Now in the Databricks, you just need to pull it. Sorted life, bro. Sorted life. By the way, we'll be just performing some admin stuff as well. So you will just learn a lot of things in admin console page of Databricks. So without wasting any time, let's actually click on this Databricks workspace and click on launch workspace. First of all, okay, just pick your account and it will just automatically sign into your Databricks workspace using single sign on. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your Databricks workspace. Very well done. And let me just give you a quick overview, very quick overview of this Databricks workspace, because we'll be just doing lots of things here. So you do not need to actually have an overview, but still. So obviously this is the workspace area where you will just create workspaces. This recent tab is just for like reviewing the notebooks that you have recently opened. Then this is the catalog. This is the area where you will be just building Unity catalog instead of Hive catalog or Hive Metastore. Okay. Then we have workflows. This is an amazing thing, and I have included this workflows feature as well in my project so that you can actually work with ETL pipelines in Databricks. Yes, we have ETL pipelines in Databricks as well. Then compute, obviously, we need to just configure compute. By the way, there's a good news. Um, we also get like serverless compute, okay, with Databricks. This is the latest update. I think they have just continued this from last week. So not sure, but yeah, you will get it. Okay. Then we have marketplace similar to Azure, where you can just use third-party tools and technologies. Simple, sorted, very good. Then you will have SQL editor. The like this particular area is just for your data warehousing, where they have built cool cool SQL engines which are optimized to build your Power BI or let's say Tableau reports. Cool SQL engines. So they have like cool features such as query caching, and like they have really optimized the SQL endpoints a lot. So we have a special kind of compute for it. We call it as SQL warehouse. So instead of using your all-purpose compute, we use SQL warehouse, which is called your like special compute available just for your SQL workloads. That's it, and it is really amazing. That's why every BI tool is just integrating with Databricks, because they are just providing great performances. So Okay, then we have data engineering stuff, and we have job runs, we have data ingestion if you just want to ingest data. Then we have pipelines. Basically, this is DLT, which is our curated layer, which is our gold layer. So this is called DLT, Delta Live Tables, and I'm gonna cover a lot about this as well. Okay, then this is this area just for machine learning, and we stay away from this. Okay, so now first thing first, we need to enable Unity Catalog. And in order to enable Unity Catalog, you need Unity Metastore. You need what? Unity Metastore. How we can just create that? Simply click on this drop down. Let me just increase the size. Simply click on this drop down and you will see a button called Managed Account. Manage Account. So if this is your first time coming onto Databricks Workspace, this button will be hidden and you cannot actually see the manage account, but you can enable it. It is very, very simple. And because this manage account button will only be available for those who are the admins, who are the admins only. Okay. So now if this button is not here, you need to go to the console page externally and you need to make yourself as admin. Then only this button will appear on your regular email. For in my example, it is my normal Gmail account, because in your case, maybe it will be ext account, which is nothing but the service principal name of this particular email. So you need to just do this step. And how you can just do that, I have created a dedicated video on that and I will just tell you the timestamps for that as well. So simply go to my channel and simply search for the video, which is this one, Modern Databricks with Unity Catalog, this one. Okay, so when you just click on this video, you can just go to the timestamp and it's, I think, 57:14. Watch from this particular timestamp. You will actually see all the steps that you need to perform in order to bring that manage account button. Okay, simple. And it will be just, I think, 3 to 4 minutes setup. That's it. You can just watch it and just come back to this video and let me just start my development. So we will simply go to manage account. Okay, so this will just bring me to the screen, and obviously you need to just follow those steps if you are facing any error, because I recently logged into my console page. So that's why. See, currently as well, this is not my normal email account. This is just my ext account. This is just my ext account. So in order to just bring your, let's say, basically it does not understand your Gmail account. Your Databricks account, console account does not understand your Gmail account. So we have to log in through our ext account that is available here. When you go to enter ID, go to users and just click on your user, and this will be your ext account. Copy and paste it here, and like whatever your login page is, and then just reset password if you are not able to log in. That's it. So now this will be available only to the ext account. So now what I was saying, that you need to be the admin. Now how you can be the admin? Simply go to the users, user management, and then see, I have added my account extensively, like externally, not extensively, no, externally. You can also click on add user and add your Gmail account which you are using to access Databricks. Then you will be able to see this manage account. Simple, simple. Okay, I told you, by the way, watch that video, but still I just told you. See, I do care about you so much. So simply go to catalog. Okay, now we will create a meta store. So can you just see, I have created so many catalogs, oh sorry, meta stores. By the way, you can create only one meta store in one region. So I cannot create any other region in these particular, you can say, in these particular regions, I cannot create more meta stores. By the way, Ansh Lamba, did you create this today? No. Then why did you get this particular meta store? So this is the by default meta store that Azure automatically creates for me, but I do not use it because I prefer using my own. I will simply click on it and I will simply delete it. That's it. So I just need to put the name, simple, delete it. Okay. So now what I will do, I will simply go to create meta store. I will simply name it. And what will be the name? Let's say Olympics meta store. Okay. Region will be, let me just pick Canada Central. Perfect. ADS Gen2 path. What is this? So obviously, whenever we are just writing our data, or metadata or data for managed tables, we need to just pick a location. If you do not provide location here, I know it's optional, but it's not a good practice. You should always provide location to your meta store. Otherwise, whenever you will be creating the catalog, it will always ask you. And ideally in the real world, we should provide location at the metadata level, so that even if we do not provide location at the catalog level, it can automatically inherit that. Okay, so what's the location for this? So what I will do, I will simply say container name. Container name is Unity Metastore. These are like admin stuff that I'm currently doing, and these are important. Trust me, these are important. Otherwise, like, see, like, I don't want to say that, but you got me. So currently I'm just going to my data lake and I'm just trying to get the container name, which is Unity Metastore. Unity Metastore at the rate storage account name. Storage account name is this one, Olympics Proj DL. Perfect. Dot DFS dot core dot windows.net. That's it. And by the way, how did I get this location? Let me just show you. See, this is a demo written here, and I just followed the same. Then it is asking me to provide the access connector ID, because only access connector can access this particular data lake. Then I will simply go to my access connector and I will simply pick the resource ID. That's it. And I will provide it here. Simple. Simply click on create, resolve error. What's that? What's the error? Access validation failed. Oh, it is saying that it doesn't have any access to this particular Unity Metastore. It's spelling right. Unity Metastore adds. Oh, I have put space. Oh, click on create now. Now it's fine. I just put one space after my storage account name. So now it is creating my Metastore. By the way, it is created. Now it is saying that, do you want to attach any workspace? Obviously, I want to attach my ADB Olympics. Why these are red marks? Because these are already attached to other Metastores. Simple. Now simply click on assign, click on enable. What is this? So the moment we attach our Databricks workspace to a Unity Metastore, then we can create Unity catalogs within this. Now, what are Unity catalogs? Basically, it is similar to your legacy or Hive catalogs. Okay, but now let's say one Unity Metastore is connected to multiple Databricks workspaces. You can even use catalogs of different Databricks workspace in your workspace. That is the power of Unity catalog or Unity Metastore. It's called unified approach to store the catalogs. So it is saying that enable Unity catalog. Do you want to enable it? Assign the Metastore will update workspace to use Unity catalog, meaning that data can be governed and accessed across workspaces. Same thing that I just said. Like all the data, all the catalog, all the schema, all the tables can be accessed through different workspaces, but they should be attached to the same Unity Metastore. Make sense? Very good. Then data access and lineage is captured automatically. This is the amazing feature of Unity Catalog. Then identities are managed centrally at the account level. Then before Unity Catalog, consider these readiness checks. What we were required to do, understand the privileges of workspace admins and blah blah blah, update any automation. So all these stuff are like completely managed by this Unity Catalog. The biggest advantage that I do, like, I can access any catalog using any Databricks workspace. Earlier, we had to go to the specific Databricks workspace to access that particular data. I love this feature. Okay, simply say enable and you will see congratulations. Metastore Olympic Data Store has been created. And to add data, now what I can do, now my Metastore is created. That means I can attach now as many Databricks workspaces as I want, and I can just access data across those workspaces. So cool. So now our Metastore is done. Now what we need to do, we need to assign ourselves as the admin of this Metastore. How we can just do that? Simply go to edit button and you will see only this person is the admin. Just click on this drop down and then you can simply search Ansh Lamba, like your main account, and then you can simply say save. Now you with your normal account with which you are using your Databricks workspace can actually become the admin. What's the second way to do that, like more you can say like better way to do that? Simply go to user management, and here you can simply create groups, and I have a group called admins where I have all the accounts. So I can simply go to workspaces where I have all the meta stores. Simply pick this one, then it will just show the meta store. Simply click on meta store, then click on edit, and this time instead of picking one email account, simply say admins, and now the whole group is the admin. Now everyone can be the admin of this particular meta store. That means anyone can create the catalog. Okay, very good. So by the way, if you just missed how to create the group, simply go to user management groups and then add group, and just create one group name and add all your email accounts that are there. I would say you would have two email accounts, ext and your normal Gmail. Just add both. Life is sorted. Okay, very good. Finally this is done. So we will just come back to our Databricks workspace. Simply click on refresh. Okay, and then just go to your catalog, and then you will see something special. What's that? So basically now you can see this plus button. Now you will see option called create a catalog, which was missing before. Really? Yeah. Simply click on create catalog, and I will simply say catalog name as Olympics Kata. Okay, or let's say Olympics, that's it. And type is standard. Storage location, now I can skip this. Why? Because I have already provided location to my meta store, and meta store is at the top level, so it will just inherit that particular location. So whenever I will just create the catalog, it will directly go to my Unity meta store container. I will just show you, don't worry. Click on create. So our catalog is being created right now, and it will say configure catalog. You can click on configure, and these are all the things, and it is saying, hey, choose which users or groups can access this catalog. As I just mentioned, that when we just enable Unity meta store, we can access any catalog from any workspace which is attached to the Unity meta store. But we can also restrict, hey, who will be the users can just access this catalog. Maybe you just want to restrict your workspace, or let's say catalog. So then you can simply say revoke, and you can also say who can use. I will simply say all account users. Simple, all account users. Then simply say next, and simply say save, and perfect. So now it is done. Okay, permissions, that means all account users can just use it, and privileges browse, and we can simply click on grant as well. And I will simply say use catalog, use schema, read, like everything, all privileges. Click on all privileges. External use schema, manage, and all account users, simply click on grant. So now you have just given all account users not just browse privileges, but all the privileges such as external use schema, manage, all privileges, browse, everything. And what is the catalog name? This one. Okay, and then this is the workspace attached. All workspace have access. This is very nice. So that means by default all the workspaces have access to this particular catalog. If I just click on this check, then I can define, hey, which catalog should have the access to this particular, or let's say which workspace should have the access to this catalog. I can define this as well. So you can simply say assign to workspace, and for now only one workspace is attached to the Unity meta store. That's why we just have one. Simply click on one, click on assign. These are like some admin stuff that you should be aware of. Okay, then that's it. Yeah, now you simply need to come to catalog. Okay, now here is the thing. Now we need to create something called as external data. Okay, what is external data? So similarly, just tell me one thing. Let me just go to Data Lake. So this is my container. Yeah, perfect. So by the way, this is my Unity meta store, and within this it is empty because we do not have anything. Okay, simply go to containers. Okay, so we know that we want to interact with bronze, we want to interact with gold, we want to interact with silver. How we will be just interacting to these containers? Obviously you will say that we have connector. Yeah, but you need to mention something called as external location in order to access these locations. The best thing is you do not need to worry about SaaS tokens. You do not need to worry about your service principal. You do not need to worry about your Databricks credential pass through. No, external location. That's it. That's it. And steps are really, really easy. You simply need to go to catalog, go to your external data. Okay. Now we will create 3 external location: bronze, silver, gold. That's it. Click on create external location, and external location name will be, let's say, bronze ext. Okay. It is asking for the URL, and I will simply say abfss and then bronze @olympics dl Olympics project, I guess. Or let me just grab it from here, otherwise I will just make mistake. Okay, perfect. Then .dfs.core .windows.net, and then just end it with the slash, because it is ended with here as well. See, just slash. That's it. So whatever folders we'll be creating within this container, everything can be accessed now. It is also asking for storage credential. Now, obviously, we do not have any kind of storage credential. What is storage credential? Storage credential is just the fancy name for your Databricks connector. So when you click on the storage credential, you will actually see what is a managed type. Obviously, credential type is managed identity. Connector ID, same thing. Just provide that particular connector ID for one more time. Just same. See, just click on this. Just provide it here. That's it. That's it. Now just click on create. So I will just simply copy this. Why? Because I will use it in my silver and gold as well. And credential type is obviously this thing, and create new credential. So it will just automatically pick a good name. I can also say click on create. So I hope now you are actually feeling that what's the difference between just building a project and building a real world project. You need to do all these stuff, and questions rely on these areas, because everyone knows how to just build notebooks, tuck tuck tuck. Okay, everyone knows how to code in PySpark. This is the thing that actually makes the difference. Okay, and this is critical, this is complex, this is like really, really messy. That's where interviews just catch you. Okay, so one external location is done. Now I want to see, can you just create other 2 locations, external locations? Just do it on your own. Just do it on your own. So I'll simply say test connection. Okay, everything is fine, done. So I'll simply go to my external location, and I will create 2 more. And if I just go to credential, I should see that credential. See, bronze external Azure managed, and you can use the same credential, because credential is credential. It is not just a external location. No, it is just a credential. External location is this one. Okay, simply go to create external location, and I can just also show you how you can just create credential. Not a big deal. Click on this, create credential, and credential name you can just give a better name. I will say Ansh creds, and connector ID will be this one. Okay, then simply click on create. That's it. It is just a better way to do it with a good name. That's it. And you can just use this credential, you can just use this credential, both are same. Then I'll simply create 2 more location, and I'll simply say silver ext, and location will be this one that I just copied here with few changes. Instead of bronze, I will simply say silver. Okay, storage credential uncreds, click on create, boom. Last one, create external location gold ext, location is gold. Perfect. Credential is Ansh credentials. Click on create. That's it. Done. Boom. That's all. That's all. That's all. Admin stuff is completed. Yes, it's completed finally. Okay. Now we are good to go. Okay. Simply click on workspaces. Click on workspace, and now we will create a folder, and we will simply say Olympics. Click on create, and within this we will create a notebook quickly. Okay. So this is your notebook that we'll be using, that we'll be creating, that we'll be just developing. Okay. In this, First of all, I know you would have already familiar with Notebook because you are building a project. So I assume that you know a little bit about Notebook. So I do not need to give you a walkthrough or detail, but still, this is the area that is most important. And we have a special gift here. Trust me. So simply click on it. You will say, hey, we have just a cluster. No, 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 no. Click on this. You will see something called as serverless. What is that? And we have obviously create new resource, the traditional way to create cluster. Now the best thing is you do not need to rely on the all purpose compute. No, you do not need to rely on this because obviously it takes time to turn on, it takes time to terminate, it takes time to just actually manage it. Simply click on serverless because it is always on. Simply click on it and it is there. Just trust me, in just few seconds. You do not need to wait for 5 to 10 minutes and as you were supposed to do in the traditional approach. And let me just, it is just starting it. It will take few seconds. See, I didn't fast forward the video. Okay, it is just turned on in just few seconds. Serverless compute. That's the best. This is a kind of pool, or let's say starter pool, and in which they just keep at least one machine always on. Okay, and they do not charge you for that. You do not need to worry. You will only be charged the moment that you are just processing the data. And obviously, this is a free trial, so it is totally free. So yeah, that's it. It's a good feature, right? I also loved it because obviously it saved me a lot of time. So, and then I will just simply rename this script. I will simply say silver entities, or let's say silver entities. Okay, because I'm generating silver entities, right? Good, bro, good. Now let me just click on close because we know our trial will be ended in 14 days. Okay, and if you just want more space, you can simply click on this. It will be collapsed, and you should click on catalog to see the real catalog. So this is our legacy catalog, which is also called as Hive Metastore. Now you will ask, hey Ansh Lamba, why it is called as Hive Metastore if it is a catalog? So basically the thing is, earlier, let me just tell you, bro. This was, let's say, your Databricks workspace. Okay, this Databricks workspace had one metastore where it just saves your managed table data and all the table definitions, everything. Okay, this is called metastore. Okay, so now it also had something called as catalog because obviously it manages a catalog, because under catalog we just create schemas and tables, right? But before, there was only one catalog in one Databricks workspace. Okay, and there was only one metastore inside this Databricks workspace, so it just inherited the name called Hive Metastore because it was using Hive Metastore as the metastore, and it said like there are no multiple catalogs, so just keep the same name. But now we have like multiple catalogs, right? So that's why people get confused. And as you can see, our catalog as well, see, Olympics. So this is the new way to create it. Now let's say your friend, your buddy, your team member wants to access this catalog, wants to access the tables that you're creating under this catalog. The person can do it using other Databricks workspace as well. But earlier it was not allowed, it was not enabled. But now we can. Okay, simple. So now, first of all, what we will be doing, we will just create a schema. Okay, makes sense, because obviously we need to just create schema, and under that we will be just saving everything. Simply click on this drop down and simply click on these three dots, and then you can simply say open in catalog explorer and copy catalog path, add to favorite. So I will simply click on open in catalog explorer and it will just take me to that page. Perfect. So this is my catalog. I will simply click on create schema. Okay, and schema name will be, let's say, silver. Okay, perfect. Location, no, 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 no location. Click on create because I want to save everything in my metastore location, which is Unity metastore. Make sense? Very good. Perfect. So this is done. Now let's get back to our notebook. Click on these three bars. Click on recents and click on Olympics notebook. On this one, recents and silver entities. Yeah, perfect. So this is our notebook, and now we can see that we have a schema called silver. Now we will be using this particular schema. Okay. So what's the first thing that we need to do in silver notebook? First of all, let me just add a markdown. And how we can just add a markdown, you should know that we have magic command here, markdown, and you can simply say Silver notebook. Perfect. Very good. So now this is our silver notebook. And what's this L, bro? Yeah, perfect. So now I will simply say data reading because we want to read our data from bronze layer, right? Very good. And we know that we have three Parquet files and one CSV file. And let me just show you for one more time if you forgot. So in our data lake, we have this particular um, in the bronze container, we have Knox, which is in the CSV format. Events is in the Parquet format. Coaches in the Parquet format. Athletes are in the Parquet format. Good. Now the thing is, first of all, we will read this data Knox because it is just a simple file, CSV file, and we do not have much transformations available to perform on this file. So we'll start from beginner level. Okay, so let's quickly read this data. How we can just read this data? Don't worry, Ansh Lamba is here to tell you everything. So I will simply say markdown. By the way, do not need to every time click on this. Simply write %MD and I will simply say reading Knox data. Okay, reading Knox data. And how I can just read this? So I can simply say df equals spark dot read dot format. Then I just need to define the format, which is CSV. Then I can simply say dot option. Now why? Because whenever you work with CSV, you need to just say that, hey, I want to treat my first row as header. Why? Because in CSV, we do not have any schema. We just treat our first row as header. That's it. Okay. So I'll simply say header true. Then another option, which is called infer schema. By the way, it is just giving me some amazing recommendation. Okay, thank you, bro. Then what is infer schema? Infer schema is just like Spark is guessing the schema for your data. Simple. Infer schema. Life is sorted. Okay. Then finally, I want to read the data. I will simply say dot load. Then what is the link? What is the URL? So it follows something called as ABFS path, and there is a structure behind it. You simply need to say ABFSS colon double slash, then container name. See, it has given you the format. First of all, container name. Container name is bronze. Then at the rate storage account name. Storage account name is Olympics project DL. Okay. Then dot DFS dot core dot windows.net. Perfect. Now within this we need to pick the folder. Folder is called as Knox. Perfect. Now you will say, hey, do we need to specify the file? Not really. There's no need to just specify file every time. No. You can just define the scope till folder level, and there's no need to just define the file name because it will recursively just read all the files stored within that particular folder. Okay, so now once we do that, let me just click on run. So it should just read the data. If everything is fine with all the external locations that we have built and all the admin stuff that we have done. So for the first command, it takes time, but after that, it is fine. Oh, it was fine. Very good. So how it was able to read the data? We have something called as external location built for this particular container. So it used that particular external location. Now you will say, hey, Ansh Lamba, how Databricks knows that we need to use bronze external location? How? That's a very good question. So let me just tell you, at the top, we have something called as Unity Metastore. Then we have so many things. Okay. One of those things is obviously catalog that we have just built. Okay. Then we have something called as It's called external locations. Okay, external locations. It has something called as external location. So if I have built external location on my meta store, but I just built my external location in my Databricks workspace, but that Databricks workspace is connected to this Unity Metastore, right? Right? So this particular external location will be saved in this Unity Metastore. So every time you are accessing any data, it will just find the external location for that particular container for this one. And if it finds anything, it will simply use that external location. That's it. And if it doesn't find anything, it will throw error that this is not configured and I cannot read it. So if you see any errors regarding configuration, that means you have done something wrong with your location or URLs or anything. Sorted. Okay. So now I will simply try to display the data. We do not have a special data frame, simple data frame, but yeah, good for the beginning steps. So as you can see, I have just run the command display df. So perfect. So this is our data frame that we are using. Okay. And as you can see, we have first column as code, country, country long. What's the difference between country long? Because obviously longer version of country, that's it. Then we have tag. Okay. Then we have note. So here, obviously we know that we do not have much things to do here, but I have an amazing thing to do here. What's that? So obviously you can see that this particular column is redundant and I don't want to save this column. So as you can see, everything is same. And even I would say, I would recommend saving this particular column because that makes more sense. It has a detailed version of this particular column. So we will perform a transformation in PySpark called drop. If you want to just drop any column, you can simply use this transformation. I will simply say percentage %md and bold. I will simply say dropping the column. Okay. Simply run it and I will simply run the command. It's called df equals df dot drop. Okay. So now I want to say df dot drop. So now whatever columns I want to drop, it will be dropped. So even before saving it, I can just show you how it will, how does it look like. So if you do not save it, it will not be saved, not worry. Then I will simply say drop country. So it will just drop the country, and let me just say dot display as well so that you can see the result. So if you want to just drop the column from PySpark, you can use this. See, I do not have now country column. Let's say I want to create drop multiple columns. So I will simply say, let's say I want to drop note as well. I will simply write this. Now that column is also dropped. So this way you can actually drop the columns. Okay. But in actual, I don't want to drop the note column. So I will simply keep it. Okay. And I will simply drop this. And obviously I do not need to display it. Perfect. So this is my data frame and there's nothing much to do in this, but still I'm just trying my best to just tell you, hey, these are the transformations that we can perform. The major transformation will be performing on the athletes dataset. Okay, athletes dataset. Very good. And there's a very special thing that just came in my mind. So I will just include that as well so that you can learn workflows as well. Yes, just hold your emotions and you will learn a lot. Trust me. So once you perform this, let me just say df.display and let me just show you one more transformation in this, and then we can simply write this data to our silver entity, that is enriched entity. Now, Ansh Lamba, can we just create here tags instead of tag? What do I mean? So as you can observe that in some areas, we have something called hyphens in which we are storing like multiple words. Okay. I want to just store the first word only. I do not want to store anything after hyphen. How we can just do that? How? So in order to achieve that, we will simply use a function called split, and we will simply use the function array index as well. So we will use two functions. Let me just tell you. We will use first of all split. Okay. Then we will simply use array index. Split function will help us to convert our data into a list. Once it is converted into a list, or let's say 1D array, we will simply use indexing on top of it to grab the dedicated values. That's it. Simple. Simple. So how we can just achieve it? How? It's very simple. You can simply say df equals df dot with column. Whenever you want to transform a column or want to create a new column, we use something called as with column. Okay, very good. Now with column, I want to use tag. So here's the thing. If you want to create a new column, you will use a new word. If you want to transform an existing column, you will use the same word. Simple. Okay. So now I want to define the transformation on top of it. I will use something called as split. And let me just tell you, if you want to use any function, you first need to import those functions. And how you can just do that? Simply write from PySpark.sql.functions import asterisk, and from PySpark.sql.types import asterisk. That's it. That's it. Okay, sorted. Very good. So once we have df equals df dot with column, so we'll simply say split. Okay, and what we want to split? We want to split the column called as tag. And now we need to define what will be the delimiter. The delimiter will be hyphen. Okay, then it will just convert this into a list. Now after performing this, we need to just add an index called 0. So the moment we add this index 0, it will just fetch the 0th word. And what is the 0th item of any array? It's the first item, right? That's it. That's what you want. And let me just display this data. Okay, let's see if we were able to achieve that result. And yes, we were able to achieve that result. As you can see, we just have single words and just the first words before hyphen. See, perfect, 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 perfect. Looks amazing. Now I just want to write this data. Yes, but I want to write this data in the Delta Lake, in the Delta format. Okay. So in order to just convert your any data into Delta format, you need to take care of these things. And how you can just do that? You can simply say df dot, okay, write. Then you will simply say format, and format will be Delta. Then you can simply say dot mode, and mode will be, let's say, append. By the way, there are 4 modes: append, overwrite, error, and ignore. Overwrite will simply overwrite the folder. Append will simply add the new data. Error will throw an error if there's already a file there. And ignore will simply ignore. It will neither write your data nor throw any error. It will simply ignore. Okay. Then we have something called as option. So now I'm creating an external table instead of manage table. So external table will be created into my data lake, my location, not of the Databricks location. Okay. So I'll simply say option, oh sorry, path. Then the path will be abfss. Then I want to save it in silver layer, silver container. Okay. And I want to create Nox. Perfect. Now I will simply say dot save, and that's it. That's it. And I will just show you the data, don't worry. So this is done and our data is written. And you can also see the performance, how it performed. And this is the thing. It shows all the logs that it took 9 seconds. And then start time, end time, and everything. Rows returned 2024. So it is a cool feature, by the way. I personally love it. And obviously you can just see the jobs as well, like how many jobs were there. And you can also see query profile. So there are like so many stuff here. Query sequence as well. That's nice. That's nice. I also haven't like explored everything within this, but yeah, you can just see a lot of stuff. And what else do we have? CQuery profile. Okay. Oh, so it just shows you a DAG similar to Web Spark UI. So it is really nice. See, peak memory 32 MB and row to columnar 2 MB, then scan 162 MB. This is really nice. This is really nice. Okay, this is really nice. Then you can simply say execution 1, execution 2. Execution 1 was simply like save into data source, tree view, graph view, rows, peak memory. This is really cool. Okay. Yeah, you can just simply explore it. Okay. Hide query profile. And it's really nice. Really nice, really nice, really nice. So you can simply explore it and just see like how you can just get some insights from this particular area. And you can also download it, I guess. Yeah, you can simply download these resources. Okay. Like all this information. That's nice. So simply our data is written. Let me show you how does it look like. Simply go to your silver and see here you will find the folder which is in the delta format. See delta log and partition which is in the packet format. Perfect. Now I want to show you something else as well. Simply go to Unity Metastore. Okay. And simply click on refresh. Obviously we do not have anything because we didn't write anything so far in this Unity Metastore. So the moment you, let's say, create any managed table can be, let's say, if I would simply write here, let's say, let me just show you. If I simply write this table again, okay, and this time if I do not provide this location, obviously it will just create a managed table. Let me just run this, and then I will just show you how it goes to the Unity Metastore location. Oops, it is going me the it is showing me the error. So, what it is saying, man? What is the error? Path is not specified. Oh, it is saying, hey, you haven't provided the path. So now is the thing. We can actually create the table which is called manage table, and obviously by default it cannot simply write the table. So in order to just create anything, or let's say create the manage table, I can simply say save as table, and then I can simply say silver dot nox, but I will simply add a suffix called man. Man is just for like manage table. Okay, simply run this, and schema cannot be found. Oh, we created the schema, right? Olympics, and let me just refresh it. ADB Olympics. Oh, we didn't provide the catalog name. Okay, okay, it's fine. Because whenever we are just using your catalog name, by the way, it's Olympics, not ADB Olympics. So whenever we just need to create the table in Unity catalog, we need to use 3-level naming space. Let me just write it for you. 3-level naming space says catalog dot schema dot table, and earlier we were just using the schema dot table. So okay, this is done. Let me just show you. Click on Unity Metastore and see, click on this. You will see tables. By the way, what is this? This is your catalog GUID, and then this is tables, and this is your manage table name. Click on this, and this is your table that is created under your Unity Metastore. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Now, this is the manage table. So it stores the data as well. It stores the data as well. Okay. If I perform something, let's say I want to create a table on top of my silver entity, I can also do that. So if I just do that, let's say I want to go here, and here, as you already know that I'm not creating any table, I'm simply writing the data. But let's say I want to create the table as well on top of this. So how I can just do that? Simply, first of all, I will remove the table, like remove the data that I have created. I'll simply go to silver, simply remove this. So by the way, this is really important. That's why I'm giving this knowledge. I know this is not directly aligned to this project, but this is really, really important. And I want you to know everything. So now I will simply rerun this. And what I will do this time, I will simply say save as table, and I will provide the table name which is called olympics.silver.nox, and this time it is not manage table, so I will not write man. So what will happen this time? Let me just run this first. What will happen this time? This will create an external table. And what is the external table? External table will write the data to your data lake, which is this one, but it will save the table definition, table metadata into the meta store. I can just show you. So if you just go here to the three bars and click on catalog and simply click on your Olympics catalog and silver. Yeah. So here it will just show you all the tables, and we just have like two tables so far. Click on this Knox and this time go to details, and this will just show you this type of table is external, and this is the storage location, which is my silver container. And what is the table ID? Table ID is 7D something, and in our managed table it was like B something. Okay, I can just show you again. So simply go to Knox man and details, and it is saying, hey, it is a managed table and the location is for the Unity Metastore. See, because it is managed by the Databricks. Okay, Unity Metastore. Okay, that's nice. And table ID is this one. Perfect. So if I just go to Unity Metastore, I can go to containers, Unity Metastore. This is my catalog ID and tables, and obviously refresh. We will still see only one table because this is the managed table. And in case of our silver, we will see our table here. Perfect. This is the thing that you need to know, bro. Okay, very good. So this is good to go now, and now we can simply click on our recent tabs to bring back our notebook, which is this one. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So this is done. Okay, now we will create another notebook, and I can simply rename it as such as silver entities, or let's say silver entity Knox. That's it, because it's just one entity. Now I'll simply go to workspace and I'll simply create one more notebook. Actually, two notebooks. Why? You will get to know. Let's create first. So it will called as silver entities, and it will be called as coaches and oops, where is and coaches, and what was the next one? The other one, events. Okay, so now the thing is, this is really a real world scenario. Okay, so what I gonna do, and this way you will learn a lot about workspaces, or sorry, workflows as well. So first of all, let me just connect this notebook to serverless, and let me just write percentage MD, and I'll simply say workflow, or let's say dynamic data reading. Yes, this is dynamic data reading. You know that I love dynamic things a lot. So I have just created a scenario for you. So let's say these two Parquet files are redundant steps. What do I mean? So let's say I know that in order to read the data, I can simply say df events. Okay, and I will simply say df events equals to spark.read.format. Oops, spark.read.format, and format is Parquet. Okay, then we can simply say dot option invert schema true, or by the way, we do not need to invert the schema because schema is written in the Parquet files. We can simply say dot load, simple, and location will be abfss bronze at the rate what's the storage location, Olympics and Olympics, I think proch dl dot dfs dot co dot window dot net, and then events. Perfect. So we know that we can just read this data, and let me just run it, and let me just say df dot display. You will understand the requirement very soon once it runs. Okay, perfect. So now df is not defined. Oh, df events. Oops, df events. Perfect. So now as you can see that we have something called as df events. Okay, and it's just fetching the results. And as you can see that we have this data, and we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 so many columns available, and actually we do not have anything to perform on top of this data. What do I mean? But we have something called as dynamic thing to perform. So let's say for now we just have two files. But let's say you have at least 50 files that you want to read and you want to put it into the enriched entity, and all those files are like almost fine. You do not need much transformation to apply it on top of it. How you can just do that thing? One thing is, you will simply say, hey, copy this code 50 times and just writing it, reading it, writing it, reading it, writing it, reading it, writing it. That's not my way to do it, or that's not the thing that you should also do as a data engineer in today's world. So how we can just do this? How? So we will just make our notebooks parameterized, and we will run a loop on top of those notebooks, and we will actually read the data dynamically, same way we did it in Azure Data Factory. How we can just do this? We will simply create something called as parameters. Okay, I will simply say parameters, and in order to create the parameters, we need to simply use dbutils dot widgets dot text. Okay, and then we can simply provide this. So now just tell me one thing: if I want to read this data, what I want to parameterize, obviously you will say we want to parameterize this folder. Very good. Now second thing that I want to parameterize, source. Very good. Now what is the third thing that I would need to parameterize? Destination. So there will be total 3 parameters, right? Very good. So in order to just create this, so I will simply say dbutils.widgets.text, and I can simply say source folder, and the value will be, by default I do not want to pick any value, so I will just keep it as it is. And then I can simply say dbutils.widgets.text. I'll simply say sync folder. Sync folder is nothing but just your destination folder. I'll simply say dbutils.widgets.text, and this time I'll simply say folder, or what do we need? Yeah, your folder. That's it, because this is just the container. So instead of calling it as folder, I will simply say container, and this is also container, and this is folder. Okay, sync folder. That's it, or just a folder, because it will be used in the reading as well. So I can simply run this. So the moment I run this cell, I will see 3 boxes coming on my screen. See, 3 boxes. So I can put any value here and I can simply run it. You want to see? Okay. First of all, I will just run one more cell because I want to get the value of these parameters. Okay. So these are just the parameters that we defined. Now we want to inherit the value that are saved in this parameter. You will say, obviously for now it is null. We can just feed the values from the notebook as well. Do not need to worry. And we can just dynamically feed the value from the loop as well. Same way we did in ADF. Okay. So I will simply pull the data, and how you can just pull the data from these parameters? I will simply say source container equals to dbutils dot widgets dot get. Instead of using text, this time we'll be using get. Simple. Then similarly, I will simply say source sync container, and then folder is this one. Let me just run this. So this is just for fetching it. Let me just write it for you. Fetching parameters. So now I want to just make my code parameterized. So I will simply say parameterizing code. Okay. Now I want to remove the hard coding thing. I don't want to hard code it. I will simply say f is nothing but just your f strings that we use in Python. So what I need to remove, I simply need to remove this with something called as source container, and I want to remove something called as this folder. It is called folder. Simple. Very good. Then we need to add one more code. It's called, by the way, I do not need to use events because this is generic now. So this is df, this is df. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You want to test it? You want to test it? Let me just show you what will happen. So I will simply say folder as events. Okay, and let me just create variable for this as well. Okay, perfect. So folder is events, source container is bronze. Okay, I have just provided this value, and you can see it is already saying waiting. That means it is automatically fetching the details for this particular parameters. So let me just wait. So it is just running automatically. Now I can simply run this code and you will see the results as it is. And this code is parameterized. Boom. This code is parameterized. So now our next task would be how we can feed these parameters. Bro, that is why we'll be just using workflows for it. So hold on. We have one more step before that. We want to write this data. I will simply say df.write. Bro, this is genuinely a kind of real-time scenario, and this can be asked in your interviews because when you just process the data in real time, you do not need to manually create a notebooks. Parameterizing the notebooks is like must to do right now, and that is why Databricks has also created a cool feature called workflows. So you need to use those things in your answers while just sitting in the interviews. Okay, so now if you are just building projects using Databricks, it's not just about writing PySpark code. No, it's like much more than that. Okay. So now I will simply write this data in the Delta format, same way, and then I'll simply say mode, then append, then I'll simply say dot option, and option will be path. Path will be parameterized, obviously, and path is ABFSS. Path is, I think, silver at the rate Olympics, and very good. And we need to parameterize this as well. Very nice. And this is my sync container, right? Sync container. Very good. So this is done. This is done. And let me just check the condition because I can see this red mark here. Sync container. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So now I want to test it first. Okay. Before just running it through workflows. Okay. I will simply say silver and this should refresh automatically. Where's that? Yeah, it started refreshing, and let me just run it. Okay, it is running fine. Now you can simply say dot save as table, and table will be Olympics dot silver dot, what is the table name? Table name is again parameterized, and silver is also parameterized. Yes, sync container, and then I can simply use table name. Table name will be folder. Makes sense. Okay, let me just run this as well. Don't worry, I will just drop that table. I'm just checking it. Okay, I really like this feature, man. I really like this feature. This is really cool, man. Really cool. Okay, so now let me just see if I was able to achieve the result. Silver, and then obviously go to your events. Yeah, perfect. I have the delta table. So I can simply drop this table because obviously I will be using workflows to achieve this. Click on events, delete it. Okay, so now it is done. So now you know that we can statically perform this because every time I can just provide the values here and I can just run tuck 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 tuck. That is still a manual process. I want everything automated. I want everything automated. So for that we will be creating something called as workflows. Something called as workflows. So in order to create a workflow, we need to create a kind of JSON script similar to the JSON script, but you'll be creating notebook because this is Databricks. But we will be creating something called as JSON, a file similar to JSON in which we just need to define what array. That's it. So I will simply take you to the workspace, and then here I will create one notebook and I will just call it as array parameter. Okay, and this one I will just attach it to serverless SQL. serverless compute, and then I will simply create an array, and I will just call it as, let's say, list of files, or let's say my array, let's say. Okay, and this array will create, will just have dictionaries, and in this we can simply say source folder, or let's say source container. Okay, because I'm just trying to keep everything same with the notebook, because we should just follow the standards, and this should have value something called as bronze. Okay, then I will simply create another dictionary. By the way, this dictionary will have more items, yeah, and it's called sync container. Then I will simply say silver, and this will have one more thing, folder, and folder is called events. Okay, events and coaches, right? Let me just check the case sensitivity. Events and coaches, okay, smaller case. So let me just copy it and let me just paste it here, and this time I'll simply say bronze, silver, and folder will be coaches. Perfect. I can just use this array. Okay, let me just run this. So this array is fine. Now how I can just use this array in order to use anything in the output, because you know that in the ADF that we have output button, but in Databricks we do not have that thing. We have to forcefully tell, hey, I want this thing in my output. So we have something called as dbutils dot notebook dot jobs. Okay, and then I can simply say dot set value, oops, set values, and then I can simply provide the key and that particular array. So I can also show you in the documentation. I will simply take you to notebook jobs, or let's say dbutils jobs. Okay, dbutils jobs, dbutils dot jobs dot set maybe. So this is the area, and set values or task values. So I think this is the thing. Yeah, perfect. So this is the code that you use, dbutils.jobs.taskvalues.set, and then you need to just provide the key and the value. That's it. Simply copy it, or I can simply say dbutils dot, simply remove it, dbutils.jobs. So we have a new utility called dbutils.jobs. It is not like notebook, it is just like dbutils.jobs, then dot task values, because these are like tasks. These will be the task in the workflow. I will just show you, don't worry. So task values, then we are just setting the value. Key is, I want to just say, let's say my output, because this will be displayed there. Okay, then value will be something that I want to return, and in this case it is my array, this one. So this will be the output of the, let me just run this. By the way, this will not do anything here. So this is set, all set. Now let's go to workflows. Okay, let's create a new job. You can say create job. Okay, then what you can do, you can simply click on this and task name, and you will simply say lookup. Okay, and type is notebook, obviously, because you want to run the notebook. Source is workspace. Path, you just need to pick that notebook. Okay, which is this one, array parameter. Perfect. Compute is serverless. Yes, we want to use serverless compute. It is fine. Okay, then yeah, this one you can just pick serverless. Oh, we have two serverless, this one or this one. Just pick jobs compute. That's fine, because existing SQL workspace works. This one, it's not enough, so simply pick serverless. Then dependent libraries, we do not have anything. Parameter, we do not have anything, and this is fine. Create task. So my task is created. See, my task is created. Now I want to add another task. It's called notebook. Obviously we run notebooks here. And what will be the name of this notebook? I will simply call it as silver entities loop. And now you will say, hey, where's the loop? So simply click on it. Okay, then you will see something called as clone task, which will be available, don't worry. Then you can simply say notebook, and path is this one. Path you can pick, which is this one. Click on confirm. Okay, then serverless depends on lookup. That means it will run after this one. That's what you want. Then it will simply say run if dependencies. Okay, run if dependencies. You can also click on cancel. There's not a big deal. Okay, but if you just pick, obviously it's good to just view while building it. Okay, then we have parameters. In this particular task, we have parameters. Yes, in this we have parameters, and we know that what are the parameters. Simply click on add, and key is source container. We have another parameter, it's called sync container. We have another parameter called folder. Now this is fine. Now it is asking, hey, what is the value of it? What is the value of it? Now value we will be providing from this particular lookup, but using a loop, because without that we cannot perform it, because this is an array and we cannot feed an array. We can feed the item of the array. Same concept, similar to ADF. Same, total same. Okay, so everything is done here. Now we want to find how we can just create a task. Simply click on create task. Okay, so this is done. Where it has gone, just click on this fit to task. So now you will see from where we can just get the loop, because in ADF we have activities. Where are the activities here? So we have activities here. Simply click on it. You will see something called as loop over this task. Click on it. It will create a loop on top of this task, as you can see. Okay, now it is saying inputs similar to ADF. What is the input? Input is the output of this lookup. Okay, how we can just provide that? Click on this and click on this dynamic content. Click on this. See, name is different, everything is same. So we are saying that task dot lookup dot value, this one. Task dot lookup dot value, this one. But this is saying my value, my value. So this is the task dot lookup dot values. Now you need to put that particular key that you generated. When you generated, remember you use dbutils dot jobs dot task values dot set. This is that particular thing. You need to now feed that value here. Okay, in order to check that, you can simply clone it, duplicate, and you can simply go to recents to just confirm what was the name of it, array parameter, and the name was my output. Now you need to simply paste it here. Perfect, perfect. So this is done. This is done. Now this loop is done. Loop is done. Now we want to use the item of each loop. Similar to ADF, we use @item dot key name. Here we use input dot key name. I can just show you. Click on this notebook now. Then go to your parameter and go to this dynamic content. So now you will see something called as input, and the definition of input is array value for each in the loop. Click on this input. Then you need to simply say input dot that particular line. So either you can just simply pick like this, or go to this array and simply pick input dot. So now you will simply say input dot what, that particular loop value, which is source container, because this particular parameter will have this as first value. So within this we want this particular key, right? Then we want this particular key, then we want this particular key. Simple, bro. That's why fundamentals are important. So I will simply copy it. I will simply paste it here. I'll simply say sync, and then I will simply say folder. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now I can simply say save task. Okay, and now it's all set to run. Now let me just click on run now, and it will just run this, and it is triggered. Click on view run, and now it is running the task for you using serverless compute. So you are good with your serverless. So it is running the first task, which is lookup. Okay, now it is running that one, and then it will simply load the data to our silver entities without your manual intervention. So let's say you have like hundreds of files, you can just do it like this. Sorted. I know this is a cool feature and I want you to learn this, and let's see how it goes here. if it goes without any errors. Simple. Okay, first activity ran fine. Okay, now it is running the loop. Let's see how it goes. I don't think we have any errors here, but still, errors are unexpected. So errors are the part of the process. So it is running. We can also click on view run events to just see what is happening. Then we can also click on view job ID to see what is happening. So there are so many stuff. And status is running. We can also cancel the job, but obviously, why would I cancel my job that I have built? So it is just running. Obviously, when we just create delta table, it takes time. So maybe that's why it is taking a little bit of time. And one scheduled. Can you observe one thing? It is saying one scheduled. That means for now, only first one is running. Only first one. And second one is scheduled. Okay. Let me just click on it. Let me just click on the start time. And silver meets does not exist. Oh, delta table silver dot events does not exist. Oh, we have an error. Oh, nice. It failed, man. Why? Simply go to task, click on this, click on runs. Okay, and click on this. To scheduled. Oh, it failed. Okay. Hmm. It is saying it does not exist. Silver. Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. Bronze, silver coaches. Okay. Let me just open it. What's the error? Let me just open it. So it says delta table not found. Delta table silver dot events does not exist. Silver dot events. Obviously, we do not have that table. We are creating that table, right? What's wrong? What's wrong, man? What's wrong? Let me just go to recents. Let me just open my notebook. Maybe just we have made one silly mistake. Maybe. So we are reading the data source container. Okay, source container is this one. And it is saying that delta table silver dot events does not exist. Okay, and we are writing this data. Okay, olympics dot sync container dot folder. Okay, option path sync container is fine. Silver dot events, let me just see what's the issue. So let me just go to job runs and let's see. So this was our job. Okay, let me just click on this. So it failed at this step, we know that. Let me just try to troubleshoot it. Oh, this ran fine and this failed. Why? Maybe there's a typo. Maybe. Let's see. One downstream table, view this. So I want to just see this. Okay, this ran fine. Yeah, this ran fine. Okay, that means issue is not really an issue. So it is saying that delta table not found. Delta table silver dot events does not exist. Bro, what do you want? Who told you to read the table? No one, right? So source container, Olympics, proj DL, and I can see, oh, I can see events table. Why it is, oh man, such a silly mistake. Do you remember we deleted that table from the folder because we ran one time manually, but we didn't remove it from catalog. So it is saying it is already there. Oh, we simply just need to remove this table from here. I will simply say drop table and table name. Table name is obviously this uh, Olympics dot silver dot events. Okay, let me just run this, and then I will just remove that particular table as well, which is your coaches because I will just rerun the pipeline because I want to see it succeeded. Okay, let me just run this. I was surprised. I was like, why? Let me just delete this. Okay, and let me just go back to here. Let me just go to silver to remove any of the folder that we have. Coaches. Yeah, now it should run fine. I was like, how? How? So simply, I will simply go to repair run. Okay, and in order to go to repair run, we can simply click on repair run. It will just start the process from the failed activity, but I just want to rerun it. I will simply say run now. Now it should just run fine. I'm so sure. View run. Now it should just run fine. Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So I hope you also got the error. Okay, like what was the issue? We removed the folder, but we didn't remove the metadata from the catalog. So it was saying, hey, what are you trying to do? Table is there. You are trying to create another table with the same name. So that was the issue. But now everything should run fine. Lookup should run fine. And obviously your silver entities loop should run fine. Okay. I am expecting it to run fine. Okay. And it should not take much time this time because there's no error. Whenever there is an error, it will take a lot of time. Okay. So it is saying one schedule. That means one is running and one is scheduled. And it should be done now. And after this, we will just performing our PySpark transformation, major PySpark transformations on top of your athletes file. And then we will create our curated entities using Delta Live tables. Delta Live tables. Okay. So. By the way, Delta Live tables is little bit a tricky thing, but I will just make it very easy. And it's really easy. And it is developed to make your life easy, and you will get to know why. And you will also get to know why companies are asking questions related to Delta Live tables so aggressively. You will know. Okay, two scheduled. By the way, why I think there is an error because earlier it was only one scheduled. Oh man, do not throw us errors. No. It's fine. First is succeeded. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, nice. So it is running, and it will should be done in 12 seconds. Meanwhile, I can see this. Nice, bro. Nice. Cool stuff. I really like this. They have totally changed the concept of Spark UI, maybe. Hmm, nice, man. Everything is well documented. Let me see. Okay, perfect. Our job is finally succeeded. See, job runs succeeded. The previous run was fail at 4:30 p.m., but at 4:36 p.m. it is successfully completed. Wow, let me show you the silver entities. Click on refresh. Perfect. My coaches table, my events table is there without any manual intervention. Now, even if you have like hundreds of files, you can just run it like this using loop. Okay, so that is really nice. Now let me just pull the data for our main file, which is also called, let me just close the unwanted tabs, which is also called as athletes file, and that is the main file for this particular transformation, and that is also our master data. Okay, so let me just create another script, another notebook. Click on workspaces, click on create, and then notebook. And here I'll simply say silver entity and then athletes. Okay, and connect this to serverless compute silver entity athletes. Very good. Now let's try to read the data. uh, Data reading. Okay, I'll simply say df equals spark dot read dot format, then obviously packet, then I'll simply say dot option directly load because we have everything in packet files. I love packet files. ABFSS, bronze. By the way, how was that solution? Using workflow, using parameterized notebook, using parameterized flow to run the notebooks. Did you like it? I know you liked it. If you liked it, just drop a lovely comment right now. Right now. Olympics proj dl dfs core windows net. Okay, then it is saved in athletes. Okay, just run it. And obviously I would like to import some libraries, so I will simply say from PySpark.sql.functions import asterisk from PySpark.sql.types import asterisk. Very well done. Let me just display this data. How does it look like? Display df. Very good. Oh, path does not exist. Wow, really? Bronze @Olympics proj dl .dfs .core .windows .net and then athletes. Are you serious? Olympics proj dl. Let me just check the spelling if there's a typo. No, this is fine. Okay. Uh, path not found. Wow. Then I can simply go inside this and then within bronze we have, wow, very good spelling of athletes, bro. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We are data engineers. We can make typos. Okay, so now it is just loading the data for your athletes data frame. Okay, so it is just fetching the result. And now this is your master data. Okay, and there are so many columns and genuinely amazing opportunity to apply the transformation. So as you can see, there are lists. Obviously they are saved in the form of text because this was like CSV file and we have so many nulls and everything. So it's a great opportunity to practice all the PySpark coding and PySpark functions that can actually help us to revise so many stuff. And by the way, this is really a messy data. See, this is really a messy data. So let me just tell you how we can just perform transformation. So first of all, I want to apply a transformation which is very common, and I want to first of all filter out the values. And let's say even before filtering out, I want to fill some values which are null. And I want to specifically pick the column. So it's not like I want to replace all the null values with the default value. No. Here's an advanced version of null. So, or let's say fill NA. So let's say it is called birthplace. So I want to provide a different value for null. And for this birth country, I want to provide a different value for that as well. Make sense? And I just want to provide the null values for only these two columns. And let's say for, yeah, for the just these two columns, because that makes more sense. Okay. So let me just tell you how you can just provide that particular transformation. I will simply say df equals df.fillNA, and let me, even before saving it, let's create the transformation first. Fill NA, and then you just need to provide this column name which is called birthplace and which is called birth country. By the way, there are like many ways to perform this kind of transformation. Either we can just say, hey, fill NA and then subset equals to this. The best way to do it is just pass a dictionary. That's it. So what I will do, I will simply say df.fillNA and I will simply say birth place, and default value for this will be, let's say, xyz. Let's say xyz. Then I can simply create another key value pair. It is for birth country, and I will simply say xyz, and that's it. That's it. And as you can see, it is giving me more recommendation, but that is enough. So currently I have created two columns and two additional because it was just providing me some transformation idea. So I thought like I can just take that transformation residence place and residence country as well. So as I just told you, I want a different value for this. So I will simply say ABC. Okay. Residence place, I will simply say unknown. Okay. And then I'll simply say, let's say AAA. Okay. So let me just save it. And then I can simply say df.display. So it should just fill that particular nulls. Okay. And it has successfully, I think, done it. Let me just check it. Df dot, what was the column name? Yeah, birthplace. Okay. So perfect. I can see XYZ, I can see ABC, unknown, and so on. Very good. So this was just our first transformation that we applied, and this was very, very simple. So let's say now I want to filter my data based on multiple conditions. How you can just do that? So let me just make it clear. So I want to filter my data if 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 the birth country, or let's say not birth country, let's not pick that one. Let's say I want to pick the name, or yeah, let's pick the name. I want to just fetch the records for just few athletes, and I want to provide multiple conditions for my particular transformation. What do I mean? I want to fetch data for only this player and this player. Obviously it's very hard to take the names, but yeah, I want my data just to be fetched for this player and this player. Okay, and there is one more condition along with it. What's that? Gender should be male, or let's say current should be true. What's that current? Obviously you do not have a kind of business understanding of it, but it says that maybe this player is currently playing and this player is not retired. So I just want to make sure that my current flag is true, and name should be either Galstian Salvik or Haru Tunyan Arson. Okay, so these should be named. Let me just scroll down if we have like easy names. I think those are better. Okay, so let me just create the transformation for it. And in order to just perform multiple filter transformation, it's very important to just take care of the arithmetic operations like and, ampersand, everything. So what I will do, I will simply say df equals df dot filter. Okay, df dot filter, because I'm filtering my data frame. So first column will be your current. Okay, current equals to true. Perfect. So this is my first condition. And along with this, first of all, I will just make another parenthesis. Why? Because I want to just encapsulate it, because these are like multi-conditional. So that's why I told you need to just take care of all these things. Then I will simply say ampersand, and then I will create another parenthesis, and I will simply say column and name. This column of name, okay, should be isn is a function that we put, and it is similar to, let's say, in function in SQL. So here we have isn function. So isn function, with the help of it, we can just put the name. So I will simply copy the name if I can. Yeah, let me just copy the name. So isn, I just need to provide the value. What are those two names? And this is the second name. Okay, or let me just provide the third name as well. Let's say this as well. So this should fulfill our requirement, and let's see if we were able to perform this particular transformation, and let's see how data look like. Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to see. I just wanted to see just 3 records, and instead of creating or saving this data frame into the existing one, we should just create the filtered data frame. It's called df filtered. Okay, let me just run it. Perfect. And now, as you know, that our df is already messy and it has changed, so we can just rerun our command. It's called this one from the beginning. So df and then obviously df, this one. Yeah, perfect. So now our filter command is done. Okay, and we have already filtered some data frame that we want to see. If we just want to see, let's say, this particular player, so this was just a kind of ad hoc analysis that we can perform. So let's say now What you need to do, you need to perform a kind of sorting. Okay, and how you can just perform sorting? So first of all, before performing sorting, you need to just perform a kind of transformation on this particular column. Currently it is saying 0000 and some numbers, and by default it is of ABC type, which is your string type. So I will first of all convert height column and weight column to the float data type so that you can actually perform some mathematical operations. Okay. So how we can just cast the columns? So in order to cast the column, you can simply say df equals df dot with column, because we are just transforming the existing columns. Okay. And this will be a really good one for you because we'll be performing two transformations, or let's say we will be just modifying two columns within one code cell, and this will be a good practice for you. So simply say df dot with column, and the column name is, I think, height. Okay, and this is the column name, and what transformation you want to perform? We just want to perform such as column height dot cast, and cast should be float type. Perfect. So then another column. So just go to the next line with the help of backslash, then simply write dot with column, and this time it is weight, and then simply float type. Perfect. Very good. Let me just say df dot display. Let me just say df dot display if it works. Yeah, it works. And let me show you now the column. It should be of the float data type. Very good. As you can see, 1.2, that is float data type. Float data type. And obviously we cannot have zeros, right? We cannot have zeros. So what I want to do, I want to sort my data, but based on two columns. That means I want to sort my data in the descending order based on the height column. So I want tall people should come at the first, and I want to perform ascending order on the weight. That means tall but lightweight. So how we can just perform ascending and descending at the same time and on the different columns? It is very easy. Let me just show you. So you simply need to say df or sorted, because this is a sorted data, df dot sort, and I want to perform sorting on two columns, and one is your height, second one is your weight. Okay, and here's the thing, now you will simply say ascending equals, now you have two options. Either you can simply say false true as it is recommending. Second thing, you can simply say 0 comma 1, that is 0 is for descending because ascending equals to false, and then ascending equals to 1, that means ascending equals to true. Okay, simply say df sorted dot display. Okay, very good. So let's see, is our data sorted? So let me just drag it here, and perfect. As you can see, lightweighted. Oh man, obviously that doesn't make any sense because height is 222, obviously 222 centimeter, and weight is 0. That doesn't make any sense. So I would like to add one more filter to my this particular data frame. How we can just do that? So simply you can simply add dot filter, and you will simply say uh, weight. Okay, weight, let's say greater than 0. Simple. Okay, so what you have done here, you have first sorted the data and then you have filtered the data. But ideally what Spark will do, according to the logical optimized plan, it will first move the filter first, then it will sort the data. Why? Because obviously if we are just filtering the data first and then we are applying sorting, we are using less computation, and this is just handled by Spark. So why we do need to worry? Why? Just run it. Just run it. Greater than is not supported. Okay, I can simply use column object because we cannot use directly greater than on the string column, like in the single quotes. We can simply use column. Okay, see, it worked. I just used column object before your column name. Then I will see the ideal result. Perfect. So now it makes sense. The height is 205 and weight is 95. Okay, so this was all about your sorting the data, casting the data type, and everything at one time. Okay, now I want to perform a very good thing. Okay, what's that? So basically here, if you just see nationality, okay, so instead of writing United States, I just want to write US. And why I want to include this transformation, I know this is the transformation that is very handy, and you will be just replacing the values like this. So we have a function called regexp replace in Spark in order to replace any column value with anything else. So let me just do that for you. So I can simply say df sorted, because I'm just using df sorted. So df sorted dot with column. Okay, then I can simply say nationality. Oh, it has recommended, see, but I will not use that code. I will just write in my own nationality code, not nationality, just nationality, like not nationality code. So what I will see, what I will write, I will simply say regexp replace. So it will simply replace the value. So I will simply say United States with US. Okay, so I will simply say df sorted dot display. Perfect. What's that? Replacement. Oh, makes sense. So it is saying that first of all, in the like, let me just show you. Hey, just go away. Let me just delete this. So what it is saying. So whenever we just use regexp replace, let me just show you. So in order to use regexp replace, we need to just first of all tell the column name. Okay, so column name is nationality. So we need to just repeat it here for one more time. Then we need to write the replace function, like what value you want to replace. I want to replace this value with this one. Perfect. Now it should work. So column name was missing. So let's see, let's check if that is replaced or not. Yes, that is replaced. And I can just confirm here nationality. See, here we just have US now. Very good. So now you can also ask, hey, can we just perform a renaming thing? Yeah, I want to perform renaming. So let's say here we have something called as code. Okay, code. And I want to first of all find how many duplicate values do we have in this particular column called code. So in that particular scenario, I will be just performing a kind of group by function. And in order to do that, you simply need to say df dot group by. Okay, so as you know, we just have like 240 rows, so we'll just get to know like how many data do we have. I'll simply say code. Okay, then once I have this group by function, I want to just apply group by on code. What aggregation I need to perform? I will simply say dot agg. Then I can simply say, let's say count of code. Yeah, count of code itself, because I want to see like how many code do we have. So once it displays that data, so you will see that it will just show us like one code is 11111, and if we have anywhere 2, that means that is a duplicated value, and I don't think so we have any duplicated value. But still I want to confirm. What I will do, I will simply say dot filter. Okay, column. Now is a good thing, we can also provide the alias to make it good. So I will simply provide alias as total count. Okay, total count, total count. Then filter, and I will simply say total count. Okay, dot filter total count, and obviously I need to just use call. Okay, total count should be greater than 1. Let's see if we have any. Okay, and if we have any, that means we have a duplicate, and we do not want that. That means we do not have any duplicate in this code column. So what I am planning now, I want to just rename this column with, let's say, athlete ID, because we have athletes and we have obviously kind of ID which can act as a primary ID, primary key. I will simply call it as uh, athlete ID. How we can just do that? I will simply say df sorted equals df sorted dot with column. Okay, and then I can simply say, by the way, with column, no, we need to use with column renamed because we are renaming the column. So the previous column name is, I think, code, and the new name will be athlete ID. Okay, and simply say df dot sorted. Perfect. Df sorted dot display. Very good. Perfect. So as you can see, this column name is also changed. It says df athlete ID, and this is really nice. And now data looks much more cleaner. Obviously, we do not need to worry about nickname because we do not have nickname for every athlete. Okay, and obviously for occupation, it says occupation just athlete, and some are, wow, lawyer, electrician, student. Wow. So I want to do one thing. I want to convert this particular string into a kind of list so that I can just use it in future. Okay, how I can just do that? I can simply convert this into a list, and in order to do that, I will simply say df equals df dot with column. Okay, and then I will simply say occupation. Okay, and then I will simply say split function on based of occupation. That's it. And I can obviously use df sorted because we are using df sorted and df sorted. Then we can simply say df sorted dot display. Very good. So this is done. Whoa. Oh, obviously, what is the delimiter? Delimiter is comma. Okay. Perfect. Fetching results. Now I just should see list in place of, where's that? Yeah. Perfect. See, occupation is now turned into a list. Obviously, we have some null values, but we now this looks fine. Okay. So now I want to prune my data because I just want these columns that I have here, like athlete ID, current name, and then name short, and then these things. Okay. So one way to do is obviously just use select, but before that, I want to just show you something else. You can simply use df dot columns. Okay, it will just put all the columns in the list, and then you can just use this thing in your select statement. It is a kind of hack that you can use. Okay, and I'll simply say df sorted dot columns, df sorted. Okay, perfect. So this is a kind of df sorted that you can run, and I want just these columns till I think wait. Yeah, I just need these columns, so I can just do that. I will simply say df final equals df sorted dot select. Okay, then I will simply put that information here. That's it, and I can just simply run it, and I can simply see my df final. How does it look like? And this time I will see with the help of display function using as a prefix. Why? Let me just tell you, baby. Just hold on. See, this is your final df, and it looks like cool. This is really cool, bro. This is much more cleaner, much more enriched, and now it looks like an enriched entity. Okay, why I used display function instead of dot display? So you can even create visualizations in the notebook. It's not just like you can only build the notebooks with the PySpark code and you can just see the result in the form of table. No, simply click on this plus button and you simply click on visualization. Then you can build visualization based on the result. Let's say you want to build a kind of pie chart. Okay, then obviously you need x column. X column I will simply say gender, and y column will be perfect. So this is the sum of gender, like male and female. 57.48% are male and female are like 42.5%. And obviously this is just the sum of height, and if I just want to, let's say, want to say count, so 55% are male and 44% are your female. And you can just do a lot of things, series, then colors. If you just want to pick another color, let's say I want to pick this color, I want to pick this color, this is nice, this is nice with red, uh yes, this is nice. Okay, so now if you just want to, obviously data labels, and you can just put any data label, general, and direction, clockwise, anti-clockwise, you can just do a lot of stuff, see, but I use counterclockwise, which is anti-clockwise. So now click on save. So now what you can do, you can even use this notebook as your visualization tool as well, and you can just present this notebook to your manager, to your stakeholders as well. They can just have a look and they can just actually treat it as a dashboard, not like actual dashboard, but in order to get some insights. Okay, so by the way, you have both the options. You, if you want to just switch to table again, switch to table. You want to switch to visualization, switch to visualization. And you can just treat this notebook, let me just zoom out. You can just treat this notebook as a kind of um, interaction, or let's say your managers can interact with this notebook with read only access, and they can just build visualization based on the output. See, let's say they want to just analyze something quickly that I just did. I don't want like how many male and female are there. Instead of writing the query, they can just leverage your result that you have created for them. They will simply click on plus. They can just build this. They can just find some insights. Nice. Okay. So now we're gonna write this data into an enriched entity. So now it's finally time to write this data. And I hope that you got some hands-on with amazing PySpark function. And trust me, these are like bread and butter PySpark functions that we use on a daily basis. And some extraordinary PySpark functions you can easily tackle, because now you have a ground base ready. And now you can just tackle with any real-time scenario. You just need to think wisely, because now you know all the basic stuff, all the stuff that are required to perform any transformation. You know casting, you know creating new column, transforming columns, renaming columns, filtering, sorting, renaming, and then you can say converting split into text, text into split, everything. So now if anyone just gives you any problem, hey, just do this using PySpark, you know all the stuff, right? You know all the syntaxes, you know all the approaches, everything. I have just showed you so many stuff, like you can just perform multi transformation within one code cell. Now you know those things. Now you can confidently tackle any problem, because you cannot cover all the transformations, no, but you can just create any transformation, you can just cover any transformation with the help of this. Okay, okay. Let me just give you one more transformation which is very important before just writing this data into an enriched entity. What's that? So it's called window functions. Okay, so let's say if you want to find cumulative sum, it's very important, bro. Cumulative sum. Let's say if you want to find cumulative sum of anything. So I know here we have, let's say, weight. Okay, so let's say you want to find cumulative sum based on the nationality. Okay, this is just a hypothetical situation. We just want to count, we just want to cumulatively find the sum of the whole nationality. Like how did we, obviously this is a real-time scenario for finance department. This is not the finance data, but I want you to learn, because this is a very common scenario that you can be asked in the interviews. So what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve cumulative sum on a column, okay, based on the window function. And why this is important? Because this is not a simple window function. We need to play with the frame clauses, of window functions. It's called rows between. I've got it. If you already know in SQL, you should know how to code it in PySpark as well. If you do not know in SQL as well, don't worry, you will just get to know everything. So in order to do that, we can simply perform df final dot with column, because this is a new column, and I will simply say come and wait. Okay, come wait. Okay, and in order to perform window functions, I need to import the window functions from PySpark dot SQL dot window import window. Okay, just run this. Come wait. Okay, now I'll simply say dot sum, or let's say dot. So it is very similar to your transformation that you perform in SQL. Very similar. So in SQL, we just perform transformation using, let's say, select, and then we just write sum on which column, on this column, then over, then we write so many stuff, right? Similarly, just write same thing, sum, then I just want to find weight. Okay, weight, then I want to perform over function. Over function is used to just perform your window function. Dot over, then I will just use partition by. Here's the thing, we need to use window dot partition by, because this is not similar to your Spark partition by. This is just the partition by for your data. I'll simply say window dot partition by. Now what is a partition by column? It is called nationality. Okay, so nationality, perfect. So this is the partition by. Now do we need to perform any order? It is not required, but you can just perform order by on, let's say, height. It's not required basically, but still you can just perform on height. Okay, then I will simply say dot order by height. Okay, perfect. Now I want to also perform something called as, let's say, sort. Okay, yeah, I want to perform sort. So how I can just perform that? I can simply write dot sort, or let's perform sorting at the end. First of all, let's focus on the rows between function. So now everything is fine. If I just run this, you will see, let me just run this for you so that you can understand. So if I just run this, you will see the new column with the whole lump sum amount, whole lump sum weight. So let me just drag it here. See, if the nationality is Argentina, the wait, where's that? Where's the group by? Group by, oh sorry, with column is come weight, and sum of weight dot over partition by nationality. Okay, wait. Okay, perfect. So what it has done, it has by default perform, let's say, your cumulative sum. So 76 plus 72, it will be 148. Then 148 plus 95, it will be 243. Then 243 plus 82, it will be 325. So it has by default perform your cumulative sum. But let's say if you just want to perform the whole sum, like the sum of the whole column, so in that particular scenario you need to just tweak the frame clause, because in this particular engine it is by default creating this thing like cumulative sum, but in other SQL engines you would just manually do that. So I want you to understand that part. So in that particular thing, in that particular scenario, you need to just use something called as rows between. It is the frame clause. So I will simply say it should be here in the window function. Yeah, over, and then you just need to perform dot rows between. Okay, then rows between, and then I will simply write what is the rows between function. It will be called as window dot preceding, like all the values from the past and all the values from the future. So it will be like windows dot preceding comma window dot like all the future values instead of window dot current row. By default it is dot current row, but now we need to just pick all the records. So I will simply say rows between, let me just write it from here, window dot current row unbounded preceding. See this one, just write windows dot unbounded preceding comma window dot unbounded following. That means I want, yeah, dot display. That means I want all the records to be considered from the past, window dot unbounded preceding comma unbounded following. So this time you will see that all the records will have the cumulative sum of the whole nationality. See 1081, 1081, 1081, and then 1358, 1358, 1358 for Australia. So this is the thing that you need to know, and this is really important when you are just using window function. And in the SQL as well, you write the same stuff. So let's say you want to just write the SQL command. It's very much similar to this one, spark.sql, and let's say you just want to perform select, or let me just put three double quotes. So you will simply say select, and then you can simply say sum of weight. Okay, sum of weight. And do we have a table? No, not a big deal. Spark dot weight. Okay, like sum of weight, and then we just write something called as over. And within this over, we just write, because this is really important, bro. Window function is really important, bro, from Spark SQL and from your PySpark data frame as well. So over, then we simply write partition by, and obviously we do not need to just write like without space, we just write it using this. So partition by, then we just put partition by as like nationality, and then bro, it has just picked the full thing. So I want you to understand first. So then partition by is done, then we just need to put order by, let's say height, and then we need to just say rows between unbounded preceding and unbounded. Here we use and because obviously we cannot use dot. Unbounded following. So this is the thing that you need to understand. When you just say unbounded following, it will just pick everything from the future records as well. Okay, when you just say current row, that means and current row like this, it will just pick till the current row and it will not do anything. Current row, why it is giving me the red mark? Why? Okay, I've just put one more, that thing, and that's it. This is your query that you can use, and you can obviously verify it. How? Let me just show you that as well. From we do not have a view, you can actually create a view as well from your data frame. So let's say you have a data frame called df for final. I will simply say dot to dot create or replace temp view, and you can simply name it as, let's say, athletes. And now you can simply use athletes here in the command. Okay, makes sense. Let me just run it, and you can also see it using, let's say, df new. So this is a quick way to create your data frame based on SQL. And what I have done, I have simply created a view using df using create or replace temp view command. So this was another understanding for you, and there was a typo in athletes. Athletes cannot be found. Why? Because we do not have it here. So let me just run it one more time, and let me just say athletes. Perfect. Now I can simply view the data. Df new dot display, and this is a data frame created on top of your view. So this is the way that you can switch from data frame to SQL to data frame. Okay, see, everything is here. And obviously I just picked this column, so that's why I just have one column, but it is fulfilling my demand that I want to perform. Yes, perfect. So this is just your quick guide for PySpark, Spark SQL, window function, because I know these are really, really important. Now I will simply write this data because this is all set to be written. Dot write dot format, then format will be delta. Very good. Then dot mode will be append. Very nice. Then dot option, path will be abfss, and it will be, I think, silver, @olympics dot dfs dot code windows dot net dot athletes. And then obviously we need to save as a table, and table will be Olympics catalog dot silver, then dot athletes. Let me just run it. So as I told you, this is our master. No external location was found. Okay, why? 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 Uh, silver @Olympics. Oh, bro, it's not just Olympics. It's called Olympics Proj DL. Okay, very good. So it is done, and I can just confirm that my silver entity is also created. Very well done. Let me just refresh because it is not there. Yeah, it is there. So now everything is done. Okay, everything is done, and now you are all set. Now you are all set to create your curated entities, your gold layer. And we gonna just use DLT, which is called Delta Live Tables, and it makes our life so easy. And let me just tell you how you can just create Delta Live Tables, and with constraints, with expectations. What are expectations in Delta Live Tables? Basically, these are the rules that we define within Delta Live Tables so that it will follow all those rules strictly. Otherwise, we'll just break the flow, because we want strict rules to be applied on top of our table. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So in order to just work with Delta Live Tables, the first thing is you need to just first of all create a new notebook. Okay, and simply go to workspace, go to your create folder, and then yeah, then here what we'll be doing, here we will be just creating a new notebook, and we will simply say curated entities. Okay, simply click on create. Now what we need to do, what we need to do, so now first of all, we know that we have one master data, which is athletes. Okay, very good. Then we know that we have normal tables that we have, right? And obviously we'll be just applying the expectations. So what will be the flow? Let me just create a notebook and let me just explain there. Oh, we created the notebook, right? Where is that? Oh, we created the folder. Ansh, Lamba, what happened, bro? Go to Olympics and then just create notebook, and then just rename it as curated entities. Okay, perfect. Let me just connect to the serverless. By the way, when we just work with Delta Live tables, we actually do not need to worry about compute, because it doesn't use any kind of compute. It just uses job compute to run the pipeline. So we cannot actually see what is going to happen. So let me just create a markdown first of all. Let me just say Delta Live tables gold layer. Okay, Delta Live tables gold layer. So basically, let me just explain Delta Live tables quickly. Delta Live Tables is a kind of ETL framework that we have and provided by Databricks. It is built on top of your Spark structured streaming. Okay, we also have like mat views as well, but the main core concept is like your CDC. They just want to make CDC easily available, and they just want to make flow easily available. So let's say you have data in the enriched layer. Okay, or let's say silver layer. You want to take it to the gold layer. Okay, so now obviously you will be having multiple notebooks or multiple sources. Okay, you will be just using different notebooks, different pipelines, everything to just make it available, these data here. So Databricks says, and trust me bro, Delta Live tables is aggressively used by most of the companies, and it is an extraordinary, you can say, addition in the world of data engineering. Extraordinary. So it says you do not need to do anything, just tell me what to do. That means it will simply say, hey, you want to move this data from here and here, from here to here, I will just do that. I will just create your table. Okay, you want to make some transformations while making this shift, I will just do that. Okay, you want to manage your slowly changing dimensions, which is the biggest headache, it will say I will do that. It will just take slowly changing dimensions as well. Okay, then it will say you want to apply upserts efficiently, I will do that. Okay, then it will say, hey, do you want to just, let's say, recreate a table, or let's say add a column in a table, you do not need to just worry about any definition, I will do that. Everything I will do that. Let's say schema changes, it will say, hey, everything will be done by me. So that means it is a kind of ETL framework that says just mention what to do, That's it. And I will take care of the part called as how to do. Make sense? So that's why it is a kind of declarative ETL framework in which we just need to declare our things that we need to do. That's it. Everything will be performed by the Delta Live tables in the backend. Everything. Trust me, everything. So in terms of development, there are three major things that we need to master. The one is materialized view. Okay. Okay. Second thing is streaming views. Okay. Third thing is streaming tables. You can say these are the backbone of Delta Live tables. Everything will be done by these three things. That's it. There cannot be fourth object. No. Okay. Okay. So here you need to have a Delta source, or you can have another source as well. So in that particular scenario, ideally you should have Delta as a source. If you do not have Delta as a source, then you might be using autoloader to load the data from the source. So ideally you should have Delta as a source. Okay. Now we know that we have Delta as a source. Okay. Makes sense, because yeah, makes sense. So now what we need to do, by the way, I have just created Delta dedicated video on Delta Live tables that you can definitely watch. You can simply go here and yeah, this is the video that has covered Delta Live tables, like 4 hours video just on Delta Live tables. So you can imagine how much knowledge you will gain after this video. And this is like a kind of condensed form of knowledge that I'm going to use right now. And obviously that is aligned to the project, but I will highly recommend you to watch this video, bro, on Delta Live tables. It is very much in deep. It is very much in depth. Trust me. Okay. So now, let me just start with the development. You will try to actually understand what's going on, and it's not that much difficult. So basically we have two options to start with Delta Live tables. One is Python API, second is SQL. I personally like Python API with Delta Live tables. You can pick SQL. It is not much big difference, but Python API is much better to understand, trust me. And if you haven't started learning Delta Live tables, just go with Python. Okay, not a big deal. So first of all, what we gonna do, we know that we have 4 files: 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 files are your mapping files, such as, yeah, like events, knocks and coaches, right? So we will simply create the DLT pipeline. Okay, what I will do, I will create one streaming query in the beginning. So let's start with, let's say, your coaches. Okay, makes sense. Coaches, let's say, let's start with coaches. I'm really hungry, man, but I think I have one oats bar. Okay, let's see after that. Let's build this first. Let's complete this first. Okay, so if we want to build the coaches, let's try to build the coaches. Okay, coaches DLT pipeline. Very good. Coaches DLT pipeline. By the way, we should not use these things like in DLT pipeline, but still you can use it. No need to worry. So how we can just build the coaches? So we know that we have coaches here. Okay, in the Delta format. What I will do, first of all, let me just make a line here. Okay, what I will do, I will create one streaming table. Okay, streaming table here. Okay, then I will create a kind of view in which I can just perform some transformation, some further transformation, some kind of aggregations that I want to perform, like anything, just to show you that these things are possible. But this will be my view. This will be my view. Okay, and then at the end I will simply create a kind of, let's say, streaming table. Okay, so this will be my streaming table. Stream table, and this, the first one will also be streaming table, and the second one will be view, and third one will again be a streaming table. Okay, so how we can just do that? So for that, you simply need to, what, you simply need to come here and simply write @dlt dot table. This is a kind of decorator that we have within. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Yeah, or let me zoom out. Yeah, perfect. So this is a kind of decorator that we need to apply on top of our function. Yeah, what we do, we create Python functions in order to populate the tables. Okay, so there are basically two ways to provide the table name. You can simply say name equals to, let's say, source table coaches. Okay, or if you do not need to just provide this, you can simply write def and then you can simply say source table coaches. So here's the thing, if you do not provide name, it will simply pick your function name as the table name. Okay, then simply go inside this function, then create the data frame. So data frame will be spark dot read dot table, and here you can simply say, hey, we already know what is the catalog is Olympics dot silver dot table name is coaches. That's it, and just return df. That's it. So it will simply run it. It will not do anything. Why? Because it is just a serverless compute, or it's just a compute that is used to run your code but not your DLT pipeline. And by the way, we have not even imported DLT module, so let me just quickly import it. So we can simply say import DLT. Okay, what? Oh, see, Delta Live Tables module is not supported on this cluster. You should either get a new pipeline or use an existing pipeline. I told you, we cannot use serverless compute in order to just work with your DLT pipeline. By the way, this is not important because we just use job compute to create DLT. But obviously, we need to see, hey, if there are any errors, and if yes, we should know about those errors, right? So what we're gonna do, we will simply create a new compute, simply go to create new resource, and this time I will simply create a personal compute, okay, of DS3v2. Remember, you just need to use 4 cores, that's it, and runtime should be pick standard and pick 15.4 LTS. Click on create. It will take some time, at least I think 3 to 4 minutes, because this all purpose job compute will also not run your DLT pipelines. No, but it will help you to just import the modules and run your code so that you can see, hey, is there any mistake in the syntax or anything? That's it. Nothing special. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So till the time it is starting, I can write my code. So this is just for the source table coaches. So now let's say I want to create a view on top of it because I just want to create a flow. Okay, so what I can do, I will simply go here and I will simply write dlt dot view. Now I want to create another function. I'll simply say view and coaches. Okay, and I will also remove it. I will simply say source coaches and view coaches. That makes more sense. Okay, then here's the thing, how I will create a data frame because I do not have any data because this table is not created yet. Makes sense. But in DLT, we use something called as live keyword that will refer to this particular table or view which is not even created. That is the power of Delta Live table. So I will simply say df equals spark.read.format, and format will be live dot that table name which is source coaches. Simply copy it and paste it here. And let's say you want to just perform any transformation. Let's say you want to just perform df equals df dot filter. And do you remember anything, like if they have any kind of field that you want to just try? Let me just quickly look at the data. Or let's say let's say you want to just perform df dot fill in it. Okay, and you just want to perform unknown. That's it. And then you just want to return df, so it will just return the df for you. That's it. Okay, now finally you want to create a streaming table on top of this view because this is a streaming view. Okay, And by the way, let me just write stream, and let me just write stream here as well, because this is a streaming table, not just a random normal table. So what I will do, I will simply create @dlt dot table. Don't worry, you will gradually understand the concept, and when you will be just seeing the graph, the flow of DLT, you will actually understand it. And do not worry, it's a new concept and it will take time to digest these new concepts, right? This is modern data engineering, but you will feel familiar and you will already build your ground base when you just complete this project using DLT. And you have already promised me that you will just watch that DLT pipeline video, which will actually help you to understand. Okay, very good. I will simply write dlt.table, and I will simply say def my coaches, or simple coaches, not source, not view, simple coaches. Okay, and this time my source will be spark.readstream.table, and this time the source will be this view. Okay, this view coaches. But this time you will say, hey, this is not a table, I know, but still we use this table. Okay, now I will simply say return df. Make sense? So what it is doing, it is creating a source streaming table, and on top of that source streaming table, it is creating a view and making some small minor, you can say, fill anything, and then it is creating the final table for us, which is your coaches table. Yeah, coaches table, final coaches table. Perfect. Similarly, I can just perform the steps for your knocks and your events, and we know that we do not need to perform any transformation. So what we will do, we will simply create a streaming view and then directly streaming table. That's it. Simple flow. Simple flow. Okay. So what I will do, I will simply go to code, and I will simply first of all write markdown cell. I will simply say knocks. Okay, DLT pipeline. Let me just run it, and I can simply create view, and I can simply copy this code here from here, and this will be a view. Okay, and I will call it as source knocks, and this will be knocks. Perfect. Okay, then after this I can simply create dlt.table. On top of this view, I will simply say def knocks, df equals spark.read stream, and then dot table live dot source knocks, and return df, because I do not want to perform any transformation. We are good. Okay, very good. Then same thing with your uh, events. Okay, I will simply say %md events dlt pipeline. Okay, then simply write the same step here. First create a view, and it will be called as events, and it will be picked from events. Then just write this here. Perfect. And it says knocks, and we will simply say events and events. Perfect. Very good. So now our three tables are ready. Okay, obviously we will be running it, but before that I want to just talk about something special. It is called expectations. What are expectations? Let me just show you a diagram, like it is very good. So expectations in Databricks, yeah, this diagram is very nice. So whenever we just perform expectation is basically the rules that you want to apply on top of our table. So let's say I have just built a table called events. Okay, and whenever we just create curated entities, we want to make sure that it will follow all the rules. What are rules? Constraints such as not null, and it should not have that particular value. Let's say you are saying that, hey, this value should greater than 0, greater than 1, anything. So what it will do, you will define some rules. How you will define it? Let me just tell you. Don't worry. You will define some rules, and if all those rules pass, You will keep that record in your curated table. If any of the rule fails, you will either warn me or your stakeholder. You will either drop that record, or you will fail the entire flow if it is so critical. So you perform this thing using these expectations. This is really nice, really nice. So this diagram was just for only one expectation. When we have multiple rules, and that is the thing that I do like, you should always put multiple rules. And we have one more diagram as well, I think. Yeah. No, not really. Yeah, this is the thing. So let's say you have just provided expectations group, multiple expectations. Then let's say you are providing one expectation such as count greater than 0. Then another column not null. Then another column not null. Then if all passes, then it will just keep that record. If that record fails, you have three options: either warn me, drop, and fail flow. Simple. And this makes DLT even more powerful because it makes sure your data quality should follow all the norms of the, you can say, industry standards, everything. Very good. Let me just tell you how you can just do that. So first of all, let me just import this module because it was on hold, and now it is able to import the module because this is not a job cluster, this is all purpose cluster, but still it is better than your SQL or your serverless module. Okay, you can even run this as well. This will not run the flow, but this will just tell you, hey, do you have any syntactical errors? If no, good. For just syntax errors, that's it. Because job cluster is being used to run your job, DLT job or DLT pipeline. See, it is saying, hey, source coaches is defined as DLT tables, dataset with the schema. Are you good? Yeah, we are good. Very good. Then same thing here, DLT view. Okay, it is saying, see, it has thrown me just the error. And what's the error? Invalid syntax. Okay. Oh, I just use colon. See, that's why it is important. That's why this all purpose cluster is important when you are building job cluster. Okay, what's the second error? Unexpected indent. Okay, yeah, yes, we are using Python. So Ansh, why are you using indentation unexpectedly? And what's the error now? There was an exception while calling the Python proxy on the Python side. Which proxy, bro? tf dot fill self dot function live dot source coaches. Let me just remove this as well. Df return df. Let me just see if it works now. There was an exception while executing the Python proxy on the Python side. Data streamer object has no attribute fill in it. Oh, I see. I see. Because we have not imported the functions fill in, so let me just import that as well. From PySpark dot SQL dot functions import asterisk. So it is saying, hey, we do not have Python interpreter on the executor side. How you can just use fill in a function? Okay. Is it still giving me the error? Are you serious? It should not, because fill in is a Spark function. tf dot fill in. Are you serious? Are you serious? Or maybe it will be done in, let's say, data streaming. It is no object. Oh, okay, makes sense. Because this is a streaming view, so we cannot use like your Python functions fill and all. So let me not transform anything. Let me just still create a view on top of your data, and let me just see how it behaves. And first return either a Spark or call as data frame. Spark dot read stream dot format. Return data stream read here. There was an exception while executing Python side. I think this is not actually any issue. I think so, because this is just a view on top of our table, and this will be running fine when we'll be just executing it with job cluster. Because let me just clarify, dlt.view, yeah, perfect. df view coaches, perfect. and then df equals spark.read stream dot format live stream. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it will run fine. I'm so sure. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, not a big deal. Then we can simply create this one, and this is a table. And what is it saying, bro? I think same stuff. Yeah, because this thing was not created, and this is a streaming query, like streaming. Because the thing is, streaming view is not familiar to this particular job cluster, like this particular all-purpose cluster. So that's why I think this is the issue. But not need to worry because you'll be using job cluster. And if we still see any error, we can just remove this step. No, not need to worry. Okay. So now what you'll be doing, we will simply define something called as expectations. Okay, expectations. So before that, let me just run this as well. So this ran fine. And this is also view, right? Read stream dot table. Read stream. Oh, Ansh Lamba, just write table here. Oh, silly mistakes. Silly mistakes. Let me just run this. Yeah, perfect. Now perfect. Silly mistakes. So now it is fine. This is also fine. Okay. Now events pipeline. This is also fine. This is also fine. So now what we need to do. Oh, what's wrong with you, bro? Source event. Event or events? I think events. Yeah. Just a typo. So now this is done. Now let me just define some expectations. So I will simply create rules, and how you can just do that. Let me just show you. So here I will simply say percentage MD, and I will simply call it as expectations for data quality. Okay, simply run this expectation for data quality, and just let me just add a code cell. So I want to describe expectations for each table. Okay, so I will simply say rules, or let's say expectation for coaches. Okay, and I just need to define the dictionary, basically an array of dictionary, which will be just consisting all the things. Okay, so I will simply say first rule. You can simply say rule one. Rule one is, and I would say code, this one, code is not null. I want to say that code is not null. Okay, let's say rule two, current is true. You remember we had true here. Let's say current is true. So this is my expectation rules for coaches. Let me just create for expectation for Knox. Okay, and these are really important when you're just building curated entities. Okay, and these are the rules that you can use. And by the way, you can just create, I think, multiple dictionaries as well. Not a big deal. Or I think you do not even need this array, bro. Simply create dictionary, because this is just a dictionary. So you're good. Perfect. Then let's do the same stuff here as well. Perfect. So this will be called as Knox. And what is the schema for Knox? Let me just check. Knox have code. Again, I will simply say code is not null. And here's a big good thing. There's only one rule for this. Okay, then I will simply create rule for events. Okay, and what is the schema for events? I will simply say event and sport. Basically, I do not know what's in the event, so I will simply say event is not null. Let's say I just want to say that. Okay, so rule one, again we just have one rule, so event is not null. Okay, let me just show you the documentation as well. So this is the multiple the rules that we define. So valid pages, dictionary. First rule, it's called valid count. I am just saying like rule one. You can just name it anything. Then rule two, then rule three. That's it. Now, in order to just like apply these rules on top of table. This is the, so here you just need to just apply that expect all function, and what it will do, if any of the rule fails, it will simply warn it, and in the other case, as you can see, that it will just simply drop it. And yeah, if any of the rule fails, it will simply drop that record, it will not actually go to the table. And the third one, this will actually fail the entire flow. So if your rule is really critical, then you can just actually use it. That's it, and it's very simple. Simply go back to the notebook, and now let's actually try to apply this rule. So simply hit enter. Let me scroll down. Yeah, so here you can simply put at the rate dlt dot expect all, and then it will just show you a perfect. And now here you can then simply put the dictionary name. That's it, and now your rule is applied. Now let's go back to the table. Yeah, Knox table. Perfect. So at the rate dlt dot expect all, and this time I want to just, let's say, want to just apply some strict constraints, and then I can just add fail, all underscore fail, or let's say drop. Yeah, perfect. So it will just drop the records if it doesn't follow any kind of rule. Okay, then let me just define here as well, and here I will simply choose expect all, because I just want to warn me if any of the rule fails. So it is fine, it is fine. Do you know what? I recorded this session and the battery of a mic was dead. So I'm just re-recording it. No worries. Anything for you, bro. So just a quick one. I think I didn't put or here. So just put or in the expect Knox. Yeah. Got it? Very good. So now let's talk about our last but not the least table, which is called athletes. Okay. And for this, what we're gonna do? We're gonna learn about CDC. Wow. CDC in Delta live tables. Okay. And we'll be just capturing the changes as well in this particular table. Okay. Let me quickly write it for you. CDC Delta, or let's say apply changes, because this is a very famous API available in Delta live tables. Apply changes DLT. Perfect. So this is called CDC apply changes DLT. What we will be doing with this? So as the name suggests, it is just a change data capture API which capture the changes. So as we know that our master data is like athletes. Okay. So let's say in future, if we have any new data coming in, we need to capture that. And let me just take you to the documentation page. We have a cool documentation available for apply changes API. Don't worry, I will help you to understand that. But before that, I want you to understand the flow. So first of all, obviously you will have a source, okay? And this source will create, let's say, a kind of view, a streaming view, okay? Streaming view for this source just to grab the data. And then on top of it, I can create something called as my CDC data, okay? With the help of apply changes API. So let's say I want to first of all obviously create the view. So let's at least create the view, because you already know how to create the view. Okay. So I will simply say at the rate DLT dot view. Then I will simply say DEF, and I will simply say view, or let's say source athletes. Okay. Perfect. And I will simply say DF equals spark dot read stream dot table, and it's called this table, and return df. Okay, makes sense. Let me just run this. So it will simply create the streaming view. Let me stick my mic. It's running. DLT is not defined. Yeah, because I just stopped my notebook and I'm just re-recording it. Let me just read on it. Oh man, I was just about to cook something. Just then I was like, what? Come on, Ansh. Come on. No worries. You can't stop, bro. So just click on this DLT view. Okay. And then let me just create this particular view. It's basically a streaming view. Perfect. We have the schema, right? So we have a view ready. Now it's time to create the CDC table using this view. So I will just take you to the documentation page and let me just search apply changes into Databricks. It's a very popular API in DLT, apply changes. It is primarily created to treat slowly changing dimensions. But as you are aware of, slowly changing dimension type 1, which is called upsert, is a very common practice with the fact tables as well and with the other tables as well. So that is why you'll be using apply changes API. So as you can see, use apply changes from a change data feed. What is change data feed? Basically, change data feed is just like a fancy term for CDC for delta tables as a source, so do not need to worry about that. And the best thing is you actually do not need to do anything. They will be just taking care of everything. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. So now let me scroll down and yeah, perfect. Here's the Python API reference. So first of all, what we actually need to do using this particular apply changes or whatever we want to do. So first of all, let me just follow a hybrid approach where I will just show my understanding, like my explanation as well. So in order to achieve this, we first, what's this, bro? So in order to achieve this, perfect. In order to achieve this, we first create something called as empty table. What's wrong with you, Ansh? So let me repeat. Some technical glitch. So first of all, you need to create an empty table. Yes, you heard it right. Empty streaming table. Okay. When you create empty streaming table, then what you will do, you will choose this streaming API, which is called as apply changes, which will feed the changes to this particular table, and that's the same thing written here in the form of code and text. So here, first of all, we will create the empty table. This is the view, okay, source. Then we will create an empty table. See, create streaming table. Then we will simply apply this API. It's called dlt.apply changes. And here we have some configurations such as target. And what will be the target in this case? Empty streaming table. What will be the source? Streaming view. Sorted? Understood? Then we have something called as keys. Obviously, the primary key on which upsert will be occurred. Then sequence by column. In the sequence by column, ideally in the real world, it should be a date column. But obviously, we do not have any date column, so we can just pick any column for now. Okay. Then we have apply as deletes. This is very important when you want to delete the records as well from the source. But this is again not the scenario in our case, so we'll simply skip it. Then truncate as well, and then accept column list as well. So we'll simply pick this one, which is called stored as SCD type. So let me just quickly tell you what's all these things. So let's say this is our table, okay, and we have athlete ID 1 with name XYZ, and the date is update date is 2024 0101. But let's say after 15 days, the name for this is changed to ABC. So now if we have just given the sequence by column, so it will just take the latest change. So let's say on 2024, the change was this one, 01. So in the further iteration, it will automatically update the value in our table that's called CDC change data capture. Sorted? I hope you understood it like this, because this is not an easy thing like to actually build it, but CDC in Delta Live table is actually an easy thing because we do not need to actually take care of anything, removing records, updating records, taking care of the timestamp, nothing. Everything will be taken care by Delta Live tables. Everything. Let me just show you. Code is so easy for it. So you simply need to first of all create the table, streaming table. So first of all, I will simply say dlt dot create streaming table, which is an empty one, and the name will be, let's say, athletes. Okay, this will be an empty table. Then you will call the API dlt.apply changes. Is the mic on? Apply changes, and then you simply need to open this brace. Then you will simply define something called as target. Okay, simply say target, and you can obviously copy the code from here as well to just save some time. You will simply say target. So target in our case is athletes. Perfect. Source is source athletes, because that is a view. Source athletes, yeah. And table is this one. Then key, what is a key? As we know that key is athlete ID. Athlete. So it is athlete ID. See, so this is the source, like source key. Then we just need to copy this sequence by column, and obviously in our case we do not have any kind of sequence by column, so we will just pick a random column because we do not have any date. So we'll simply say, let's say column height, let's say. Okay, then we can simply say stored as std type equals to 1. That is our upsert. Okay, simple. That is that's all that you need to do. That's it. Let me just run it just to make sure like syntactically it is right. Okay, I see there are some errors. Athlete ID, wow. Athlete ID, bro, athlete ID. Yeah, perfect. Now it is fine. So now it is all set to be run as DLT pipeline. So in order to run it, what you need to do, simply kill this cluster first. Why? Because as I mentioned, we just have 10 cores, and your this all purpose cluster is already consuming 4 cores, and your job cluster will be consuming 8 cores. It will be total as 12 cores. So you just need to terminate this one first, only then you can just run that. I know we have a quota limit. You can actually increase that limit, not a big deal. Yeah, you can just increase that. So it is being terminated right now. It will just take, I think, few seconds. Yeah, done. So now simply go to pipelines and simply create pipeline. Click on ETL pipeline. Just carefully look at the configuration, because otherwise you will see errors related to quota and also blah blah blah. So just make sure that you are just watching this carefully. Pipeline name, I will just pick it as curated DLT. Okay. Then product edition advanced, pipeline mode triggered. Path is just pick that particular notebook, which is curated entities. Okay, then unity catalog, default catalog is Olympics, default schema is, let's say, gold new, because I told you I recorded this and then there was no voice. I will simply say gold new, or let's say gold curated. Okay, then cluster policy none, cluster mode will be fixed size, number of workers will be 1. Okay, then scroll down, channel equals to current, worker type, this is important, just pick standard ds3 v2, because this will use only 4 cores, and driver type same 4 cores. So that means we are just consuming 8 cores, and the limit is for 10 cores, and make sure worker node is just 1. Okay, then just click on create, and you are, I think, good. So now this is the canvas that you will see. Simply click on start to actually start the DLT pipeline flow. So what it will do, it will first create your resources, which is job cluster, and it takes at least, I think, 8 to 9 minutes to create your job cluster, and then it runs the flow, and then you will be only able to see the DAG, which is nothing but like the DAG of your DLT pipeline. It looks really really cool. Okay, so we just need to wait for a few minutes, and once it is done, we are good to just look at the final result. And then I will just also show you how our end data warehouse will look like. And obviously we'll just go to SQL warehouse, and I will just show you, see, this is our gold layer that we can just serve to the data analyst, data scientist, BI developers, anyone. Okay, so that is just like end step, and we are just to the end line. And I know I'm just re-recording it, but no worries, bro, anything for you, and I know that this will help you a lot. So that's all I want. So let me just wait for a few minutes, and the moment it is completed, I will just show you the end results. Okay, so I'll be just coming back, so just be there. So bro, our pipeline, our DLT pipeline is done. Let me just click on plus button to just show you the exact flows. So this is our DLT pipeline, or let's say these are the DLT pipelines because we have created so many pipelines. And this is the pipeline that is specifically for your athletes table, that is for our master data. And all these pipelines are just for like other two tables. And this pipeline is just for your coaches table. So I just want to show you something else as well. So what's that? Obviously all are successfully completed in one shot. I'm so happy. So just click on this coaches table, okay, and then simply go to data quality, and you will see something. So this data quality tab actually tells you your score, or let's say your kind of data quality for a table. So in this particular scenario, you can see that all the records have successfully passed the expectation checks that we applied on our table. So there is no failure, no warning, no drops, because every rule was successfully followed by the records, all the records. And let's check the other tables as well. Knox table, perfect 100%, and events 100%. So as you can see, if in future any rule is broken, they will be just appearing here, and the consequences will be taken as it can be like sending the warning, dropping the records, or failing the entire flow. But in our case, we luckily didn't see any of those things. Okay, so this was all about your DLT, and let me just show you to the catalog tab as well. So simply go to catalog and simply select Olympics, then gold curated. So these are all the tables that we have: athletes, athlete coaches, events, Knox, and this was the source table that we created. So this is also there. So by the way, if you just click on details tab, and if you just see, it says metastore ID is this one, because obviously these all are managed tables. Makes sense? These all are managed tables. So these will be saved in the metastore location. And then we something have called schema ID. Schema ID is nothing but, you can say, your gold schema, gold curated, that is that thing. And that is all that you can see. Now if you just search, let's say, table ID. So where is our table ID? Where is our table ID? Let me click on this athletes or any table, go to details. Yeah, so here you can see the table ID. Okay, so this is the kind of table ID that you can find in your metastore location, not actually this ID. So the thing is, behind the scenes, your Databricks will take care of everything using this particular catalog called Databricks internal that you cannot actually access. Simply click on this and you will see no data, but actually there is data inside this data catalog, and that is where our original data tables are stored. So if you just search this table ID in our metastore location FD7, you will not find anything. So let me just show you FD7. Simply go to Unity Metastore, catalog tables, FD7. See, there's no table here. So the actual thing will be here. Let me just show you. Go to catalog. So the actual thing is like listed here. Earlier, they used to give us the access to this particular works, to this particular catalog, but ideally they should not give us the access, because if you just change anything to this folder, everything will be broken, right? So that's why I think they have just taken back the ownership, and now they just own these things. Even if you just try to become the owner, let's say I just want to become an owner, so it will simply say system owned catalog cannot be modified. Earlier the owner was me, like earlier, like when Delta Live tables was new. So I think I just broke so many pipelines. So that's why, by the way, not a joke, because not a joke, because the thing is, this is really critical area where just they are managing everything. So if you have just broken something, then you will just complain and just raise a ticket to Databricks, hey, this is broken, that is broken. So that is why they are taking care of this particular catalog. Earlier we were able to access this, but now we cannot access it. So the actual thing is, whatever table ID is written here, let's say athletes and details, so this is just the ID that we are seeing. Okay, actually this ID is mapped with an IDs, let's say AB102 blah blah blah. That table ID is this one, because obviously, just tell me one thing, these all are Delta Live tables. Okay, these all are Delta Live tables. Makes sense. Like not all, but yeah, we have like our 5 Delta Live tables here, but obviously with different ID, and that mapping is here. That mapping is here. Like it is hidden now, but now it was there. Okay, so got it. So I hope now you have understood everything in the world of Delta Live tables and everything. and it's time to just complete this project. And now just a small thing, so just go to your SQL warehouses, and here you can actually create your serverless SQL warehouse. Obviously we are not creating that for this project, and I'm just telling you that once your gold layer is created, and I know that in our case it is created, so what we can do, we can just simply hand over this layer to the data analyst and data scientist, whatever they just can do with this layer. And let me just show you one more thing, one last thing that you can actually leverage, and it's really really important. Simply go to serving, okay, and then you will find something called as, oh by the way, these are like Llama chat things, so this is not serving. I don't know why they just do the changes. Simply go to marketplace, and here you will find, yeah, so here you will find something called as Power BI. So if you just want to build Power BI reports on top of your gold schema, or let's say gold layer, so what you can do, simply click on this button and simply click on connect. The moment you click on connect, it will simply download a Power BI desktop application file, which is called PBIX file, that you can use, and all the connection strings will be auto filled in that particular file. So yeah, so that you do not need to actually hustle regarding building the connection and just grabbing the tables. Everything will be auto filled, and you can actually leverage that to build the reports. That's it. So I hope that in this end-to-end project, in which we have used DevOps, Azure Data Factory, repositories, feature branches, then Databricks, then workflows, then Delta Live tables, everything. I hope now you have upskilled yourself, and now you are all set to flex this project and just feel happy, because you have gained an amazing set of skills. Trust me, trust me. So I hope you like this video, and just drop a lovely comment on this video, and just make sure you share this video with your friends. Just help others as well. And I will see you in the next video coming on the screen, because it is really really important. So see you there.